Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are, and welcome back to day two of the Alliance Tournament 18 Mimitar Republic Trials, where teams compete to see who is going to make it through into the main Alliance Tournament in just over a month from now. I'm Mythical Hawk, joined once again by Mystical Knight and Wingnut Cross. Misty, how are you this morning?
Nice, refreshed, ready to go. Yeah, no, it should be good. I'm looking forward to some good games today.
Excellent, I am as well. And I see we are joined also by Wingnut Cross all the way from the land down under. What time is it there for you, Wingnut?
1:30 in the morning. So, a little
Excellent.
early.
Yeah, so you want to really just get that sun out of your eyes with those glasses there. So stylish as always. But let's get on with the day. So we have our first match coming up in just about 3 minutes now, and it's going to be a good one. It's going to be Scary Wormhole People, the Dark Space Initiative, as they're sometimes known, and Goonswarm Federation. The Goons historically terrible at tournaments, especially Alliance tournament. So much so they had to make their own the Anger Games, obviously run by Dirk and Sorthasil. In fact, the top three in Anger Games actually got straight into Alliance Tournament 18 this year. So Anger Games looking good for the future. Hope to see some more of those. But Misty, can the Goons get out of feeders and actually into the main Alliance Tournament this year?
Well, I think, something's been rigged in the background because they haven't actually flown yet, so Scary Wormhole people won't know what goons are bringing or where their meta is. Whereas Scary Wormhole people did fly yesterday and they won, not as convincingly as perhaps they'd hoped against Spectre Fleet, I believe. So there is definitely a chance goons can somehow swing it and get to the main event this time.
Yeah, that would be pretty interesting. Scary Wormhole people, we can see the bans on the screen now banning Balgorn, Loki, and Sleipnir. Goons banning Nighthawk, Loki, and Scorpion Navy issue. Wingnut, what do you think about these bans here? Scorpion Navy is an interesting one from the Goons.
Yeah, Scorp Navy is a pretty old standby for pretty heavy shield cores, crews, or rapid heavy setups. The Loki was it? You said there was a Loki ban, right? I didn't misread that.
Yeah, there was a Loki ban.
Yeah, so they've banned out the basically the Nighthawk rush and then banned out heavy shield core. There's not what other shield comps are left that could really fit that besides maybe a Mimitar Sleipnir rush. Except I think I got banned.
Yeah, that would. I mean, that was obviously a very dominating comp in previous tournaments. We saw the Sleipnir, sorry, the Nighthawk Loki Rush in Alliance Open. It made a few appearances in Alliance Tournament 17. Not seen it hugely used thus far in Alliance Tournament 18. Mystical Might, is there any particular reason that you think maybe that it's not going to be used as often as those previous tournaments?
Yeah, I think the Nighthawk Loki rush that we saw in Alliance Opens benefited from the rule of three, where you could only bring three of each ship type to the grid, so you could only bring three cruisers, and the strategic cruisers kind of filled that role quite nicely. With the ability to bring four ships of each class now, um, there's probably just better comps that you can really bring. Plus, based on previous performance in tournaments, the points have been rejigged a little bit to make it so that we're not just going to see the same thing over and over and over again. So we do balance for, you know, ship performance in previous tournaments.
Yeah, you mentioned the rule of three. That was previously you could bring three of a particular like ship size, three cruisers, three battle cruisers, for example. This year it's the rule of four. You can bring four. For example, if you wanted to, you could bring four Dimoses. That would certainly be an option that you could choose to do. I don't think it's a recommended decision bringing four Dimoses, but it is something that you could do this year. Wingnut Cross, have you seen any comps that you think we're going to see more of, or the cornerstone of the meta this year?
At the moment, we're seeing a lot of triple battleship cores that I've seen, and sometimes they're full DPS, sometimes they're control battleships, sometimes they're just triple cruise battleships. So I think we're going to see a lot more of that. There does. I think there's definitely holes in that kind of comp. It can be broken apart with a good team, but at the moment we're going to see, I think, a lot of them just because they're pretty damn effective. Other options might be maybe more drone control comps, but I'm not sure on that yet.
Drone control is something that I think we will see a bunch more of. Interestingly, yesterday, Misty, a drone control comp actually lost. I can't remember which match it was, but a rather surprising loss based on was on field. Do you think drone control will be a strong comp this year, or do you think there's just too many ways to counter it?
Yeah, I was just looking through one of our docs in the background. I think that might have been Electus Matari with their EOSs and their Hugin against Kitchen Sinkhole. Drones are historically finicky. They are powerful if used right, but there's just so much that can go wrong. I'm not sure if people know, but if you put mobile drones on a target that's micro warp driving, then they have a tendency of just de-aggroing completely. So it requires your pilots to be on their A game and like paying attention and staying in drone control range of their target. And if anything goes wrong, then it quickly spirals out of control. So I expect we'll see some more drone comps as we go forward, but I wouldn't expect it to be, the mainstay for many of the teams that will be flying today.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think there's certainly a number of teams are going to be still trying to hold what they think the meta is likely to be close to their chest, not wanting to risk showing everything. We're actually in essentially a group stage at the moment, so teams are not just one and done like previous feeder rounds. They're actually trying to compete to get the top position in their groups to get forward and through into the main tournament. But speaking of competing, the teams have landed on grid now. We're about 1 minute behind, so let's go over to the arena with Zurzak Destroyer and Jintan.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to your first game of the evening. I'm here with Zuak, and we have a really interesting matchup here. It looks like we've got an Armor Kingslayer being brought by Goons going up against a Shield Kingslayer, potentially. It's 4 battleships here, Zoo. What do you make of this?
TDSN also going for an Armor Kingslayer there. The Barghast might be throwing you off, but notice the Navitaz and Inquisitor. But TDSN going hard with 4 battleships here, throwing in the Praxis as well. So I think TDSN is trying to just bring as much raw fire as power as possible, but you can see they're paying it for points by bringing something like a Talwar as well. So let's see if that pays off now as the match kicks off.
Yeah, you can see that the tackle here, this is going to be what really makes the difference from the Condi side if they're going to win. They need to be able to use that Mala, that Scythe issue, and that Pontifex effectively to lock things down, spread them apart, and hopefully not die to this initial volley. That said, damage is starting to apply on Dirks to Teal. Looks like they're going for the headshot on the team captain.
Quite interesting. They might be really confident in their supreme firepower. Normally what you see in a Kingslayer comp is they would headshot an easy pick like an Execure right there. Execure is getting a light drone cloud onto it right now, but just like you say, Dirk Seals in half armor already, looking really bad.
Yeah, taking an absolute pounding. They're going to trade potentially a Typhoon here for a Caracal, and that is not a trade you want to be making. That said, these rep drones are putting in a lot of work here, keeping Duxity alive for just a little bit longer. They need to find a purchase onto one of these other support ships, or maybe even start brawling down one of these battleships if they're going to win this match.
Oh, it's getting very close. I'm not sure if Goons are trying to bait them right now because pretty much if these clips on TD Sin all finish without that Typhoon down, that is 4 battleships just sitting there for almost half a minute just on reload and not being able to do anything. And right now it's not looking like they can actually finish him off. So, but unfortunately as for Goons as well, they're in the same boat here, having to reload those rapid clips as well. So we're going to see if the teams are going to try and reassess their target, or maybe TDSon's going to be confident enough to finish that off. But they might be actually just looking to finish off this lighter target of the Execure instead.
Yeah, you shouldn't normally need paints to apply to a Typhoon, but wow, look at that. Just absolutely destroyed there, that tower. That's why we don't see T1 Destroyers brought very often to the tournament. Their range advantage doesn't count for a huge amount in a setting like this, and it just gets tapped off the grid. It's going to be a question now of if TD Sin has brought any smart bombs or anything that can really effectively deal with this cloud of web drones, because the Jackdaw and the Pontifex, they're not really well suited for that, and they're getting deleted as well here quite quickly.
I mean, I'm surprised with 4 battleships from TD Sin's side. Looks like reload's coming off. Both teams are looking to strip supporting either side. Jackdaw busy dying there on the TD Sin side. The Scythe fleet on the Goons, so they goes down to Jackdaw. Scythe fleet on the Goons going to be traded off Goons first. I'm quite surprised that TD Sin isn't actually just to look ram in there, take advantage of these 4 battleships with newts and smart bombs. They're looking to just play a range game here, and I'm not sure if it's going to bite them in the butt right now.
Yeah, you can see the O1 Shower there in the Mauler. He's managed to hold on to Archibald in the Typhoon fleet issue, so probably keeping all of them from going in, but still, you don't want to anchor up. You want to be taking advantage
And we
of
see
those
the
utility highs.
Goon Malediction over there, going for a backline tackle onto the frigates of the Inquisitor, I think, right now. So Zero and Argent getting in. Looks like Goons are trying to be a lot more aggressive now and finishing off. I think they smell blood in the water, realizing that TD Sin might have overextended a bit and not really executed quite well on their target choice. But as I say, that Mallard that you're talking about, their heavy tackle on the Goon side just went down.
Yeah, it's going to be a struggle for the TD Sin Tide to really find anything to apply to from this point, though. They've got a couple of those destroyers. They might be able to take out the Lynx, but given that they can't break those break the Typhoon with that Executor left on the grid, they're going to need to find purchase onto him somehow. I'd expect
And we're
rush
seeing
into the
Goons make
backline
a
here as a
really
desperation play.
good decision here. Making a really good decision here from Goons. You can see they're slowly maneuvering in. They've gotten rid of Friglogy. That's fantastic. They're now maneuvering, hopefully going to try and take advantage of these battleships with, smart bombs and newts. A move I really feel TD Sin should have done right at the beginning, but Goons capitalizing now on this initiative. Logi's still alive on the Goon side. Good job on them keeping that Execure alive. Not sure how much Ewar has to play with this right now, but Goons seem to be doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, we can see Dampervex going from the Typhoons, actually, it looks like, onto the support of the Condi team, but it doesn't seem to be having the impact that they're hoping it would be. Just not
Typhoon
really
going
stopping
down
that.
on the Goon side. This actually might be a tipping point. So kudos to Goon's initiative that they had so far, but unfortunately TD Sin is alive with 4 battleships. Logi's still alive on the Goon side, but if the second battleship, Typhoon Fleet Issue, having a bit more HP at least, but if that goes down as well, that's pretty much game, I'd say, in favor of TD Sin.
Yeah, it's actually a really interesting choice here from the TD Sin team. Rather than using the typical armor maintenance bots that we normally see used by Kingslayer teams, they have used pure damage drones, and they're setting those damage drones on the rep drones of the Condi team. So as this match has been going on, they've been slowly chipping away at the sustain that Goons have been able to bring to the field. That said, they're now going for the Barghest, so they're going to try and take the highest DPS threat off the field from their opponents here and try and even things up. We've only got 5 minutes left on the match. So this one actually could potentially go to time.
I think TD Sin is actually going to be able to finish off that Typhoon. He's probably going to live here right now. Execure is going to pick him up here as watch his armor go up slightly a bit more. But we saw the previous Typhoon being in quite a similar situation. Full armor, half structure, and then just once all the battleships reloaded, they just did a quick shift and deleted him. So, yeah. It looks like Goon stabilized, but I suspect once those reloads are finished, we're going to see quite a quick delete of GoldenEye on the Goon side.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a drone target change. It looks like TD Sin are now putting all of their damage drones on that Malediction, trying to clear him away from the Barghest, get him free to burn off and potentially waste an entire clip from the Goonswarm side. Well, this is getting really close, really intense. Just because we've seen 6 ships from this TD Sin side go down, but they've still got almost 3/4 of their points left on the grid. And there we go, Typhoon Fleet Issue down. This is now turning into
Looks
a
like
bit
TD
of a
Sin.
row.
I think TD Sin is just pushing it through with their 4 chunky boys there right now. The missile spew is powerful right now, and Goons are just left with 1 battleship. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to finish the clip into this Foon. Obviously, the Execure is sitting a bit high on heat in its highs on its reps. Probably not able to put out all the extra what it can to keep this Fleet Foon alive. But I think it's all downhill here right now for Goons, and I'm pretty much looks like TD Sin's going to win for me.
Oh yeah, and it looks like a bit of a piloting error there from MWR Warrior. He's just drifted a little bit too close to those 2 Typhoons and picked up a couple of heavy newt cycles, being forced to reposition. The Executor, it's not the same as the Aneros. It doesn't have nearly the same amount of capacitor. If you force it to MWD constantly, if you put any sort of heavy newt on it, it's going to drop its reps. And you can see the effect that that's having there on Glenn Dees. He's going into armor, going into structure. It looks like a victory secured for TD Sin.
And like you were saying, actually, about that Execure, unfortunate thing that it does, normally Aneros is able to go dual prop, and Execure normally has to make a choice about which prop it has as well. So, on the downside of it, but obviously the upside being cheap on points, and if you're living the entire match like this, you can seriously get some amazing reps out. But it doesn't matter how amazing your reps are when you're facing 4 battleships worth of damage. Praxis being quite an interesting choice here. What does the Praxis really bring for bonuses here, Jintan?
So the Praxis has the bonus of being able to use pretty much any weapon system, and in this case, that means they brought some rapid heavy missiles to complement the rest of their comp. But it also brings alongside that a really unique flat resistances to every single damage type, and a massive drone bay that can help you with your utility in matches like this. And we've seen it drop a couple of different flights of drones over the course of this match. And there we go. The Typhoon Fleet issue of Glendee's finally drops. Oh, that's tragic for this Condi team. It looked like they had it really early on in this game, but they just weren't able to turn and deal with the heavy DPS being brought out by their
It was
opponents.
looking quite bad for TD Sin there at the start. You were suspecting with 4 battleships on grid, they were going to make quite a flashy show at the beginning. Execure getting mopped up there now, and they had that initial stalled out, so it might have been a potential there for Goons to find some weakness to exploit in the TD Sin comp to pick it apart. But it seems both teams just stalled out, and on the resets, the kind of you don't really see this word being used a lot for a rapid comp like this for Kingslayers, but it's almost just the attrition in the form of the hull damage leak happening, just allowing TD Sin to just bash on the same target they were bashing through and just keep securing those high point value kills.
Yeah, I am reading in local that apparently the Goonswarm Typhoon disconnected. Whether or not that's true is something we'll have to check the logs for. But a really rough time for them if that is the case. And yeah, we see a couple of the support ships here just getting mopped up. Wow,
And we
what an
see
interesting comp
Karentatura
they've
and the
got here.
Hyena going for the boundary, it seems. There he goes. I think he reached 200 something. We'll get a confirmation on that. Just the Magus left on the Goon side for a mop up. He might be going for boundary, but he's just hovering at the edge right now.
Yeah, this kind of comp from TDC is something we couldn't have seen in previous tournaments due to the three of any ship class rule. It'd be interesting to see if we see anything more like this in the future, especially with the buffs to extenders and plates on battleships. You can see just how much EHP TD Sin still have left on their composition here. That said, we are now at time, so let's hand it back to the studio and dissect this a little further.
Now for the Triglavian Weather Report, brought to you by Exodus.
The weather calls for disintegration.
And that's the weather forever.
For just 10 million ISK a month, you can save the life of a Hisec miner.
Yeah, Goonswarm Federation had the victory in the palm of their hands, and then they just could not hold on to it and allowed themselves to be defeated by 4 battleships. That's 81 points in 4. Quite a strong showing there from TD Sin, the Dark Space Initiative, aka Scary Wormhole people. Mystical Might, what happened there to the Goons? It looked like they were in such a good position at the start. They had killed off a couple of support ships. They had barely lost anything, and then it all just went horribly wrong.
Yeah, I think they benefited at the beginning, and it looked like they were in a strong position because they were picking off ships that aren't typically armor fit. So we saw a Caracal go down, I believe. We also had the Tower. So entirely possible that Scary Wormhole people were using those ships as platforms to harbor, I guess, E-War, like damps or disruptors, but not the tankiest ship, especially against some of the battleships that we were seeing there. So they started off strong by picking off the weaker ships on the grid, but they didn't really have anything to break through the 4 battleships that were fielded against them.
What do you think, Wingnut, about the choice of bringing an Executor here, a Tech 1 Logistics cruiser? I mean, to be fair, they're going up against 2 Tech 1 Logistics frigates, so no one believing in the power of Tech 2 Logistics here. But do you think maybe they'd been better off downpointing something else and bringing in an Eros?
I'm not sure. The triple battleship with an exec would be fine if they use those rapid heavy battleships to kill a battleship. I don't know if they even shot a battleship at the start with those triple rapid heavies. They did. They didn't seem to do much with it. So it's like you've brought what's basically a battleship killing comp, and you don't kill battleships. At that point, those ships were just kind of useless in space. I don't think the exec pilot, by the way, bravo, he did absolutely his best he could with that ship in that situation. Some ships survived longer than they should. So honestly, I don't think there was really a problem with the comp, especially with the exec. Just more if they didn't use what they had just pretty well.
Yeah, and I also wanted to jump in a little bit. The casters talked about Misty. They talked about the Praxis being quite a Swiss Army knife of ship choice here. What do you think about that? Like, they obviously took 4 different battleships. They didn't get hit by any point inflation. Do you think that that's the reason for the Praxis, and they would have maybe preferred another Typhoon, or Praxis is strong in its own right?
I think the Praxis is actually fairly strong in its own right. The various bonuses that it gets a bonus to a lot of different things. So it is kind of the Swiss Army knife where you can fit it towards the purpose that you need it to fill. And it's also likely, the fact that they were trying to bring 4 battleships in the first place means that they need to go for some of the battleships that are perhaps lower pointed to allow them to actually fit in a support wing. So they couldn't necessarily splash for, all faction battleships, for example, because that would be way too expensive on the top end, wouldn't allow them to actually have a support wing at all. So I'm sure there was some point calculations going on when they decided to bring the Praxis, but it's also, in this setup with missiles, a very good boat to bring as well.
Last thing, Wingnut, on that previous match, Armor Caracal? Question mark. Seems to be an unusual choice. Any good reason that would be squeezed in there?
No, I even asked. I was like, wait a minute, is there some kind of like secret meta I've not realized? Am I just too smooth brain for this? No, there's no reason. It's just dumb. I don't know why. There are other options, please. I was so confused.
Yeah, I was equally confused, but there you go. It seemed to work in this case. Let's look at our next match. It's going to be Rusty Hyenas clan versus the Ancients. Rusty Hyenas did pretty good yesterday, pulling out, if I remember correctly, essentially the comp that won 8017, flown by Hydra Reloaded, and flew it to great success, taking a solid victory over someone whose name I can't remember. And they're going up against the Ancients. The Ancients, of course, being Kiakti and the Fun Inc. guys, so some MPSI
Boys.
groups. Yeah, Misty, what do you think about Rusty Haynes clan? Are they going to bring the same comp again, or do you think we'll see something different from them?
I would expect that they might not necessarily bring the same comp for fear that a team may come with ships that could counter it. It doesn't look like the Ancients are really respecting the comp that they brought yesterday, though, because they haven't banned any of the ships, I believe, that were essential for that comp to work. So they could very well bring the Pseudo Shield Tinker if they wanted to. It does perform strongly, as we've seen in the previous match that they played against No Visual, where it won, and also in the previous Alliance tournament, where it also won in the finals. So they could bring it if they wanted to, but they open themselves up to being countered.
Yeah, it looks like the Ancients really don't want to see heavy energy neutralizers banning both the Balgorn and the Armageddon. Wingnut, why ban both of them? Is your comp that weak to Newt?
Maybe that could definitely be true. Newts all like it's kind of like Newt control, the way of considering it. The Balgorn's webs and Newts, the Armageddon is long range Newts. You kind of get the same result, which is a kind of a control effect of slowing targets down even. So you must be scared of something there. We'll have to see what it ends up being.
Awesome. Well, let's find out if they are scared of something, and let us go to the arena for Rusty Hyenas clan versus the Ancients with your casters Jintan and Black Bart Pirate.
Welcome back to the arena where we have Rusty Hyenas clan versus the Ancients, with Rusty Hyenas bringing a Zarmzad, which I believe is the first time we have seen this ship in the feeders, and a pretty heavy armor setup on the bottom line with a Fleet Tempest, Damnation, a couple little small tackle ships, and that's quite a bit of tank, but what is the Ancients doing, Jen?
Yeah, it looks like you might be confused. You might have seen the Typhoons being brought earlier in Kingslayer, but this is in fact just a regular armor control comp because it looks like those Typhoons are cruise fit rather than the typical rapid heavy missile setup that we've seen, and it's supported by that Blackbird and Celestis. It's going to be really on Rusty Hyenas to get in on top of that Blackbird and Celestis and make something happen there. Because if they leave those cruisers to survive later on in this game, it's going to have an extremely powerful impact on their ability to do anything with the ramp up on both the Drekvac and the Zarmaz.
That is true, and the Ancients is already putting damage into the Drekavac of the Rusty's Hyenas clan. I am a little bit worried that they don't have a particularly large amount of DPS on their side. The two Cruise Typhoons too means, like you said, there's going to be constant pressure. Vengeance of Czech is getting tackled right now, taking some newts, taking some paints, but I don't know if they're going to be able to apply damage. Cruise missiles are notoriously bad against assault frigates. That being said, he is dropping into half armor already.
Yeah, it looks like that Rapier is not doing his job as well as he could have, as all of this tackle from Rusty Hyenas is barreling into their comp at once, stopping this kite pretty much in its tracks. That said, the Vengeance now of Rusty is taking a huge amount of damage, and it doesn't look like the Zarmaz is going to be able to rep him up at all, probably jammed by that Blackbird, whilst Silas goes down into low armor, and the Blackbird of Freya starts to take some heat as well. Probably whoever he's jammed is shooting, and Scorched Celeste as well on the Drakvac going low. Wow.
Yep. And while they did lose the Vengeance, it does look like they were able to get tackle on the entire black line or back line here. And there's Rusty Hyenas losing their other tackle ship right there, but it looks like they might actually take down this Blackbird and this Hound, possibly. Ancient's doing a great job splitting DPS, making that Zarmzad, which can only rep one target at a time, have to really struggle here.
Yeah, I've got to say, Rusty needs to break something here. They need to get in on top of it and keep holding it down. The question is going to be what they break for after this Blackbird does drop. Hopefully, after that Blackbird does drop, they're going to be able to rep up that Stabber Fleet issue, keep him alive, and maybe even Scorch Celeste as well. No, there we go. That's another tackle ship down. This is looking really, really bad for Rusty here. They no longer have a huge amount of tackle, and especially fast tackle, to actually spread across this fleet, which looks like it's trying to kite from the Ancients.
It kind of does. I will say that now that Blackbird's down, hopefully this Zarm is going to be able to actually get some reps. And we're seeing it finally being able to start sort of working on topping off that Drekavac, that ramping rep, very, very powerful. The Rapier on the Ancients team is actually hard tackled down and taking quite a bit of DPS now. We're finally seeing some damage being applied from Rusty Hyenas. I think that Blackbird was kind of just doing massive amounts of work to their team. It does look like this Rapier may go down as it is being ramped on quite hard by the Drekavac, and it does drop. And I don't know, that could be the turning point. The Ancients are seeming to have a little bit of trouble actually taking anything down now without their Blackbird.
Yeah, yeah. It just shows you the power of those control cruisers. In the start of it, it looked like they were pretty much able to do as they pleased. But once Rusty Hyenas were able to identify and tackle down those crucial disruption pieces, it became difficult for them to then in turn break things. That said, the Mala is finally going down. It looks like, can't see quite what he's holding on to here. It looks like he's holding on to the Scythe fleet issue of Ketsi, so just keeping some tackle away from the rest of his fleet. Yeah, that's a curious choice. I'm not sure why you'd go for the Mala in this case, but maybe you're just trying to kill off some more tackle and keep that kite going. That said, it's not stopping the heavy DPS. Look at them. They're right on top of this fleet now.
Yeah, it might have been the only target that they really had tackled down. We are still seeing Ancient slowly take stuff down. Those two Cruise Typhoons just are applying constant damage here. But the Oneros of Lax is now tackled, and that might be the beginning of the end for them. We will see here. Typhoon is slowly working his way over and starting to apply some pretty heavy damage to that Oneros. It's dropping into low armor, probably about to die here. And at that point, I mean, losing your Logi, like the Zarm, the Damnation, the Drekavac, and the Tempest Fleet, Rusty Hyenas still has their entire top end, and the Ancients is about to lose the Oneros. It does drop, and I don't know, the game's still afoot.
Yeah, you really have to question the positioning of the Aneros there. I'm not sure why he was sitting in the middle of his blob and not, 20, 30 kilometers ahead so that the Typhoon fleet issues could have used their newts and things like that to help soak that pressure up. We can see the Heretic there getting slapped in a second. This Hound's probably not going to be far behind it, and the Celestis is dropping quickly as well. It looked so good in the early game there for the Ancients. They were able to do so much with that disruption core, but they just weren't able to keep it alive into the late game and snowball that advantage as well as they'd hoped.
Yeah, they are starting to drop ships incredibly fast here. And honestly, as soon as that Blackbird went down, things got so rough for the Ancients, and I'm kind of curious here, like if these Typhoons maybe start kiting away. None of the Typhoons are actually tackled right now, and with cruise missiles, they can hit the entire arena. So I'm kind of thinking like if they start kiting here, if they get away from everything, they're actually applying a lot of damage to that Drekavac, and they still kind of have a chance here. The points are not in a particularly good spot for them, but as this Scythe fleet issue is starting to drop, but I don't know, like Typhoon cruise missile damage is still pretty good, and maybe if they like try and snipe the Zarmzad or something here. But that being said, the Typhoons do not actually, at least Iska is now tackled pretty hard here. Maybe too little too late. I'm not sure if they might not even have MWDs. They're not going that fast here, and we're seeing the just very good target calling from Rusty Hyenas and very good adapting to what looked like a rough game to start.
Yeah, and a really unusual choice here from Rusty Hyenas that's played massive dividends in that Ham Damnation. It's typically seen as a really, really tanky, really slow, deliberate ship, but it's put in work versus this composition, just about able to outrun the Typhoon fleet issues and force things to screen it constantly, and everything that's tried to screen it has gotten tackled down in return and died as a result of that.
It's a little surprising. Being outrun by a damnation is usually not a particularly good thing, as they are not notorious for being particularly fast ships. And I don't know, Rusty Hyenas did a very, very good job of making correct target callings. We've seen them play very well so far. They're now obviously working on taking this Typhoon down, but what could the Ancients have done a little differently here? Was there any like key points, maybe screening the Blackbird?
Yeah, I mean, it was always gonna be really difficult for them to screen it just with the sheer amount of tackle that Rusty were bringing to this grid, especially with that armor Skybreaker and a few other ships that are just so hard to deal with effectively when you have Cruise as your main DPS, because cruisers just do not apply to frigates at all. It's not the same as a turret ship where you can match transversal, maybe get a few lucky shots off and kill it through that. These Typhoons are pretty much only going to be doing 100, 200 DPS to these frigates on the burn-in. Um, maybe they could have made a burn to the MJD beacons and used that to buy themselves just a little bit more time. And maybe they could have pressured that Zarmazd as well. I'm surprised to not have only seen it take a couple of volleys through shield, when they should have been able to shoot it for pretty much the entire match. It didn't look like they were heavily damped down or anything that would prevent them from actually putting their guns onto it.
Yeah, that's an interesting call. Is that Rusty actually brought almost zero E-War, where there's a little bit of newts coming out from them, and that's about it. So, the Ancients trying to bring some kind of E-War. Obviously, that Blackbird was very, very effective right off the bat. I believe that it was jamming them out, and that's what caused all of those small ships to die. But once the Blackbird and the Celestis were gone, I mean, nothing else fell from the Rusty Hyenas clan. And they're just kind of mopping up here, taking down this last Typhoon fleet issue, trying to finish it off before the timer goes, which I believe they probably will. Very, very good showing. Didn't I don't know. They've kind of been proving that they're a team to pay attention to. There's good fights are starting to go out in local, and yeah, I don't not too much else to say about this one.
Yeah, I have to say it's a really interesting comp that we've seen brought here by Rusty. The Drekvac, the Zarmaz, the Damnation, a lot of ships we don't see very often, but used to incredible effect here because they've built the rest of the comp around it. They're using that Tempest fleet issue as another big point of disruption. It runs in first. It's a really, really fast battleship, and they've been able to use its grapplers and its heavy newts to just lock stuff down and allow those ships to continually apply their DPS, which is normally its problem. Um, normally the problem of the Damnation and the Drekvac is that they get kited away from, or they get screened, and as a result of that, they can't really do anything. Um, What do you think about that approach from Rusty Hyenas to start the match, though, BBP? I thought it was really good that they actually led with their cruisers and then followed up with their frigates. They sort of baited the ancient counter tackles into going for the cruisers and not tackling the frigates.
It was really good. We also it's both this and the last Rusty Hyenas game. Their tackle and small ship wing was pretty spectacular. Just very very good play. Like they clearly practice and actually understand the different metas. The Typhoon fleet of Caranther is actually going for the boundary and about to hit it, which does prove that it did have an MWD and they could have been kiting this entire time. They just chose not to. With that, it explodes right on the edge of the boundary, and we will go back to the desk.
Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew. I buried the pot.
Rusty Hyenas clan there taking that victory over the Ancients and going 2-0 on the trials thus far. They have faith in the Rust. Some might even say in Rust they trust, and it seems to be paying off for them. Mystical Might, it looks like Rusty Hyenas clan have been performing pretty strongly from what we saw yesterday and what we've seen today. Could they be maybe one of the sleeper favorites to get out of the feeders?
Yeah, I mean, based on their performance so far, and based on the performance of other teams that we've seen so far, I would definitely rank Rusty Hyenas up there as one of the teams I'd expect to make it through into the main tournament.
Awesome. We saw some interesting ship choices, and to be honest, it looked like the Ancients were putting Rusty Hyenas under quite a lot of pressure at the start. Ancients choosing to bring a significant amount of E-War. Their control bar was very, very high. They had both Damps and ECM coming out of that Blackbird, of course. Wingnut, in terms of the choice of ships for Rusty Hyenas, they chose to bring a Zarmzad, which is a bit of an unusual choice, some would say. Why would you bring that over, say, a Neros?
It is both incredibly tanky, self-sustaining, and also can rep one ship very well. But of course, the weakness being, the moment you shoot anything else, it sucks. And I'm not a big fan of it. But it's for that situation, it can be a very good ship. I think some things, maybe Kingslayer can rip through a battleship before it can wrap it up in time, but it's got its purpose for sure, but I'm not a fan of it.
Yeah, one of the ways it does that single target repping so well is much like the Drekovic, the Zarmzad is a spoolie boy. So when it puts its primary single rep on a target, it reps a small amount, and every cycle it reps a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more until it reps quite a lot every single cycle. But you're right, that does take time to spool up. So under front-loaded DPS, like something like Kingslayer, that might just not have time to reach that full spool. However, if you can get past that initial slow rep, maybe just by local tank overheating, for example, then it can be incredibly hard to break something, and it can force the other team to have to swap off earlier than they perhaps would want to. Mystical Might, we saw a couple of other things being deployed in that match, specifically those ECM boats and the damps. They are very powerful this year, obviously, because we can run scripted E-War. ECM doesn't really change. Do you think that that's what kind of gave the Ancients a bit of a leg up at the start when they were deploying so much control?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when the match first began, I believe the Ancients began to put their damage into the Drekavac that was burning in. The Zarm was damped and jammed by, I think, 2 or 3 different ships on that initial burn-in. So we saw the Drek slowly dropping past half armor, and by that point, no reps had come out from that Zarm. The Zarm actually had to burn into the Drekavac and basically sit on top of him to be able to actually start spalling. And we saw various times throughout that match where the Zarm positioning made or broke whether ships lived or died. So the Mauler later on, while it managed to catch that Drekavac earlier in the match, the Mauler was primaried later on, and it was kind of surviving. It was slowly dying, and then the Zarm burnt too far away from his friend, lost lock, and then it immediately fell apart. So it requires, or it forces teams that it's being used against to, again, think about their positioning a lot more, communicate a lot more with their teammates, and to use, as we saw with the Skybreaker, some of those remote sensor boosters that you can fit to your ships in the tournament setting.
Awesome. And one last thing to talk about in that previous match, Wingnut. The commentators mentioned it, but positioning in the Alliance Tournament matches, we saw that Aneros get tackled right amongst everybody else. What do we mean when we refer to positioning, and why perhaps was that not the best move from him?
Basically, positioning is to place yourself where you want to be compared to your team and the opposing team. Now, when the Oneirus got caught, he wasn't hiding behind his team, he wasn't hiding out of the way. He was right in the middle of his team as if he's in a Tinker comp, which he's not. And that's why out of the entire team that was around, there was a Typhoon fleet, there was a Typhoon there. Out of all the ships around him, they tackled him. Because of course they would. That's the thing you want to kill. He's right there. All he had to do was burn 20 kilometers further back, and he wasn't next to the border. He was 60 kilometers away. If you just move, 20 kilometers, maybe even 10, that distance would have been enough for the Typhoons to maybe screen the guy off, or for someone else to do it, and for him to not be primary. Because the moment he died, the match was already going that way, but it instantly ended it. The moment he died, there was match over. There was nothing they could do. So you gotta know where your team is, where the enemy team is, and where you want to be, which is kind of an interesting one to try and think of, is where do you actually want to be in your ship? And it takes practice. That's all you can do for that. It's just practice where is the best spot, where's the sweet spot.
Yeah, we spoke a little bit yesterday about how good having a really strong logistics pilot is for your team, and the power up that can essentially provide. But let's look forward to our next match. So we're going into the crucial tribe at this point, and we can look at the standings for that particular tribe and see what is happening. So this is where everyone's sitting at the minute. It's split into 2 groups. Percussive, Pizza Time, Diplomacy have got 1 win and a rush score of 28. For clarity, what that means is that they have got 28 points of Mimitar ships. So if there's a tie break, the number of Mimitar ships that you bring, the points worth of that, is actually beneficial, and it can be used for the tiebreaker. So they're sitting at the top of Group A. Group B, Hidden Leaf, Village, Ninja, Assassins, Sport, E-Squad, I can't remember what they're called, are sitting at 1 win as well with a rush score of 34. And so far, Snuffed Out and Of Sound Mind, Outfoxed, Moss Piglet Preservation Society, no wins. We're about to see Snuffed Out go up against Outfoxed. So we could see this table shuffle up a little bit. If Snuffed Out, for example, or Outfoxed brings a comp, wins, and has a rush score higher than 28, they will actually, and kill 100 points, they will actually take the top position in that particular bracket. Snuffed Out, of course, yesterday were very much playing their own game, bringing 4 Deimoses. So we'll see if something perhaps a little bit more thought out comes today. They have chosen to ban the Eos and the Gila, whereas Outfox are banning the Balgorn and the Armageddon, so also looking to remove those powerful newts. That Mystical Might, what do you make of these bans here?
So, from the Snuffed Out team, it looks like, again, they just don't want to have to deal with any of the bonus drones. I mentioned it yesterday, but banning the EOS effectively limits how strong a drone comp can be, because the EOS fulfills the role of a mobile damage platform, but it also allows you to fit links or command bursts to your ship, which effectively area of effect buff your teammates around you. That could be speed, it could be the signature or the size of your ship, it could be how much you tank or how tanky you are. So these are all very important things to think about when putting together a drone comp, because you need all of your ships to be contributing to the overall goal, which is putting out as much damage in the form of drones as possible.
Awesome. Well, it's pretty much time to go to the arena and find out if Snuffed Out are going to be outfoxed, or if they're going to bring something a little bit more varied than 4 Dimoses. Let's go check it out with your commentators, Zuzak and Black Bart Pirate.
And we are back once again with seeing Snuffed Out versus Outfoxed, and both teams have brought absolutely massive amounts of DPS, with Snuffed Out bringing what is pretty much the classic Minotaur rush, very heavy Sleipnir, Stabber fleet, and, a much better comp than their last one, much more DPS, much more thought out. Zoo, what about Outfoxed?
Outfoxed seems to have to bring some variant of that classic old school Octodaddy. Obviously, they only limit to the full battle cruisers here due to rules, but they're going to try and take advantage of those long range weapons, railguns, and beams to, well, actually, lasers could be pulses, and the tracking bonus that these hulls have as well to just trying to apply range damage right now. So hopefully they can try and touch a scimitar in the back, but with Snuff rushing in like that, that's going to be a really hard job.
Yeah, Snuffed is actually burning straight towards them. Drones are flying from both sides. Looks like a decent combination of both EC and damage drones. Already damage being applied to that Jaguar, taking a huge amount of damage. Almost died right off the bat. Snuffed Out does have nothing really tackled quite yet. They finally grabbed the Stabber fleet issue. Lots of damage applying all ways. Outfox being very, very smart and burning straight away as fast as they possibly can here. But surprisingly, nothing's died yet. I was actually expecting ship explosions in the first 20 seconds here.
Looks like a huge EC swarm of drones coming at you from Snuff, so they're playing that RNG game with just mass numbers here on these drones. The drones having less jam cycle time than normal ECM, but just counting for it, making up for that in numbers. Outfoxed went back, burned right for that MGD, so I wonder if they're going to make a play, but obviously realizing they can't really group up, they're going to have stragglers caught to intercept with scrams, catch them and split up their team. So opting for the kite, veering to the side there, but still obviously sacrificing a few of their team in the background there that's going to be picked off now.
Yeah, it's a very good play on Outfox's team. Like, they know that they can't really survive that much if they get tackled. Losing the first ship of the match, the Stabber fleet issue, but it does look like they will take Tau AD's Scythe fleet issue, who is kind of a notorious low-sec player. He's barely holding on, actually, and Rarfox is also tackled, taking some serious damage. Again, Outfox playing this very, very smart. Most of them are on the MJD beacon, as you said. Their Executor, though, is actually tackled in between the rest of the fleet and Snuffed Out, which is not a place you want to be. Outfox having trouble actually finishing off the Scythe fleet, so not really sure what's going on with that. Probably need to maybe even move in a little bit or switch to a different target, because they seem to be tunnel visioning a bit here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They looked like they got some fantastic hits on Tau and the Scythe fleet there, but might just be the panic of the Execure. We don't know what's happening in the comms, but you could see a bit of shield damage going on to the Svip on the soft side there of Matt. So might be the Execure trying to get some panic tackle freed off of him, causing that split damage to occur and leading to the Scythe fleet to live right now. But that, as I'm saying, this is Execure just seems to be willingly driving himself back into the hot zone right now.
The Exeter is doing that, but the Scimitar and the Snuffed Outside is actually taking quite a bit of damage. It does look like Outfox has switched to full damage or long range, and they actually have Berserker web drones out. So the web effects you're seeing on that Scimitar is drones. They have no way of actually clearing it, and the long range damage of that battle cruiser looks like it might actually cause a logi trade here. I don't know if it's too little too late, though, as the Stabber fleets are both down. The Augur Navy is about to drop, and the Scimitar is barely living in half structure right now. Should be dropping any second here. I believe it should be out of ASB charges, and the Scimitar does go down, but Snuffed Out is still running 9 members of their team. Outfox losing almost half of theirs so far.
And let's keep an eye on that broadsword on Snuff's line. I'm going to suspect there's going to be an XL ASB there, so he's probably just waiting because it's going to be a huge amount of raw boost there. But we still have to remember that Snuff Out has 2 Sleipnirs there, I believe, and those will also be having XL ASB local tanks. So even though they lost their Logi, they're still in quite a dominating position here to just roll and still have that survivability and apply the DPS. As the Scythe fleet does go down, bit of DPS also there, but not much I think Fox can do yet as they finally lose the Harbingers. So one of their core DPS finally being stripped off the grid, Logi down, and the Sacrificial Token Badger also going to half armor.
The Badger, I believe, has target painters fit as well as probably remote SIBOs and other things like that. It is being soloed down by a Svipple right now in the back. I guess decent use of 2 points if that's really what you want to do. Again, Outfoxed is doing a decent job surviving here. They do still have a decent amount of DPS, but that British Navy issue is tackled. They're not really applying anything. I guess they're trying to clear the Svipple of Matt Riley. Not really sure. It's probably the only thing they can really shoot here. I don't think they're going to do particularly well here unless that Brutix is hull tanked. So now does not look like it is.
The meme of the hull tank does not live here, but as we can see, a second XL Beast charge on Instinct there on the broadsword. So just as we suspected, that local tank coming through, meaning that Outfox can do what they can at the end of the day here, but they're still going to have to deal with a broadsword, 2 Stepners, with all those XL Beast charges, while having a ridiculous amount of damage coming their way. So kudos still to Outfox getting the pickles here, getting what points they can. Always counts for tiebreakers if there ever is a tiebreaker. But still, unfortunately, not looking too good for them. Omen going down, but powerful position here from Snuff right now with a powerful rush featuring the Sleipnirs again.
Yeah, it really is, and like you said, I think the 2 Sleipnirs alone at this point probably could win this match. Omen Navy issue from Outfox going down again. Gotta give a shout out to Outfox. Like, they did play this very, very well, all things considered. I do think they probably should have gone after that scimitar right off the bat, but the individual piloting here, being smart, staying spread out, it's all pretty good. Pretty good plan. They're doing their best. I don't think they're going to win, but hey, who knows? Like, there's still 4 minutes left. Maybe they can kite out all of these ships. Decent amount of damage coming out from them still. Just really unfortunate. I almost think that they maybe got counter-comped a little bit here just with that Minmatar rush. They might take the Svipple down here at the end too, just doing a little bit more damage. But Ashley Trainer is now tackled and will not be alive for much longer.
So, very interesting thing. Sci-Fleet is, you might consider, really powerful. Some people might say more better than the Starboard Fleet. You see Ashley Trainer going down there, so they're just going to mount up this lost Harbinger Navy issue. But we saw Snuff bringing a massive cloud of EC drones to the field. So, we can definitely contribute the win towards that. EC drones is definitely being harassment, but the one difference as well between a Starboard Fleet issue and a Sci-Fleet issue is that the Starboard can field a lot more drones at once. I think it's like a 20 or 25 MB on the Sci-Fleet versus a 40 MB on the Starboard. So just tiny little things that teams might consider if they're going sometimes on all-in on a strategy like EC drones, for instance.
No, it's a very, very good point to make there. It definitely does make sense why they brought the Starboard Fleet. Snuff did bring a very, I think their ship choices are very based around drones and the EC setup, like you said, because, we don't really see a lot, like a very Starboard Fleet heavy end right there. So not sure how much damage or how much EC the drones did do. Honestly, I think the Snuff damage was high enough that it wouldn't have mattered if that Executor was jammed or not anyways, but they were definitely prepared. Much, much more thought-out comp than their 4 Dymosts that they used yesterday.
I think if I was Outfoxed here, I'd be wishing I just somehow managed to fit a single battleship in here. Smart bombs is something you generally don't see on anything sub-battleship, and I'm just thinking, like, if you were a battleship, something like, a Leshak, any of Bargas, something like that, just one cycle of smart bomb, just watching all those EC drones just explode around you would have been so satisfying to see. But they just had no way to deal with it. Sometimes you can have a ship like a Jackdaw, which can just that's one of the cases where you would actually be ungrouping your launchers and just single shotting every little drone and just trying to shred them. Normally a tactic people would also use to get rid of Repjon clones. But here, if the ECs were actually putting a lot of pressure here on Outfoxed, I don't see any reliable way Outfoxed would have had to deal with it. They would have just had to grin and bear and suffer the consequences of the lack of options on their side.
That is true. And with that, the Harbinger of Charles is now dropping down. I believe we will be very shortly throwing this back to the desk. But Snuffed Out does win 85 points to 0 on Outfoxed side. And with that, we'll send it back to the desk.
Minutes on. We'll do something stupid.
I think it's alt. It's alt and like F4, I think.
Just going in. It's deep. So what's going to happen here is Derek is going to undock the Titan and bridge us.
There are a lot of fun dice games, but rolling the number you need to win is pure luck. Or is it?
Snuffed Out, outfoxing their opponents there and taking a pretty convincing win. I think yesterday when we slightly dunked on Snuffed Out's comp choice, they were the embodiment of that. And I took that personally, meme, because they went away and they came back with something that seemed to be a lot more thought out, a lot more well executed, and an actual decent comp. So well done to Snuffed Out there on that one. I'm told reliably by Jintan, member of Outfoxed, that the comp that we just witnessed being fielded is called the Quad Mummy, as a bit of a throwback to the Octo Daddy from Alliance Tournament 16. At some point, we have to have a meeting of the people who name Alliance Tournament archetypes, and we need to discuss things because I have some issues. Mystical Might, what went wrong for the Outfoxed team?
Yeah, I mean, it's not an ideal setup that they were running, was it Quad Mummy into? They wanted to be able to kite, they wanted to be able to burn back and project their damage, and the Snuff comp was very much about getting on top of them as quickly as possible and shutting that down. They did play well. I think there are a couple things that they perhaps could have done a little bit better. They did a good job of initially pulling away from the Snuff core while forcing the Snuff tackle away from them by primarying them. But when it came time for them to turn and stay away from the arena edge, I think Ashley Trainer in the Astarte burned right from my camera angle. I mean, directions in space, and the rest of the team burned left. So that makes it a lot harder for them to pick primaries and position themselves appropriately to shoot the same target, which may have contributed to them swapping to that scimitar a little bit later in the match than perhaps they intended. So, I think with better positioning, faster swapping of primaries, they would have been in a much better place to win that match.
Wingnut, it looked like this was going to be a hard comp for them to kite around anyway. For those of you who may be new to the Alliance tournament, we're in an arena 125 kilometers radius from the central beacon. If you exceed 125 kilometers, you are automatically exploded by the hand of God. That means kiting, you have this artificial wall. It's not like you can just keep running aligned sun, whatever, in like you can do in TQ and let people chase after you. You have to eventually turn, and that makes it a bit hard to get away from people. Wingnut, as mentioned, this comp brought by Snuff seemed to have quite a lot of fast ships that were, was going to make it hard to kite. Do you think this was almost like the worst case for Outfox in this particular matchup?
Kind of, yeah. As you said, the arena's a certain size, but honestly, they could probably have doubled it, and they still would have been in trouble, because about, 7 of the ships, maybe even 9 of the 10 if you include the Sleipnirs, are fast enough to catch that comp. So basically, the entire opposing team is tackle. So, you can run as much as you want. They're going to catch you. I feel like they needed to know that you're not going to run away. You can't get away from this. You need to pick something now and go for it. If they had maybe, nuked the scimitar within, the start of the match, they could have maybe then started peeling off tackle, start killing them off. But because they spent so long before they finally committed to that, they were just they pretty much just separated when killed. It didn't really matter anymore, So they just need to know that you're going to get tackled. You can't run. I know you want to. The comp's built for that. You can't do it. So you have to understand that's going to happen and then how to react to it. But hey, Battle Badger is OP, so.
I do like the choice of the Battle Badger. I'm always pleased to see one when it appears on the field, much like the Battle Ibis. We all appreciate those. Mystical Might, if you're going to kite around, surely you might be better off with shield battle cruisers. Why armor here?
So when it comes to kiting, typically, on TQ, you'll see plenty of shield kiting ships because they'll have a lot of damage. They'll be super fast to burn around the grid. They'll have the benefit of the passive shield regen as well if they take damage and they're able to warp away and then come back later. You can't warp away from the arena, so that's already one positive, I suppose, of a shield kite ship on TQ removed. And the other benefit with an armor comp and kiting is the ability to fit tracking computers or guidance computers in your mid slots. So effectively, this works much like a tracking disruptor does in concept, where you're able to script it to buff instead of disrupt a certain attribute on your weapon systems. So you can fit optimal range scripts within a tracking computer, and that will allow you to shoot further and apply your damage much better to targets at distance. Likewise, you can have tracking computers loaded with tracking speed scripts, which will allow you to hit that pesky tackle while it's burning around. So yeah, that's one of the benefits, I think, of having an armor setup in a Chitin comp.
Awesome. Well, Outfoxed will be back later on today, where they go up against Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy to see if they can pull out a W. At the moment, they drop to the bottom of their bracket, having just lost to Snuffed Out, who go 1-1. Now, let's look at our next match. It's going to be between Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports and Moss Piglet Preservation Society. The two longest team names in the tournament. They break most of our graphics, and I had to write them down to make sure I can actually remember them because there's so many letters involved here. But the bans for Hidden Leaf are Cerberus, Sleipnir, Orthrus, and Moss Piglet banning Sleipnir, Vindicator, Scimitar. Wingnut, as a big Vindicator fan, how does it make you feel to see it banned out here?
They are true heretics. They are apostates. They must be burned. But I mean, I get it. They're scared of it. I understand. They also banned Sleipnir, another very good rushing, brawling ship. Then they banned the Scimitar, which is the exact opposite. So I don't know. They might be a bit confused on that one.
Yeah, and Mystical Might Sleipnir, that's usually a very popular ship in the Alliance tournament. I believe if we look at the stats over the many years that Alliance tournament has been running, one of the most fielded and successful ships, and almost eponymous with Alliance tournament. We haven't seen a huge amount, but we've also not seen a huge amount of bans on it. What's your thoughts this year on the Sleipnir?
I mean, yeah, historically it's performed well, and it's been a mainstay for many of the teams that have taken part and won in the various Alliance tournaments that have been run before. I think we've seen it a fair bit, probably more often than some other ships that are being fielded today. I mean, Shield Rush as a setup or an archetype this tournament seems to be where a lot of teams' heads are at this moment in time. So we've seen a lot of Shield Rush so far, and they do typically tend to win. That their track record so far is pretty positive. The reason that perhaps we're not seeing it as much as we may have in previous tournaments, especially not the Fly Killer, I'm trying to remember if that's the right name, Fly Killer, the Arty Sleipnirs, is that
Boom headshot.
Again, yeah, the boom headshot comp is just that there's so many other archetypes that you can bring, and they all work really well. The points have been adjusted in a way that opens up the meta to exploration instead of relying on the ships that we've seen in previous tournaments.
Awesome, thank you. And I just wanted to clarify how the tiebreakers work here. So we're running a group system in these trials. It's not like double elimination or single elimination as you might have seen in previous feeders or the Alliance tournament itself. It is little individual brackets where people are fighting everyone in their bracket. If there is a tie, if two teams finish on, say, 1-1, then the first tiebreak is their rust score, so the number of points in Minmatar ships they have brought. All things being equal, if you bring more Minmatar ships than the other team, then you will win. If that number is the same, then it goes to points difference in the actual matches themselves. So it's worth obviously trying to kill as many points as possible while losing the least amount. So even if you've basically lost the match and you still have some ships alive, it is worth them running around trying not to die and to keep your points difference preserved. So that is the way the tiebreakers will be working. We'll get some more information about that a little bit later on. But it's pretty much almost time to go to our next match. So as mentioned, it is between Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports and Moss Piglet Preservation Society. Your casters for this one are going to be Zhu and Jin Tan. So let's go over to the arena now and see whose name can win.
And welcome to the arena here, where it is the Battle of the Green, where it's Hidden Leaf versus Moss Piglets. I am joined here by Jintan. My name is Zurok, and we already have some interesting lineups here. I think the bat, and I'm not sure if this is the first time we're seeing one, Jintan.
I believe it is, and it's accompanied by a pair of cruise missile typhoons, it looks like. So we've got another comp similar to what we saw the Ancients bring earlier, where they're relying on a large amount of long-range DPS that's going to apply consistently. And they're going up against this triple rapid heavy fleet from Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports, who are going to be trying to burn through their support wing as quickly as possible. I think that the Orga Navy issue and the Harbinger are going to want to keep themselves very, very safe during the opening seconds of this match.
Definitely, like you say, we do have the countdown happening here. So we're going to try and look for the target priority here from Hidden Leaf side. I'm not sure what they're going for. The Deacon Thalia obviously being small things to pick off. But like you say, the best pick of them right now would probably be the Harbinger, followed by the Org Navy. Well, I'm hoping Moss is going to probably go and try and apply to like Execure and then grind through these battleships.
Yeah, another little interesting point is that both sides have brought an armor jackdaw to the field. So there's going to be a lot of damps spread across, and you can see they're already landing from the Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports across the top end of that Moss Piglet Preservation Society comp. The fleet Typhoons probably not being able to apply to the long-range targets that they want to at this point. That Execura is looking rather safe as a result.
So we see damage being applied to the Vigil Fleet issue on Moss's side. Not too sure why the Vigil Fleet does have a web bonus, but it's a flat bonus, not the long-range bonus like the Hyena. That being said, the Hyena on the opposite side there of Hidden Leaves also being tickled a bit. They initially applied some damage to the Purifier. Obviously, the Purifier being a threat to battleships, just applying a steady stream of torpedoes, but it looks like suddenly Moss Piglets has switched over back to the Foon. Luckily, the advantage of doing consistent damage, the crews and the lasers, versus something like Rapids is you can change targets whenever you feel like and not lose your momentum always. It really feels bad when you're halfway through a clip of Rapids and suddenly you want to choose targets because you're not going to be able to finish something off before the reloads. But with this steady stream of damage, at least Moss Piglets can keep poking away and see where the weak points are on the Hidden Leaf side.
Yeah, right now it seems that both teams are just trying to figure out where they want to be positionally. Both teams sort of just flying around one another, looking for an opening, whilst the E-War prevents either side from really breaking one another. An interesting note here is that the Jackdaw on the Moss Piglet Preservation Society side from Flown by Tugan is actually using tracking disruptors and guidance disruptors, so helping to prevent anything from really landing on his own fleet. And that's especially painful when you're running a comp like this Rapid Heavy thing from the Ninjas, as they are only going to have a couple of chances. Sorry, if they get disrupted during their clip, it massively impacts their ability to kill something. Both sides now actually focusing on each other's jackdaws, looking like they want to take the control off of the grid as soon as possible. That said, the Harbinger is finally getting shot. It looks like he's strayed a little bit too close.
Jackdaws, like you were mentioning, being a perfect E-War platform in sharpshooter mode from the Tactical Destroyer, having the bonus towards lock range and E-War resistance at the same time, making that, ironically enough, if a Jackdaw and the carriers were to be in a damp ward, the Jackdaw would win, but as I say that, the Harbinger on the Moss Piglet side goes down, so Hidden Leaf managed to secure the first kill here. Let's see if they can find some more holes on the Moss Piglet side and get some more pickoffs here, but the Jackdaw on the Hidden Leaf side is suffering a bit, but unfortunately, it might just be a mismatch in weapon types and consistencies on the Moss Piglet side, which don't really allow them to always secure a kill when they get some momentum going there. Because while the cruisers can always hit, they are still relying on tracking from the Abaddon side as well. So he's going to have to be on his game to apply full damage. But as we're saying that, Abu on Piglet's side here and the Orga Navy getting low.
Yeah, there's some really interesting tackle fights going on. It looks like the Vigil Fleet issue of EAE is trying to tackle down the Basilisk, but getting screened off. It looked like the Abaddon was actually trying to shoot him there briefly, but the Org Navy issue has finally fallen there. That's a lot of tackle off the grid now for Moss Piglet Preservation Society. They're going to need to start playing a little more aggressively, really, if they want to lock anything down and stay within tackle range. But Boltram is taking a decent amount of DPS here. He's in about a quarter armor. What do you think about going for the hedge on the DPS here?
Hedge on DPS is a tough one. I'm not sure if they're just being range disrupt because it's a faction pirate battleship actually, and has a lot of HP bonuses, and they're still Logi up, and they don't exactly have the most high-end DPS stream coming out. So they're probably going to have to try and find some way to get their hands on that Execure right now, and then they can start looking at grinding away these chunkier boys, it seems. But that also being said, for Hidden Leaf, they're suffering the issue here right now. Oh, fantastic headshot onto the Magus. A+ coordination there. Like I was saying, their issue is always playing onto this Deacon and Thalia, but they still have the Hyena on this side. So just an issue of application, it seems, but Hidden Leaf finally figuring out what they can hit and taking some kills now.
Yeah, and it looks like the the Piglet team have heard you. They're rushing in both of those Typhoons into the backline. They should be starting to get really close to that Execura now, but it looks like the Ninja team have responded to that in turn, pulling him in close behind these Typhoon fleet issues, and they're going to try and use that utility to soak the pressure of that aggression from the Moss Piglet Preservation Society attack. And yep, they're pulling back now. This is a really rough position for the Moss Piglet to be in, especially as that Typhoon of Modern Inferno goes into really, really low armor here. They're finally getting some purchase on that Execura, trying to kill him off and maybe win the long game through that. But it's going to be tough here, especially as the Vigil fleet issue goes down, the last bit of tackle they have left on this grid.
Yeah, the Typhoon going to structure there. Unfortunately, I think they just have to make up their mind. They can't really go back and forth here. They have to commit and just decide that the Execure is what they need. Because if you're trying to rush in and get the Execure and then half back off, this is what ends up happening: is you overextend a ship. You're gonna lose a ship. That's fine, but then if you're not even getting a trade, it ends up being a complete waste. And not only are they there's no trade. Looks like they're probably gonna lose 3 ships here now. With the Typhoon going down likely soon and the Jackdaw of Tugin as well on the Moss Piglet side, while this Execure is still looking extremely strong as the Typhoon goes down. This Execure in a comfortable position with the bots surrounding it. I'm rather surprised that the Jackdaw on either side, especially on the Piglet side, hasn't been looking to try and clear off these rep bots which have been keeping up this Execure, to be honest.
Yeah, and I've also got to say I'm surprised to see no pressure really ever put onto these little bombers. There's only 6 points on the Ninja's side, and they've probably put out 600 DPS between them for almost the entirety of this match, straight onto those battleships. And that is such a huge amount for them. And as I say that, they finally start shooting them. Um, these bombers, they're relatively hard to kill if you've got a lot of battleship top end, which is what Moss Piglet brought. But even with that, you should be able to apply to them to some degree, and they have so little tank that you're going to force an Execura to put almost all of its reps onto it, even if you only have a couple of things like the Harbinger and the Orc Navy, which can apply to it effectively. So Tugan here is in trouble. It looks like he's finally being picked out at the back line and dropped by the rapid heavy missiles from his opponents.
So if Moss Piglet was actually paying attention, and if hopefully they still had the battleship alive, there was just now all the rep drones that were on the Execure had a travel time over wherever they put them onto the Hyena of Basilisk Lair. So if Moss was actually paying attention, they could have actually capitalized on all those drones going off the Exec, applied all Exec, and just take advantage of that travel time for the rep bots to get back and hopefully taking on the Exec, but not really being situationally aware there, and now they're starting to lose their Logi. So it looks like Hidden Leaf is just going to be grinding down the last 3 remaining ships here and securing the win. Brilliant position here, I'd say, by the Neo in the Execure. Well done for Hidden Leaf on their use of bots. Bots can always, like said on our panel before, be a bit of a micromanagement hassle. You might need to make sure that always applying the target, they can't just disengage. But we can see them comfortably here, keeping the Exec up so much he's able to regen shields even.
Yeah, and interestingly, I think the both teams actually took the opposite role to what you would think they would have done on paper, with Moss Piglet having to come in a lot more aggressively and push into the control of this Hidden Leaf Ninja side, which is not something you would normally want to do with cruise missiles and pulses. You'd want to kind of keep the longer range, maybe distribute off that rapid heavy missile, which we normally see rushed into your opponents and used to just clap things down quickly and then win off of the back of that with the positional advantage. Instead, the Hidden Leaf Ninjas just played the defensive game. They sat back, they waited for their opponents to get out of position, and then they capitalized on their opponents being out of position, just firing missiles down range and killing them before they could turn around. And it looks like it might be a 100-0 if they don't let Asuka go down here just for the memes.
And just don't get that tunnel vision, don't get complacent, because the advantage of a tracking ship is if you're not paying attention and you're just not watching transversal, they can get those wrecking shots and just absolutely obliterate you. But it looked like the strip of the shields there woke up Asuka a bit, and he's on the move again, so just going to deprive those points from us Piglet, not giving any purchase, any leeway to them at all, having an absolute dominant show there. And I will just say, as well as we finish off here, well done to Hidden Leaf for hiding their bombers in plain sight. And with that, we'll be heading back to the studio.
Who have seen war will never stop seeing it. In the silence of the night, we will always hear the screams. So this is our story. Wolves amongst strangers.
Did you know that anything can happen in Eltric fleets?
I had a question time, but I couldn't jump. I'm jumping now.
Are you still shaving your balls? Jesus.
Wow, you must have some big balls, you.
Yeah, literally anything.
Scramble me up some eggs to go with that well-fried bacon there as Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports serves up a delicious breakfast. Mystical Knight, where did it all go wrong for the Moss Piglet Preservation Society? I saw what looked like mixed weapon types. Like, that doesn't seem like a good idea.
Yeah, they decided to mix weapon types on their battleship. So they had an Abaddon, which is by no means a bad ship. It does a lot of damage. It usually projects quite well, so no complaints there. The Typhoon and the Typhoon Fleet issue opted to use different weapon systems. I believe the Typhoon had rapid heavies, whereas the Typhoon Fleet had cruise missiles. So not really matching up too well. It doesn't allow them to effectively burst anything on the enemy team. Short bursts of damage from the rapid heavies and then the long reload times. If they both have rapid heavies fit, they're able to pair those up so that they're both on reload at the same time, and then both applying damage at the same time. Because they have the different weapon systems, they don't do anything well, they're just able to do both at the same time. So they couldn't actually break anything on the Hidden Leaf Village people, whatever the name is, team.
I'm assuming you're referring, of course, to Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports. The team is silent. It's in their logo, but it's not in the actual alliance name. I think they legitimately ran out of space on the game, like allowing them to put more letters in. Otherwise, I'm sure it would be there as well. Wingnut, we saw what looked like really, really good screening by the carries of Hydro in that last match. How important is, in fact, tell you what, tell us a bit about what screening means in this context and how important it was to that comp.
It is basically keeping the naughty bits of their comp away from the weak bits of yours. Whether you use a tackle ship just scramming, long-range webs, or just a damp, for instance, and just stop for someone being able to lock in the first place. You basically want to stop them doing what they want to you. And that's the most general way, is just by stopping them. Scram them. But that's Hydro and that's carries was just doing amazing work in general. Just I can't even explain it because I'm not that good of a pilot compared to that. Like that is levels beyond me for sure. And it's just so well done. Honestly, I'm proud of it.
Mystical Knight, as a former elite tournament pilot, now member of Fraternity, you've done a lot of like high IQ flying and piloting in matches. How hard is it to fly a ship like the Kerries?
It is honestly quite tricky depending on the team that you're going up against. So the Kerries isn't going to have the strongest tank. One of the benefits of the Kerries and one of the strengths of it is that you're going to be sitting so far back that most things won't be able to project their damage onto you. In this particular setup that we were watching, that was very much the case. The Kerries, the Hyena, they weren't really pressured all that much. Again, that is testament to the fact that the Piglet team didn't really have weapon system cohesion, so they weren't able to burst anything on the Hidden Leaf Ninja Village side. if they had rapid heavies, I think we would have seen the carries and the hyena perhaps go down a little bit sooner. But yeah, I mean, they're fairly simple ships to fly in the right circumstances. Really difficult ships to fly if you're going up against lots of rapid heavies and rapid light missiles, for example.
Yeah, well, Moss Piglet, I think, will be back later on. Yes, they're going up against Of Sound Mine in a few hours later today for more matches in their group. Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports, open parentheses, team, close parentheses, going 2-0 in their group. So they're now in a commanding position, look likely to get through to the next stage. Most of the commentators agreed before the start of the trials, in fact, that they were likely to be one of the teams to make it through the trials into the Alliance tournament proper. They looked like one of the strongest teams. They performed relatively well in other tournaments, and they seem to have continued to grow as a team. Wingnut Cross, do you think that's fair? We're definitely going to see Hidden Leaf in the main Alliance tournament, or do you think there's still some people here that could maybe threaten that position for them?
There's some good teams around. That's true. There are definitely some really good teams around, but this team is very good. They've got a very good chance, unless they truly throw brown stuff on the bed. They've got this, I think.
Awesome. Now let's take a look at the group table for the next tribe, the your tribe. So this is the group we're about to see start to play. And as you can see, Wolves Among Strangers, Singularity Syndicate, and Laserhawks in Group A, Exodus Initiative, and Shadow Cartel in Group B. So Wolves Among Strangers sitting at the top of Group A with that win earlier on. Rush score of only 11, but doing fairly well. Singularity Syndicate so far yet to pull out a win, as have Laserhawks, but that's pretty much due to the fact they haven't played, which is somewhat reasonable. Exodus have been very strong. We're expecting them to do quite well as well. The Initiative lost this morning to somebody I've forgotten, or was it yesterday they lost, but I'm sure they have lost a match, and Shadow Cartel as well, losing a match yesterday. So the next match we're going to see is actually going to be Singularity Syndicate versus Laserhawks. So this could shake up the order of Group A. It could allow Laserhawks to move up into either joint first, maybe with the tiebreak, depending if they bring a lot of Minmatar ships, or even into second place, which is still a decent place to be. Singularity Syndicate choosing to ban Typhoon, Fleet Issue, and the Barghest, and Laserhawks banning the Vindicator and the Curse. Mystical Might, what do you think of these bans?
Yeah, I mean, very typical bans, I think, at this point. I'm sure the Vindicator ban is breaking Wingnut's heart, but some teams just don't want to be going up against the 90% webs because it limits their effectiveness with mitigating damage if they are in a brawling comp. And likewise, we're seeing the Barghest, the Typhoon Fleet Issue, and the Curse. These are pretty standard bans for ships that are historically and currently, I would say, strong in the tournament setting. The Curse being, I suppose, the hardest one to deal with of the four that we just saw on screen there. As again, it has those long-range medium newts that cycle fairly quickly and are quite strong, so they're able to shut down things like logistics vessels, preventing them from putting out reps and effectively deleting them from the grid.
Wingnut, Singularity Syndicate dropped a match yesterday. Laserhawks haven't played yet. Singularity Syndicate kind of need to win this now, or they're going to be in a really bad position going forward. What do you think they're going to do? You think they're going to just go all out right now, bring the best comp that they have, or do you think they're going to try and maybe out meta based on the bans? What would you do?
I would just bring another Minmatar rush and rush. You got your rust points. Got to do it. But it's going to be interesting. Like some teams think different ways. Some people might just send it. Other people might just go, you know what? Let's just play for rust points. There might just be a team who goes, who cares? Just bring something silly. Let's do like 5 badges. Let's roll. Like we'll have to see what they do. We'll see what kind of parts they are.
Yeah, interesting to know. As far as I'm aware, only one team has fully lent into the Rust Point system. No Vacancies yesterday, bringing a full Minmatar comp, 10 Minmatar ships, taking, I think, 88 Rust Points from that in the end. Maybe 100. I'm not sure how the point inflation works on that one, so we'll have to double check. We're just waiting for teams to warp into the arena. I see that they are in local, and I'm seeing what some of these teams are bringing, and this should be a super interesting matchup, to be sure. Mystical Might, with much predictions. What do you think here? Is it going to be Laserhawks or Singularity Syndicate going to claw one back?
So last broadcast, so yesterday, I basically just bet on Team Blue the entire time, and then they lost almost every match in the first segment. This time I've actually been choosing people that I think will win. I'm gonna go ahead and say Laserhawks for this one. The setup that Singularity Syndicate brought last time was not convincing to me at all. In fact, I think it looks pretty bad. So if that's where their head is at, then I think they've lost this one.
How's your voting record today then?
It's not too bad. Not too bad. I'm doing so. I dropped one with Outfoxed, unfortunately, but so far I've been on track.
Rather interestingly, so far today, it's 100% to the red side. No blue team has won so far today. Can they do it? Can Laserhawks beat that curse and be the first blue team to win? Or will Singularity Syndicate prove that they can actually claw a match back against what Mystical Might says? Well, let's find out as we hand over to the arena with Jintan and Blackbird Pirate.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the arena. We have Cindy here bringing a heavy missile kite comp against what looks to potentially be a counter to that in an armor projection comp here from Laserhawks. How do you think this match is going to play out, and what are going to be the key sort of ships to focus on in this match, BBP?
Man, I don't know if you would even call this an armor projection comp. I just see 4 armor battleships. Like, I'm just putting that out there. It's a little weird. I do think that Laserhawks, the 4 armor battleships, will give it a lot of pretty heavy DPS if they can actually catch anything and get in range of it. Obviously, the laser ships do have pretty long range, but that is a blaster Hyperion, so we will kind of see. I think Laserhawks, they have to get on top of something, and Singularity Syndicate needs to clear that very, very weak low end on the Laserhawks side, because Laserhawks only has a Vigil Fleet, a Firetail, and a Pontifex as tackle.
Oh, I think you're ignoring the power of the Badger there. That Badger is probably going to be using all of its 5 or 6 mid slots with remote tracking computers and remote sensor boosters, making those battleships even more powerful and able to project on top of this Cindy fleet. They're going to need to kite away really, really aggressively and hope that the armor fleet from LXH just burns into them and just dies as a result of that. You can see, look at that DPS already landing on the Drake Navy issue in half shields before his logistics can even lock him.
Yeah, that's a pretty high amount of damage right there. It is starting to catch a little bit. We're seeing some damage going out onto the Apocalypse, which is probably the best choice here. But you're right, that Drake Navy is almost into armor already. Massive amount of damps coming out of the Singularity Syndicate side. But that doesn't really matter if their ships get too close to you. I think you're right. This Drake Navy is just going to go down here with barely a scratch being done to this Apocalypse.
Yeah, the Apocalypse has a weak tank, but it has such a massive projection and tracking bonus that it should be able to hit things from pretty much anywhere on the grid, as long as, especially as they get caught right into the edge of the arena here, they're going to have to turn around. Yep, it looks like none of them are going to boundary, but they're going to have to slow down and turn here, and that's going to give the Laserhawks team a massive opportunity to finish him off. I got to say, this this Basilisk is probably doing work. His hands are shaking and sweat is probably running down his forehead as he tries to keep Captain LeBron James alive. He's doing an excellent job.
Actually, it almost looks like, yeah, it looks like he might actually be holding him, which is really impressive. You are right, the Badger is doing massive amounts of tracking, bonusing to all these battleships, but I don't know. I think that this Drake actually got away, which is really crazy. They are swapping over to the Tengu. Same situation, outfitted into half shields almost right off the bat. So you're right, this Basilisk is doing incredible work, but maybe they'll take the Tengu down.
Yeah, it looks like they're just trying to split apart now. This this Hyperion is just out in the middle of nowhere, so far away from his team. If Beast Tavane can screen him off, he's going to leave that Tengu with so much room to run away. We know from the previous fights that this Tengu is actually self-rep as well, so he has the ability to keep himself alive versus just 1 or 2 ships shooting at him. That could be crucial in this match, actually. It's not something we see a lot of in the tournament. Normally, we only see ships with major bonuses to self-rep being fit like that. That said, it looks like they're actually turning on the Basilisk here. He's so out of position. He's just been caught in the middle of all of this cheap tackle, and he's going to go down. Wow, that was quick.
Oh, whoa. Yeah,
Focusing
it's
maybe
still
a bit too
alive.
much
I'm
on
just
Red.
saying. Yeah, he's maybe a little bit too early there. Ancillary Shield Booster catching it with okay, now it's dead. I was gonna say you're not gonna live long with 20% structure. That is a huge change. It does look like this Apocalypse will probably drop as well. Without that Basilisk, I'm very worried for Singularity Syndicate here.
They do manage to trade off for an Apocalypse, though, so they've now only got one real good long-range projection ship in the Apocalypse Navy issue, a bit of mid-range DPS in the Abaddon, and then close-range DPS in the Hyperion. So Laserhawks are actually spread across 3 different ranges here, and they're going to need to rely on their tackle of that Vigil Fleet issue and that Republic Fleet Firetail getting in and holding on to something if they want to really, really kill it quickly. It's going to be interesting to see if they're able to do that as this fight gets spread across all of the grid. You can actually see now that a couple of people are starting to just sit on these jump beacons as well from the Cindy team, and that's really, really good tactics for them. It means that they're going to be able to jump away if they start feeling threatened by that low-end tackle. That said, Phoenix 755 and the Drake here going into armor, and he's not going to be long for this world either.
No, and honestly, like I feel like the Laserhawk tackle has done almost absolutely nothing this entire match, which is kind of disappointing. It doesn't seem like it's necessarily needed, but I would love to see. We're seeing the battleships tackling things where this Firetail and this Vigil Fleet issue are kind of just like flying around. I don't know if maybe they didn't fit tackle at all, but I'd love to see them actually go and try and tackle down that Tengu, which like you said earlier, it is self-repping like crazy. Like it might actually be able to hold long enough. I'm just not seeing any damage coming out of Singularity Syndicate. Like they need to take something down here, and they've just applied absolutely nothing for the last 2 minutes almost. That being said, Vigil Fleet issue does drop. It does get tackled and finally taken down. Singularity Syndicate, maybe, I don't know, they just need to take this low one down a little bit. Maybe even kill the tracking bonusing Badger. Like that'd be possibly a good target in this case.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but teams seem to just not shoot the Badgers. They seem to have an invisibility cloak around them. We saw it in the last match with Outfoxed where it was brought, and we've seen it in this game as well. It's taken a little tickle of shields and nothing else. That said, Eladin Esper here, he's apparently learnt from what we talked about in our last game, and he's finally diving in to protect his Tengu, but it's just a little bit too late as he falls through structure. If they'd been able to screen off the tackle from the Laserhawk side and stop him from being scrammed, he could have MJD'd away from safety. But unfortunately, it wasn't the case. We now only have one DPS ship left from Cindy here, and it's that Loki, and he is bouncing up. His health is bouncing up and down, but I don't think it's going to be going for too much longer.
Yeah, it does seem like they put a lot of ancillary shield boosters on everything. I'm sure once this Loki runs out of shield booster charge, it's going to drop. But the Stormbringer also is tackled and dropping at the same time. I don't know. I feel that like Singularity Syndicate really, like both teams kind of failed really hard here on both kiting and tackling. But at the end of the day, Laserhawks does have a lot more projection. The Stormbringer did get tackled down and is being solo PvP'd right now by the Hyperion while the long range battleships shoot at the Loki. Not a lot of damage coming out from Singularity the entire time. Stormbringer does get soloed by the Hyperion. And just honestly, I hate to say this, but Laserhawks' tackle wing just did so little. It was all the battleships driving up to stuff and grabbing it. So, yeah, it's kind of an interesting match.
If you've got 4 good enough battleship pilots, as we've seen in a couple of matches earlier today, they just present so much EHP and so much DPS that it's difficult to really beat them. Especially in a sort of a lower skilled environment like this.
Oh, are you claiming that the trials are a lower skilled environment, Gen 10?
I mean, we're only going to see 7 of the best teams get out of here, and then, you know what, however many teams haven't forfeited are going to be sent home with nothing but a pat on the back, a thank you, and everyone memeing on them in Reddit.
Oh, that is definitely true. We are seeing Singularity actually kite very well at the end tier. Maybe if they had done a little bit better early on. I do think you were right about the Tracking Badger, the most powerful ship of all time. I don't think Laserhawks would have actually been able to kill anything without it. So a good call on them. 4 battleships is kind of weird, but 4 battleships and a Tracking Badger, well, I don't know. Maybe that's the secret trick, the secret sauce.
Yeah, I have to say, I do like that Hyperion thought. I don't think it's for this matchup, obviously, but generally, if you've got 3 high projection battleships, you should win versus Kite. You're going to be hitting at the same ranges as a Kite comp in that sort of circumstance, and you're going to be doing so with way more EHP behind it. which enables you to basically just sit in the middle of the arena and force your opponents to run around, expend all their capacitor, and still get shot off the back of it. And that Hyperion seems like it's more there to deal with control setups or something similar, where you are going to have to run into them to do anything. Oh,
Yeah,
I
and
do
it
like this
definitely
card for
the
Laserhawks.
Hyperion did work. No, I do too.
Yeah,
It's
it did work in
interesting.
this match.
I like interesting stuff is fun. But yeah, the Hyperion pilot did work. He was going around tackling everything, and it's pretty cool. This carries being the last one to fall. Kind of an interesting ship. We've seen it a few times. I feel like it didn't really do much this match, but that is what it is. Maybe gonna die holding out like 20% structure. There we go. All right. And with that, Laserhawks does win 100 points to 23, and we are going to send it back to the desk.
We who have seen war will never stop seeing it. In the silence of the night, we will always hear the screams. So this is our story. Wolves amongst strangers.
Did you know that anything can happen in Eltric fleets?
I had a question time, but I couldn't jump. I'm jumping now.
Are you still shaving your balls? Jesus.
Wow, you must have some big balls, you.
Yeah, literally anything.
Laserhawks there showing that Amar Victor is the true way to think about these matches here. Mimitar, it's all about the lasers. So, Mystical Might, what happened there for Singularity Syndicate? It was mentioned, I think, by some of the casters in it, that these long-range battleships were just able to project across all over the place, but could Singularity Syndicate done anything different and taken a W there?
I think they were doing well at surviving initially. We saw that Drake Navy issue dropped fairly low, but was caught by the Basilisk when they managed to pull some range and they applied their damps to the projection team of Laserhawks. But really it fell apart when the Basilisk decided to switch sides and burn into the Laserhawk battleship Blob. They weren't so welcoming, so unfortunately he was killed. And that essentially sealed the fate, I think, for the Singularity team, with no logistics and no real way of preventing those battleships to burn around. I will say, I think the Singularity team had a Harpy. I'm not entirely sure whether the Harpy was pinning down some of the battleships on the Laserhawk side, but I would have liked to see him do some flyby scrams, perhaps, just to slow down the Hyperion and the Apox and the Abaddon, just to move their position or force them to reposition a little bit more.
Yeah, the Laserhawks team brought a couple of perhaps unusual ships in that comp there. They brought the infamous Battle Badger, which, by the way, second time we've seen it today. It's now 1-on-1 on the day if you're keeping track at home. And they also, in a ranged laser sniper comp, brought a Blaster Hyperion. Wingnut, why would you bring a short range Blaster Hyperion with some long range battleships? What would the reasons behind that maybe be?
So I'm not in their brain, so I can't confirm this entirely, but I feel like it was kind of like a protection against the blast rush, potentially. Like if there's a Vindy coming at you, have the Hype just hold him. Because Hypes pretty much can tank any battleship one-on-one. So it could maybe be something along those lines. It could be maybe it's a more aggressive ship. The one thing I actually like that we talk about the Battle Badger, they have 4 battleships, all needing cap boosters. How many 3200 can you get into a Badger? You can fill it full of 3200s, because each battleship can only carry about 7. So now you can get 20, 30, 40 more? I don't think I needed to do it, but the option was there. So 4 battleships plus Badger, I'm all for it. Let's go. I want to see more of that.
Nice. Now, I want to take a quick moment, Mystical, and answer a question that we had earlier on in Twitch chat from Nova Valentis. He was asking about why sometimes when a match starts, we see pilots sitting at zero velocity for 30, as long as even 60 seconds. Why aren't they doing something at the start of the match?
Yeah, so there's a few different reasons that I could put forward as to why some people just decide not to move at the beginning of the match. One, the more likely one, is that they've double-clicked or tried to move too early in the countdown. So for anyone that's not aware, when you are on the grid at the beginning of the match, your ship movement is locked. So you're not actually able to move your ship around until the timer hits 0 and you're given the go to start flying around and shooting the other team. If you double click too early, that command won't go through. So when the match actually does start, you just sit there 0 MS while the enemy team burns at you or shoots at you. It's pretty rough, right? So I would say, double clicking too early or just the stress of the situation. But sometimes ships just don't need to burn around. If you are a projection ship, typically a gunboat, burning will reduce your tracking on the enemy team. So if you know that you're in no real risk of dying immediately, it does give you the option to apply some damage a little bit better at the start of the match, and that might allow you to snipe a key ship really early on.
Yeah, lots of people who've played EVE Online know about the combat shakes and things like that, and they can be real no matter how long you've been playing. If you're new or even experienced in the Alliance tournament, I know myself. Like you get teleported into the system and you feel your heart rate go up a little bit, and then you warp in at ranges, and you've been told, "Hey, warp at 50," and you're like super careful, like just double checking you're warping to the right thing like 3 times, and then you warp to 50, panicking the whole way that you're going to land at like 90. And then you get there, and a target caller starts like calling out the strategy, and everyone's sort of like getting prepared. And the countdown happens, and all of a sudden, like it just becomes super stressful. Like it's a really intense moment, and I can remember like hands shaking and things like that, trying to do things. It's a great experience to have, but yeah, it's very easy to make mistakes like double clicking a little bit too early and then just not realizing it. It's happens to the best of us. Let's look forward to our next match because I'm excited about this one. It's going to be Exodus versus Shadow Cartel. Exodus took a pretty decent comp yesterday and pulled out a solid win. We picked them as one of the other teams we expect to see come through this feeder trials. Shadow Cartel didn't perform as well as perhaps they would have hoped, but unless they hoped to lose, in which case they performed exactly as they hoped. I think at this point they need to pull out a win here, but it's going to be very tricky against a team as good as Exodus. Wingnut, what do you think Shadow Cartel are going to be kind of thinking here?
Exodus are very good tournament pilots. Very good. So you know that you probably have to bring everything you've got or something that you think you can outfly or maybe out defeat the Exodus team. It's definitely like you're going to come up against a high bar. You're getting up against one of the best teams at the start. That is, you don't even get time to warm up, mate. You're already in it. So I suspect they're going to bring something really good. Maybe they'll bring something totally off the wall. But I suspect we're going to see, hopefully, a very strong comp.
I think we have time quickly to look at the bans for Shadow Cartel and Exodus. So Exodus banning a Balgorn and a Loki. So pretty common to see the Balgorn ban at this point. And we've seen a bunch of Loki bans, people afraid of those kiting the Nighthawk Ham Rush, for example. Shadow Cartel banning the Gila, not really seen much of them, and the Ishtar. So it looks like they're trying to take out drone comp specifically. Misty, why maybe the Gila and the Ishtar instead of, say, the EOS?
It's an interesting choice to ban the Ishtar and the Gila specifically. The Gila makes a bit more sense because Garista's ships, for anyone who's not too aware, can only drop 2 drones of their respective type at one time. Right, so a Gila can only drop 2 medium drones, but they are heavily bonus, so they are tankier and they will apply more damage than a typical medium drone would. So it makes sense to ban that if you're worried about the application of Gila drones to your support wing, perhaps. With the Ishtar, I feel like you can replace the Ishtar with a number of different ships. like the Stratios, for example, you've got Vex Navy issues with the Vexes. Not as good as the Ishtar, since the Ishtar does have its little panic button where it hits it, it's damage control, and it gets a resist buff for a short period of time. But yeah, I mean, maybe they've just come across it in practice and they don't want to have to deal with it here. Also, I just want to say, I don't know if Shadow Cartel's played yet, so I think you're preemptively flaming them for losing, which they
I thought they
well
played
might.
yesterday.
They might very well lose here. But yeah, I'm not sure if they've played yet, so I think this is their first match so far.
Well, there you go. I take it all back if they haven't already played. If they have played, then I don't take anything back. I stand by everything that I have said. We're pretty much ready to go to the match. Interesting point of note, one of the ships on the Shadow Cartel side did the faux pas. The shakes got to him and he warped to the sun rather than the arena, and thus their Skybreaker has been moved to 0, which is usually considered suboptimal. But it's time to go to that arena and find out who can win between Exodus and Shadow Cartel with your commentators Zoo and BBP.
And welcome to the arena with here it's Exodus versus Shadow Cartel. I am Xerox, joined here by Blackbard Pirate, and we're seeing a massive increase again in battleships here on grid, with 4 battleships coming on the Shadow Cartel side here, PPD, and more control. What do you think of the battleship choices for both teams right now?
Well, I think that Exodus is bringing, like, we've seen it a couple times now, this heavy missile launcher, rapid heavy missile launcher armor setup. But what's interesting is Shadow Cartel's 4 battleship setup, they're warped at 0, and every single one of them is close range fit, including a torpedo Typhoon fleet issue. So Shadow Cartel has a massive amount of anti-battleship DPS here, which may be something that will be extremely dangerous when going up against Exodus. And Exodus realizes this, and they're actually kiting away as fast as they possibly can, because I think they know that if they get tackled down in those battleships, they're going to die very, very quickly. Exodus is also working on clearing the tackle right away. See big cloud of drones going out. Republic Fleet Firetail Janstein is already taking massive amounts of damage. This is up to Shadow Cartel to get on top of them as fast as possible, and I'm actually not seeing their battleships moving that fast.
Yeah, going in there, that ironically enough, the Tempest on Shadow Cartel being the laggy one behind. Not too sure if he forgot to fit a prop or just the wrong one right now, but he's lagging. The Armageddon on Shadow Cartel side is also full newts, not seeing any hard points as well. So while they do have 4 battleships, they do still only have a 3 battleship DPS core, so that's the same on both sides there. So that's still going to match up just how these teams use the support. But speaking of support, we are just seeing Shadow Cartel support kind of getting shredded here right now. Not exactly shredded, just all the kind of pressure applied here right now. The Vigil Fleet, Skybreaker, all that light stuff, the things that might be vital for that application later in the game, especially for something like torpedoes, which are going to be coming from that Fleet Boon. If that application gets deleted, they're going to have a real hard time applying these torpedoes to anything that's not a huge chunky battleship right now. But they're trying to split their DPS, maybe trying to split the focus of these Frigg Logi right now.
Yeah, it does look like they're doing something at the very least here. It looks like this Visual Fleet will go down. The Shadow Cartel battleship group is still continuing to be kited away. I feel like there was a moment where they almost were able to grab one of the Typhoon fleet issues of Exodus, but they just weren't able to handle it. And like you said, it's if they can't get on top of anything, if they get screened, if their back end goes down, it's not really going to matter. And Exodus is just flying away. I'm almost wondering, you might be right. They might have hit the wrong prop mod, because Shadow Cartel's battleships are struggling to break 1,000 meters a second, where Exodus's are all moving at around 1,400 to 1,600. So their plan, maybe they are afterburner fit. Maybe they're just having trouble clicking the plus button to the maximum. I'm not sure here, but they are not really applying to anything right now.
There should still be micro warp drives. Maybe they're going for more plates, which have been slowing them down, hoping to survive more of these Kingslayer rapid kind of comps we've seen. We are seeing Exodus positioning their Jackdaw and Magus in a good position to intercept any battleship that might break in behind into enemy lines. So making sure they're keeping up that screen. Unfortunately, it does still put them into position where we're seeing the props being muted out from this Armageddon. Armageddon getting a ridiculous bonus to neutralizers, so able to knock out these little ships props to stop them from running away. But even if they knock them out, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to finish them off. So it seems like, Shadow Cartel is creeping up there. The damage is creeping up on them as this Tempest is going into half armor and not much to show for it right now.
Well, Shadow Cartel has actually gotten tackle on something finally, but it was an Augur Navy issue, which is notoriously tanky. And you're right, they might trade a Tempest for an Augur Navy issue. Not really a situation you want to be in. The Hyena of Exodus has actually been doing really good work, kind of cycling its webs onto different ships to slow them down. Which is why Shadow Cartel was trying to do something to it. It does seem that budget in the Tempest is stabilizing a bit. I think that the rapid heavies on Exodus' side have probably clipped, and we will see if the Augur Navy issue is able to be taken down here. Hopefully, for Shadow Cartel, they're going to be able to do enough damage to it to force something to happen here, but so far it seems to be tanking pretty well.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty bad sign for Shadow Cartel here. When you're going all in on this close, as well, use the visual fleet issue there. If you're going all in on this real Broly style comps, making choices like a full nuke get in, torpedo fleet foon, and you catch something and you can't break it, that's really not a good sign for your future kill potential of anything. So if they lose any key part of their strategy, that being like the visual fleet issue they just lost, which is going to be that webs they needed for application for something like torpedoes, it's going to start looking worse and worse. So while this Augur is in a really tough spot, the Magus on the other side of Shadow Cartel goes down, and in a couple of minutes they'll be losing their links, and it might see the Tempest might be holding out now, but once those links expire on him, he could be in a much worse position as the Augur Navy issue goes down on the Exodus side.
Yeah, they did finally get some points on the board, so that's something. But you're right. Losing the links, like the single links boat alone, that's going to be massive. Probably have about 30 seconds to a minute before the ability for them to tank in any way, shape, or form is completely destroyed here. We're seeing this Tempest finally start to bleed structure a little bit. I believe that they're probably going to be able to take him down. They should have enough missiles left to finish him off, and this Thalia and Deacon are just not repping anywhere near enough. Budget does drop, and that means that now Shadow Cartel is in a really bad situation.
Yeah, we're about halfway through this match, but it looks like Shadow Cartel is well on their way to the dumpster right now. Still putting up a bit of a fight, but it seems just like a useless, slow struggle. While your enemy, you both bring armor teams, yet one of you seems to be much more mobile. This could be going back to what you were mentioning with a single link ship. Having to make a choice as Shadow Cartel loses their Thalia there. So they probably had to make some sacrifices on which links they wanted to bring. EWAR being a lot more predominant in this meta with the focus scripts that people are allowed to bring. So info links being really valuable, with the sensor optimization for lock range being very important against damps. And then you need to make choice. Do you want resist for your armor? Do you want the repairs? Do you want to go fast? And when you only have 2 or 3 link slots on one little ship, you're going to be sacrificing somewhere.
Yeah, I think that, they definitely got outspeeded. That is an official technical term here, as we are finally seeing the Fleet Typhoon and Fleet Tempest of Shadow Cartel actually break the shockingly quick speed of 1,000 meters a second, which is not even close to enough. They have lost their Deacon now. The Fleet Typhoon is dropping into low armor, and Exodus, yeah, they lost the Navy Augur. That was totally fine. I mean, they stopped the entirety of Shadow Cartel. They just kited them out with armor battleships for 7 minutes straight, and just incredibly well played on the Exodus part, recognizing the danger and getting away from it. Liam and the Tempest Fleet issue is dropping here now, and I think Shadow Cartel is dead in the water. Like, there's very little chance, unless Exodus decides to start boundering, that they can pull this back.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate flaw here in Shadow Cartel's strategy is they've got a nice core going for them. That you can't deny. It's definitely something scary to deal with, but their problem was likely just grabbing things. You can't really take advantage of fast tackle that flies out and grabs things when you're using Friglogy, because the Friglogy might be limited on speed or range. You don't want to separate that too much, so tackle cannot overextend. So normally you'd see teams taking advantage of things like Hyenas, which in a sense, can still fly out, but it has a massive range bonus. We have even seen some Hugins and Rapiers, but it seems like Shadow Cartel opted for the Vigil Fleet issue. So while it is a Minmatar Republic bonus ship, which has a discount and applies for tiebreakers, it doesn't have really good bonuses. It has more of just a flat roll bonus to webs, I think pushing to 15 kilometers without any links. And that again comes back to the whole link sacrifice we were talking about before. Like, now do we want our ships to go fast, or do we want our webs to reach further? So it seems like a big flaw in Shadow Cartel's comp here was they just weren't really able to grab something so that these battleships could actually fly towards it and kill it in a reasonable amount of time.
Well, and, that's a sacrifice you're going to have to make. I mean, if you drop 78 points into 4 battleships, like, you really do need to have some way of getting them on top of stuff. And, props to Shadow Cartel. They did warp everything in at 0. I think that against maybe a less experienced team than Exodus, they probably would have done a lot better. But Exodus saw that and were like, okay, well, we got to get away from these people. They burned away as fast as possible. And, I mean, we just... It sucks for Shadow Cartel. They got kited for, 9 minutes straight in battleships, but like you said, that's what happens. That's why you got to bring those tackles. That's why you got to bring the other stuff. And yeah, I don't know. Also, the Lynx thing, that's pretty bad. Like, not even being able to catch them is not a good situation, and it just totally handled by Exodus. Very, very well played on their part.
Exactly. So, last remaining ship here from Shadow Cartel is Tiny Armageddon. He might be called Tiny, but I'm sure he has a very big heart, just waiting it out till the match is done, not going for the boundary as we have 1 minute left here. He's just going to sit there, take his punishment. He's done what he can, but unfortunately, just not much to do at this point. Yeah, I think, like you're saying, brilliant job by Exodus, just showing that pattern. Normally you see this kind of maneuverable piling coming through on shield comp. So, and again, not to toot Exodus horn too much and get their egos going here, but seeing an armor team, in a sense, flying like a shield kite, well done to them. Obviously, in a sense, I think they were set up to display this kind of skill due to what Shadow Cartel brought. But well done to Exodus again as they take this victory over Shadow Cartel. And with that, we will go back to the studio.
Shadow Cartel, they are unfortunately taking the L to Exodus. Seemed to me like those Shadow Cartel ships were better suited perhaps to kiting a Poco than trying to chase down an Exodus team in this instance. Wingnut Cross, what could Shadow Cartel have done better in that match other than bringing ships perhaps with micro warp drives?
Honestly, it was kind of a hard match for them, but basically, the one thing they did wrong was just slowly charge towards the enemy. The Tempest took a bit longer to get started, which might have lost them the time they needed. Honestly, big respect to, I think it was Wassa in the Hyena. I think it was him and maybe the other small ships. Just stopping those battleships and being able to build speed, because the battleships, they're slow. They take a little while to build up. And if you just keep webbing them and webbing them, webbing them, you don't need to hold the web. Just long enough to slow them down. They could never catch up. They could have maybe tried MJDing in front of them or trying something else, but that was just a painful treadmill to be on. I've been in that situation. It is not fun.
Mystical, might anything to add to that?
Yeah, I was going to say that I don't think Shadow Cartel were effectively using their ships in their effort to chase down the Exodus team. The Geddon is a ship that's quite scary in an AT format because it has long-range nukes that can be applied, 30, 40, 50 kilometers with diminishing effects depending on how far away you are from the Geddon. But they spent the entire time neuting the logistics frigates, which, if you have something pinned down and you're applying your damage, is a fairly good strategy. But they should have been using those nukes to slow down the Exodus battleships, allowing them to get on top of them by turning off their prop mods, which is just something that they didn't really seem to be looking to do. So yeah, they could have flown it much better.
I also wanted to ask you about that Firetail choice, Misty. We've seen another team earlier on bring a Firetail. It's not usually a ship we see very often in the Alliance tournament. Is it purely because of trying to get those Minmatar Rust points, or is there another good reason to bring a Firetail?
I think it's a fairly flexible ship, especially when it's armor fit, because it has a number of mids that you can put towards webs and scrams. So you're typically going to be using that Firetail as a fast tackle boat, and it was flown fairly well in that Shadow Cartel match. It didn't look like it because it died at the very beginning, but when the Shadow Cartel support wing was being shot, they burned towards their logistics frigates that were damped by the Extus Morlus because they'd communicated that they didn't have that much lock range. And they know that the rep range on logistics frigates is fairly short, so it's about 15 kilometers optimal on an armor logistics frigate. So it was flown well, but it's it's just a fast tackle boat that most teams will be utilizing when combined with the fact that it is a Mimitar sponsored tournament, so it also costs less to bring.
Awesome. And Wingnut, I wanted to also give you a chance. You were calling out WasaQC and that Hyena in that last match, not in a bad way, but for praise. What was he doing that you think was so important to the Exodus team?
You're doing what a Hyena does well, which is one part is application, the other part is control. And because the Hyena gets long range webs, he was just constantly just putting a web on for like a second or two, just slowing down a battleship, and then switching to the next one and doing it again, and then doing it again. And if you keep that up, battleships don't accelerate particularly fast. So in him doing that, kept slowing them down, and he managed to pretty much hold all 4 battleships alone, I think. I think he maybe had a bit of help, but even if he didn't, that was just beautiful work. Like that is using that ship not just to the 100%, like 400% effectiveness. You have stopped 4 ships. That's how you do it. That's perfect.
Awesome. There you go. WasaQC, of course, very well known in the kiting community around LoSec and the likes. We have one more match for you in the first half of today's show before we take a break, and it is going to be the Network versus We Form Blob. So let's take a quick look at the bans for this upcoming match. The Network are banning the Abaddon and the Sleipnir. Rather interesting set of bans there. Don't think we've seen many Abaddon bans. And We From Blob banning the EOS and the Barghest. Misty, you spoke earlier on about the EOS taking out, pretty key ship for that drone comp. But why is there an Abaddon ban? Like, why are the networks so afraid of that? And do you think maybe something else like the Balgorn would have been a better ban?
So with the Abaddon ban, I think this may be a callback to previous tournaments where we saw, I think it was Abaddon and Oracle comps coming out. It was effectively just like a full DPS setup that was meant to put out 5,000 or 6,000 damage within 50 to 70 kilometers, right? So it's pretty hard to avoid, and it's also too much damage to tank. So it may just very well be that they've done some testing in the background, they've tried out that comp from previous years, and they've gone, hey, we don't want to see this. We don't want our team to have to deal with that much damage coming out on that grid. Other than that, I've got no clue why they would prioritize the Abaddon over literally anything else.
One thing to note is we had a comment in Twitch chat from Turd Ferguson 13 asking what is a trickle ban. The way bans work in this tournament here is both teams ban blindly. So they just say, hey, we're banning these 2 ships. And then the referees take those ones. And if there's any duplicates, if both teams, for example, banned a Barghest, then each team would get 1 additional trickle-down ban. If they both ban the same 2 ships, they would get 2 trickle-down bans. In the main alliance tournament, it's 3 bans each for a potential of 9 total bans, depending on how it works out. So that's what we mean by trickle-down bans. We have about 2 minutes to go before the last match of the day. Of the first half of this show. There's plenty more matches today, plenty of explosions still to see. And when we go to that break, it will be about 90 minutes, I believe. The reason behind the break is we have the minions who have withdrawn from the trials, giving Odin's Call the victory. And then 2 best of 3s, which are already decided by Prismatic Legion going 2-0 versus Shut Up I'm Trying, and Bright Side of Death going 2-0 versus Hole Control. So that is the reason behind that break there. Wingnut Cross, has there been any highlight matches thus far today for you?
Oof. Honestly, that last one was pretty good as it shows what one ship can do, but honestly, it's not really been a bad match today. Like, I mean, some misplays here and there. Oh, there's a cat on screen. Hello. Hello, pussy. It's good. The Ancients match I quite liked because the Ancients had all the cards at the start, and when the black pair went down, it just all collapsed. So there's been a lot of good matches. I don't know if there's been a bad one. I mean, surely Missy can correct that.
Yeah. Our
director of
senior director of content here, Eva NT, by the way. So she's here to to just check in on things, make sure everything is going all right. Thank you, senior director of content. Thank you for coming to check in on us. I think we're pretty much ready to go to this match between the network and We Form Blob. So let's hand over to that now with the commentators Jintan and Blackbar Pirate.
Welcome back to the Alliance Tournament, where unfortunately we do not have cats, but we do have two teams set up and ready to go with the Network versus We Form Blob, both of them bringing pretty heavy armor setups, which is kind of interesting. We are seeing a Leshak, and we are, I think, seeing one of the first Balgorns of the entire tournament on the Network side, as it is one of the most banned ships out there. Jin, how do you think this is going to go down?
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting match, and it's going to rely a lot on the tackle wing of the Blob fleet, specifically that Vengeance and Mala. They're going to need to get in on top of one of those ships and somehow do so without getting destroyed by the powerful webs and newts of that Balgorn. It's going to be able to screen so effectively for those two apocalypses. I don't know. This is going to be an interesting match, especially with that Crucifier on the Blob side as well. It's going to be able to turn off the long range damage of those Apocalypse Navies. That said, it's in half armor already, going down very, very quickly here.
Yeah, they recognized it. They almost popped it right off the bat. I think it should probably survive now that it's actually got some transversal up. And as of note, this is a gun Balgorn, so the newts aren't quite as oppressive. And said gun Balgorn actually has all three battleships from Reform Blob directly on top of it already, with that Leshak ramping up. The thing that I'm a little worried about for the network is they don't really have an effective way of turning off this Leshak rep unless they get all of the Balgorns and newts on it. So eventually this Leshak's ramping will be able to push through and destroy it. It is only a matter of time, and we are seeing, interestingly enough, the Tempest fleet is actually dropping faster than the Balgorn for now. So I don't know. We'll see how this one goes.
Yeah, another one of the interesting. Both teams have now got rep bots out, so they're trying to sustain up their battleships as much as possible. We've got a little bit of a tackle war going on in the back lines. It looks like the Mala. The Mala is tackling the Apocalypse Navy issue, stopping him from getting away and getting range. But that's allowing him to just sit there and pound Conflag directly into the side of that Tempest fleet issue. And we finally got the rest of the Blob tackle coming in here as well. The Magus and other sort of emergency parts of the comp that you don't normally want to use as offensive tackle, just burning in there, making a bit more presence. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw them make a run for the Inquisitor or something like that, just to reduce the amount of sustain that this Noir team has going forwards. As that Balgorn gets into really, really low armor, it looks like they just can't handle the ramp of that Leshak.
Yeah, it's the Leshak ramping is very, very strong. It should take this Balgorn down, and unfortunately, they were not able to take this Tempest fleet issue down. As soon as those rep bots got on it, Tempest fleet issue stabilized. However, the Balgorn does drop. Leshak damage being incredibly dangerous. You need something to turn it off. But now that that's down, the network has to completely change their strategy here. Like, you are not going to take down the Tempest fleet issue when you've lost a third of your battleship DPS.
Yeah, I've got to say that the Prophecy and the Myrmidon here for the Noir team looks really, really out of place. I'm not sure what the theory is behind this. They obviously give links, but they are such fragile hulls, and they don't really provide a lot of DPS that they can actually put out onto the grid. Maybe they're using those drone bays for more rep bots, but that wasn't enough to keep the Balgorn alive. And at this point in the match, they're effectively just 26 points sitting there doing jack all.
Well, it does look like the Myrmidon is actually moving in towards the Deacon now and trying to get some newt pressure on it, apparently. The network is being smart. They are swapping around their targets a little bit, but that Deacon now has rep bots. They just need to, I think we've talked about it a couple times, how just absolutely powerful rep bots are, but they do have that issue that you can swap them around. So maybe if the network can do some really quick target swapping, take some of the links down, take some of the small stuff down, that might be that might be the only way out of this, because that Leshak is still spooling. It is destroying this Apocalypse now, and Weaveform Blob is just very, very powerful core, completely handling it. Apocalypse is dropping into low structure. The Thalia does actually take a large chunk of damage, though, so maybe we'll see a little bit of a Logi trade here, possibly.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Apocalypse Navy issue of Alexiev Card, their captain, just being damped, target disrupted, just having all of the utility possible applied to him. It's entirely possible that he wasn't able to lock anything during the start of that fight, which would, that can delay your ability to make calls, to swap over onto new targets by a fraction of a second. And often in matches like this, that's what matters.
Yeah, and the Apocalypse does go down before they're able to take Kane Carnifex's Thalia down, and I don't know. Without that, I'm not sure if this Thalia is going to go down at all. Just Weaveform Blob bringing a very, very powerful top end, and without any ability to shut that Leshak down, it's just going to drive around, ramp up to 2,000 DPS, and just destroy things. Kind of wondering if the network's regretting bringing those 2 Tech 1 Logi frigates now, as Tech 1 Logi frigates are not particularly good ships, but I'm not sure if they have any way of getting back from here.
Yeah, it would take a couple of major mistakes from Blob. They'd need to somehow boundary one of their battleships, as they experienced last AT with the Fraternity just flying in Apocalypse Navy out of the edge of the arena, for them to have any chance of coming back into this. I don't know though. I've got to say I really do like this Blob comp though. They've got such a tanky little bit of tackle wing in that Malevengeance. They've got the Crucifier and the Celestus to disrupt your opponent's game plan. And then you've got the 3 massive battleships that are just going to get in on top of things and just smack them up. I think this is something that maybe would be, it was a lost on almost on comp selection here.
It lost on, I think it lost a little bit on comp selection, and it definitely lost a lot on actual target calling here. Just the Apocalypse and the Apocalypse Navy and the Balgorn, like those 3 ships combined is a pretty decent amount of laser DPS, but it actually has very good tracking. I think that Network, they might have been able to like pop that Celestus, pop that Magus, maybe even go after some of the Logi frigates here. But I think that after like their initial plan of trying to headshot the Crucifier was a really, really good one. But when it didn't work, they're like, okay, well, I guess we have to all in a battleship now. And I don't think that was necessarily their only option here. This last the captain of Alexei, if he is the captain, I know he's definitely the leader of the alliance, going down here, pretty much seals the fate of the network. And I guess we'll have to hang out and chat while they slowly wipe out that bottom end here.
Yeah, I've got to say, you've got to give a hand to Sigilus in the Celestis there for Blob, piloting really, really effectively, staying within optimal range of his damps, but never getting particularly close to the fight, just dancing around the edge of it. And whilst the Vigil Fleet issue now is heading towards him, might be able to tackle him down at long last, he's effectively sat unmolested for this entire match and just stopped Noir from doing whatever they wanted to do. And that's probably why they weren't able to shoot the Mala or himself and clear off some of that tackle and maybe kite back and extend the game a little longer. If they were able to get out of range and break the Leshak spool, that would have done so much for them in that mid-game point, because if their Balgorn had survived, it would be having such a huge impact by this point in the match. Those newts obviously impacting over time and really coming into their own around at this point in the match when everyone's cap boosters are dry. You've got nothing left in your cargo, and you're just hoping that you can live off of basically native cap regen.
Now, it is a really good point. Balgorn's, the longer the match goes, the more cap sucking is a important thing. I do think that honestly, the biggest mistake the network did is they didn't have any ships that were able to counter like a triple battleship core just rushing in them, especially a Leshak. I mean, we don't see Leshaks a huge amount because they have such a high point value, but they are not that difficult to shut down with Balgorn newts, with jams, with tracking disruptors, any of those things. And we saw that as soon as it starts ramping up, like you can't stop it. If you can't stop the ramp, it is going to eventually break your reps. And I don't know. It's just very, very unfortunate for the network because I like both of these setups. I feel like the network were very much prepared to fight up against maybe like a kiting setup of some kind or some drones, and they just weren't expecting to have 3 battleships go on top of them at 0 and just punch through their reps here.
Yeah, we finally see a couple of ships just going towards the edge of glory and boundaring themselves out of the arena. We can see the Vigil Fleet issue there, probably going for a potential record because that ship is very, very fast. But yeah, it's a very, very clean execution here from Blob as well. Kind of the opposite of what we saw in their previous match, where they knew what they had to do to win, and then they just went straight through with it. They didn't get distracted by anything and execute on the game plan. Now just that Navitas left. Do you think we're going to see more Lashak bans coming through as teams have started to really show their Lashak comps and show how powerful they can be?
I think that it's possible, especially I believe Odin's brought 2 Lashaks, which is one more than 1 Lashak. That also makes it a twice as good setup. That's very possible. I think there are other ways to counter it, but I do think something I've noticed about today as opposed to yesterday is that some of the teams that maybe performed a little weakly yesterday and brought some kind of weird setups have been doing much, much better today. So I'm thinking we're still going to see some more interesting and exciting matches. Definitely much more impressed by Blob today than we were yesterday. The network, unfortunately, also actually brought, I think they piloted better too. They just kind of got countered a little bit here, but they do lose their last ship with the Tech 1 Navitas eventually getting blown up. And with that, we are going to throw it back to Ithaca and the boys who will set us up for the break.
Now for the Triglavian Weather Report, brought to you by Exodus.
The weather calls for disintegration.
And that's the weather forever.
For just 10 million ISK a month, you can save the life of a Hisec miner.
We Form Blob taking that victory there and securing themselves runner-up in the Thucker A tribe, eliminating the network from Alliance Tournament 18 contention. We actually have our first 2 tribes now basically set up, with some teams eliminated, some teams moving forward. So Thucker A has been won by Ahil Na, with We Form Blob as the runner-up. Thucker B won by Prismatic Legion with Shut Up I'm Trying sitting in that number 2 spot. In Siviester A is Odin's Call is the winner with Seriously Suspicious as the runner-up, and Siviester B Bright Side of Death winning it with Whole Control taking that number 2 spot. So there you have it. The first of the tribes have been decided. That means that next week those teams will be back. They will be fighting in a playoff situation now to move forward and win the total tribe. So Thucker itself will only submit 1 team of the 4 that I just mentioned, all Ahil Nat, We Form Blob, Prismatic Legion, and Shut Up I'm Trying. So they will have to duke it out and decide who can make it through to the Alliance Tournament. Of course, the second place of the whole tribe will get a spot in the Redemption Arc tribe. So they will have some more matches to play and potentially grab that last spot for Alliance Tournament 18. It is time for us to take a break. So we will do that now, and we'll be back for the Hisec Miners versus Kitchen Sinkhole match, which is scheduled for 1840 Eve time. We will see you then. Take care. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of Alliance Tournament 18 trials, the Mimitar trials. I am joined by Black Bart Pirate, and sitting upon his vessel, moderator Mod. How are you?
Excellent. Just moving my rupture around space, casting Alliance Tournament. Glad to be here with such great co-hosts.
Excellent. I mean, I thought these ruptures were a lot bigger than they are, but seeing you next to them really gives an idea of the scale of the ships in New Eden, and it's certainly not what I expected. Speaking of scale, Bart, you're not looking as wide as you were yesterday. You're looking relatively normal. How are you?
I think I'm relatively normal. I don't know. It's hard to tell. we've figured out the compromise on the production versus my camera side. So we'll see how long it lasts. I might get bored and start messing with it again.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone enjoyed a bit of wide Bart earlier on. Mods sitting on his ship, everyone's having fun. Speaking of fun, we are almost ready to go with the next match here today, and it is going to be Hisec Miners versus Kitchen Sinkhole. So I think that from memory, whoever wins this is going to secure themselves a position in next weekend, and whoever loses is going to be out. Hisec Miners banning interesting choices here. The Deacon and the Talia. So they're banning the Tech 2 logistic frigates. I don't think we see very many bans of those at all. Kitchen Sinkhole banning the Zarmzad and the Typhoon fleet issue. Mod, why would you ban the Deacon and the Talia?
They're just the two most powerful. Well, they're the only Tech 2 armor logistics frigates if you don't want to fight that, and you're much more comfortable with running a setup, for example, like the Kingslayer battleship core that we've seen that's very good at taking out logistics, but isn't so great at taking out Logi frigates. You might want to do that. Or if you just don't have a good way to get ships on top of Logi frigs, and you say, hey, I'm good with brawling against, a Tech 2 Logi, then you would prefer to do that instead.
Awesome. And I see the teams are landing in the arena now. So I think it's probably time to go to the match and see who's going to win between Hisec Miners and Kitchen Sinkhole with your commentators Ish and Alec.
Hello, and we are on field with Hisec Miners and Hold Control to see who can walk away with a nice entry into the final tournament. And I am joined by Alec. Alec, what is the first team brought here today?
Well, we've got Hisec Miners here with a triple battleship comp, Nighthawk for Lynx. They've got a Scalpel and Kieran for logistics with some bombers for long-range DPS support. This is an extremely high-damage comp. They are looking to rush and pound. Those are rapid heavy foons, so they're definitely going to be kicking out a lot of DPS very quickly, probably going for higher end targets on the enemy team.
Yeah, indeed. And so they're going up against a Sleipnir rush with a HFI figured in there to kind of balance out the points. It's a dual HFI with the Sleipnir and the Loki for the control and some cruiser midline. They do have the Carius Mollis there with the Flycatcher, so I have to look to see if they can hold back the elements they want to hold back and then apply those damps well enough to make sure that they can keep control of the match here.
The Carius Mollis will be huge at neutralizing the DPS coming off of those bombers. But the fact that both teams want to be in close with each other, generally speaking, I think this is actually going to favor the battleships. They should apply pretty well to that Sleipnir and the Hurricane fleet issues. Now we see both teams. We see Hisec Miners charging forward. Meanwhile, Kitchen Sinkhole attempting to kite as best they can, and they're trying.
Yeah, Hisec Miners coming in here strong with that Nighthawk and Typhoon.
These are artillery canes. So.
Yeah, the Arty canes definitely want to hang back, try to get the damage in early. We see the Flycatcher coming to intercept, and I expect a wobble drop here, hoping to slow down that Nighthawk Typhoon rush inwards. Where's the Stabber? It looks like he's going to try to work around the battleships a little bit. He's either going to try to hold back battleships here, or maybe he's going to try to swing around them, sort of pivot off of those battleships to maybe catch something in that back line. I think it's a lot of reliance going on right now.
The Kitchen Sink Scimitar is a little slower than you'd expect. He is beginning to get overtaken by these battleships. If he gets caught out, that is bad news.
Yeah, only going 300 there might not be overprop AB, might just be standard AB fit. He's going to definitely need to start moving here as they press in. Those damps are not going to have a desired effect to hold off damage from him as they get closer in, because it's just simply not going to matter at that point.
Yep,
we still see the bombers hanging
doing a bit of work. Yeah, the bombers are hanging back. They are starting to apply now, most of them. The Hound of Stefan still out, and he is about to get caught by that stabber. Looks like the stabber has looped around into the back line, and he's going bomber hunting right now. That stabber will absolutely shred through these bombers.
Yeah, I think that will be a good move on his part to take care of the bombers and get that large damage off of his battleships. He's pretty free to run around back there. There's not really a whole lot to hold him down, hold him back. And the Loki has sort of swung around to a similar side of the axis. So we'll see if they're able to just keep pushing away and keep that front line separated from the mid line.
Oh, yeah, well, it's one bomber
do see a
down.
bomber going
One of the
down.
bombers got the memo, the other did not. They've lost a hurricane on the kitchen sinkhole side. This is a very interesting fight. Jack Harvey's Nighthawk recovering his shields now, but they're beginning to lose Logi.
Yeah,
Oh,
with
that
the
Logi just
bleed of
got
the Logi.
evaporated. Oh,
Yeah, the
wow.
bleed of the Logi is definitely going to hurt. Yeah, very, very fast damage going into that. It's definitely going to hurt. And without the other Logi to cross rep him, I think we're going to see a fair bit of trouble here coming in for the Frigg Logi line.
Yeah, and the kiting attempt has completely collapsed now. Kitchen Sinkhole is converging on the Hisec Miners team, attempting to apply as much DPS as possible while they feel like they have the advantage. They are about to lose one of their Hurricane Fleet issues. Those Typhoons and the Scorp Navy issue still alive. Kitchen Sinkhole's lost their low end, or most of their low end, but their high end, super heavy damage battleships are still perfectly fine. They've barely taken any damage.
Yeah, the Hurricane's hanging on for dear life.
They're going to be in a very rough position.
Definitely, that losing that tanky front line like that. The Hurricane fleet is hanging on for dear life here, running and eating through those X-Lab charges, but that's not going to last. He's now bleeding the structure, and there he goes. It's a pop, and the Nighthawk at about the same time, and that sort of spells some certain death here.
Now, interestingly, the Typhoons, the Scorp Navy, they'll still have all of their damage, but they're not going to have a ton of tackle. So if Kitchen Sinkhole resumes kiting, they might be able to just ride this one out a little bit.
Yeah, they're going to need to take some things off field to be able to get to a point where they feel comfortable playing for points. We do see some damage going into the Typhoon here, and he's sort of caught into the middle of things. He's definitely not going anywhere. He's going to be able to crank out a fair bit of damage as he soaks up damage at the same. We see the Loki working over top of the Typhoon now, looking to drop into that Fury range and get those missiles out to him.
Now we've seen ECM drones popped by the non-primary target Typhoon. That's gone on the Slefner. Just trying to buy extra time for their battleships, but it is RNG based, and it will only break locks briefly. This Typhoon is not going to live that long.
Yeah, it's unfortunately not going to be able to stand up to that, and down he goes.
Yeah, Hisec Miners going for a very high risk, high reward strategy here, leaning into their damage very heavily, but unfortunately not able to actually crack any of the high value, high end targets on Kitchen Sinkhole. So they're basically their team's advantage, their key to victory was denied here. They needed to get the Slefners or the Hurricane Fleet issues off much, much sooner with their strategy, and it just didn't come together for them.
Yeah, unfortunately not. I think they were also, of course, hampered a bit by when they could get that lock in, and I think they were hoping for a little bit more mileage out of the bombers there. It wasn't to be.
Yeah, and the Carries, Maulus combo and Kitchen Sinkhole definitely earned their pay today, throwing out the damps that delayed that essentially an entire half of the Hisec Miner team from actually getting involved in the fighting.
And Skrull Sleipnir hanging on quite well here. He baited out that X-Lab a bit to, and now he's able to pump those charges. And he's actually probably just going to live all the way through at this point as we see the last ship start to go down.
Yep, and now we are just counting the moments, the last gasps of life from the Scorp Navy issue. Now, if the Sleipnir runs out of ASB charges, there is a chance that it could die.
Yeah, they might gain a few points here.
Pumping away.
Skrull is no longer held there, it looks like. So it looks like he could start to wheel out. But he doesn't seem too afraid. He's going to just hold on there. He stopped pumping. It looks like he ran one more cycle to ASB there. And we'll see. I believe he thinks he can hold on as they take this SNI down and get a clean victory out of it. SNIs, of course, fairly tanky ships. It takes definitely some work to get them down. They wisely saved it for last based on the success of burning everything else through. And now it's just a formality to take that down. Not a fast ship, so it wasn't hard to save for the end and get the catch onto and then just collapse onto it as they are. So we've seen a lot of success with the Frigolage, and I thought it was interesting that that ban got thrown out, the Decantalia ban, but we saw the Frigolage here not able to stand up to what Sinkhole was putting out with the Scimitar, but a lot of that had to do with what Sinkhole was able to do and pivot around these battleships. As I mentioned before with that Stabber, they're able to take that big DPS and the bombers off the field and then to start working from both sides inwards. Got 2 minutes left on the clock. That SNI is finally into its structure after getting through the absurd amount of resistance into the shield and hull, and we'll see it go splash here in a moment.
A well-fought match, very competitive, very bloody. It actually lasted a lot longer than you might expect, but at the end of the day, Kitchen Sinkhole takes the victory as we throw it back to the desk.
Now for the Triglavian Weather Report, brought to you by Exodus.
The weather calls for disintegration.
And that's the weather forever.
For just 10 million ISK a month, you can save the life of a Hisec miner.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the studio with that match between Hisec Miners and Kitchen Sinkhole. Kitchen Sinkhole taking the W there in that match. So I've got a lot of people talking in my ear, Mr. Bayard J and Ish. Could you guys maybe not? Guys, can you be quiet? Thank you very much. So Hisec Miners, they're struggling to pull out a W, even though it looked like it was theirs to take. There was a scimitar just hanging around in what was probably considered the wrong place to be, and yet Hisec Miners just chose time and time again to ignore that scimitar. Blackback Pirate, what went wrong there?
I think Hisec Miners actually had the advantage comp-wise in that entire setup. They just got completely out-piloted. Kitchen Sink realized really quickly that their initial plan of being a Minmatar rush would not work versus those battleships. So they just flew away and then used their damps. And Hisec Miners didn't, I don't think they were expecting it. They weren't ready to have someone run away from them. And they just tunnel vision. I mean, like you said, there's a scimitar sitting within 10 to 30 kilometers of all of those battleships for several minutes of the fight. And at any point they could have just snapped to it and blown it up, and they just didn't. And then I wonder if they're sitting there well, why isn't anything dying? It's well, you didn't kill the Logi. It was sitting on top of you. So it's unfortunate.
Yeah, you have to wonder if maybe the match started and they thought, oh, we're not going to break this scimitar. So they just ignored it and then just didn't notice that scimitar was just positioned in the complete wrong place. Moderator, we also saw Kitchen Sinkhole bringing a couple of bombers, but it looked like maybe no real way to screen and protect those bombers, so they didn't last very long. Is there really anything else that Kitchen Sinkhole could have done in this instance? Sorry, not Kitchen Sinkhole, Hisec Miners could have done in this instance, apart from going for the scimitar, to make it better for themselves?
Yeah, I mean, they could have tried to deal with the fact that there was a flycatcher and a Jackdaw that were just completely headshotting not only their bombers, but the fact that their frigate logi got basically assassinated by those light missiles. They got pressured very heavily by those missiles, and they're going to apply perfectly to frigates. So possibly a bit of a target calling issue. Also, I understand that you want to take the Typhoons because of the discount and the fact that it's a tiebreaker opportunity when you're already down one match, but Typhoons, if you're bringing a prop mod, means you would at best have a 4-slot tank, which is not the way to go if you want your battleships that you're dumping 20 points in each to survive more than someone looking at them funny.
Yeah, and I think with that, the brackets haven't been updated yet, but I'm pretty sure Kitchen Sinkhole now taking that top position in Brutor A, with Alexis Matari taking that runner-up position, and that results in Hisec miners being ganked out of the tournament. They didn't buy the correct permit, so they are no longer competing with us. Let's look at some other things. So, Bart, we spoke a little bit about target choice in the sense that they didn't choose to go for the scimitar. But just in general, how important is target calling and the order of which you choose to shoot your targets in an Alliance tournament match going to be?
It's pretty much everything. There's very few situations where you can really survive like tunnel visioning on the wrong target, and we've seen it honestly like this entire weekend. We've seen a lot of teams going after something that and I'm gonna back up a little bit. So you might not necessarily know it's the wrong target until you realize you can't kill it, right? But as soon as you realize you're not killing it, you need to switch. And we've seen a lot of teams that'll like tunnel vision on one target and then watch that target like survive for 3 minutes straight while their entire team gets destroyed. Which I'm thinking like back yesterday, there was that drone setup where Hurricane Fleet issue kited the drones for like 5 minutes straight, and like at any point they could have swapped the drones to something else and maybe won. Or you'll see these ones where it's like, okay, well, you brought 3 rapid heavy missile launcher ships, and then you pick the tankiest target on the field versus maybe shooting like cruiser, like logistics cruiser, like say take the Kingslayer setup and use it to kill a logistics cruiser, which is what it's made for. Pro tip.
Yeah, you mentioned Kingslayer. Maud, perhaps maybe you can run us through Kingslayer, what that means and why we call it that.
Sure. So Kingslayer was a composition that Hydra built many, many years ago, and essentially what it's designed to do is to have 2, usually 3 battleships that have kind of a rapid heavy missile launcher setup. And basically the idea is that I'm going to dump a crap ton of damage in you while controlling range, while controlling the arena, and I'm going to dump everything I can into one ship that's being target painted, that's being webbed, and being held down, and then I'm going to pull back while I'm reclipping, and then I'm going to re-engage when that clip is back up, and then you basically rinse and repeat until you've won the match, is the underlying concept there.
Awesome. Thank you for the insight there. Let's look forward to our next match, which I'm quite excited for because this should be a spicy one. It's going to be Turbofeed or Glory versus No Vacancy. So 2 Wormhole groups, one with CSM, Wormhole CSM, Mark Resurrectus, one without, technically. There can only be one. And this is for Brutor B, so this is quite an important match for both of these teams, and then a lot to win, a lot to lose here. Let's take a look at the bans and see what these teams have chose to prevent their opponents from bringing. So Turbofeed banning out the Barghest, the Balgorn, and then interestingly enough, the Guardian. I don't think we've seen a ban of those yet. Normally people choose if they want to ban a Tech 2 Armor Logistics Cruiser to maybe ban the Zarmazad or the Oneros. Guardian's usually maybe 3rd tier there. No Vacancies banning Sleipnir, Barghest, and Typhoon Fleet. Typhoon Fleet makes sense. It's been quite powerful. It's low pointed by comparison. Moderator, this Guardian ban, like, what are your thoughts there?
So the Guardian is more powerful in kind of these slower setups where you don't necessarily need the mobility. But like you've been saying, we usually see that the Oneros tends to be banned out more, or the Zarmazad, because the Zarmazad has started to replace a little bit of the role that the Guardian used to have because of the massive amount of repping that you can get. And the Oneros is kind of the faster Logi, where you accept that it doesn't rep as much, but it's got, more mid slots where it can have a dual prop running where the Guardian can't really. And it's just not really a band we really see so much in kind of AT18. Maybe if this was AT14, we would see it and say it was a good band, but not so much anymore.
Bart, what's the main difference when you're picking between, say, like a Guardian and a Oneros? Like by my recollection, the Guardian can actually rep more. Why is it not more popular?
It's a lot less survivable. It's so it's not that much slower, but you can't really. It's like Mod said, you can't dual prop them. So a really common Guardian fit is you'll have both a micro warp drive and an afterburner on it, so that you can mitigate missile damage with the afterburner, or at least try and kite a little bit away, maybe long enough for your team to get it. Honestly, I don't understand why you would do a Guardian ban ever, unless you were banning both the Guardian and the Oneros. So I think it's it's a little bit of a strange ban. The only thing I could think of is that they don't want people doing remote cap transfers, because traditionally you probably will not fit remote cap transfers on an Oneros since they don't get the long range bonus. They've only got a couple of high slots. But realistically, like, maybe they have some like super, gigabrain plan here, but the Oneros is almost always better in every single respect. The only other thing I could think of is maybe they're trying to counter ECM. So they're like, hey, well, if we ban the Guardian, it leaves an Oneros open, and then we can put our green jam on your Oneros and our yellow jam on your not Oneros. But that's getting into that kind of like those weeds where you might be setting yourself up for failure.
Yeah, out-metaing yourself. Well, it's pretty much time to go to a prearranged system with a agreed-upon honor brawl between two Wormhole groups with certain specified ship limits. A situation both of these teams will be very familiar with, as they are both Wormhole corps. So let's hand over to the arena with Turbofeed Glory versus No Vacancies, and your casters Fearvina and the Basilisk.
Welcome everybody to the arena. Having successfully herded my team of cats through the group stage earlier, I'm now joined by Fearvina for this match between Turbofeed Glory and No Vacancies. And Turbofeed Glory, it looks to me, are going to stay true to their name, as they've brought this heavy armor control comp with this armor Loki, which is something we don't see very often, these armor Logi frigates, the Deacon and Thalia, and they are going to try and rush in, get webs on with this Loki, and just pump them down with these two armor battleships.
Meanwhile, unknown Vacancies on the blue side, they've triple Vargar. We'll see if this is going to be a Tinker setup or not, but with those dual Logi frigs, it might be. And these are 800mm Vargars, so they're going to project out a little bit more than this TFR or this Hyperion, but at the same time, damage-wise, they also do more damage on this high end. We'll see if they're going to be able to make this happen as these Tempest Fleet issues start burning in towards the side of No Vacancies.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a bit of a bloodbath here. These, obviously, three battleships on each side, both just going to charge into each other. I feel like the Turbofeed Glory team should be able to have reasonable target access, of course, with the ranged webs from that armor Loki. But the rupture now of Art Cell starts taking chunks to start off with. I'm not sure how this somewhat unconventional three Varga comps is going to work. And the Varga is MJDing on this beacon here. Pinky line in the Varga appears to have activated the beacon.
Yeah. I mean, he's being primaried right now, so trying to get away at the moment. Art's saying the rupture was taken down to armor, but he hasn't gone down quite yet. Yeah, so this isn't a Tinker setup like we've seen with those golems earlier. This is actually just every man for himself. These battleships have such high projection on them because of their bonuses. They figured that they're going to be able to get these 800s to do work from any area of the map. Meanwhile, Artsay and the Rupture still being primaried right now, about to hit structure. That might be first blood for the match, but no one has fallen yet from No Vacancies.
But this is a crazy strategy from No Vacancies. They've just parked up all these three Vargas, on opposing micro jump drive beacons, and obviously now they're not on top of each other. There's no way you can avoid at least two of them tracking. If you're orbiting one, then the plan is, I suppose, for the other two to be able to track you. I mean, they are going to have range limitations, but as you say, Varga projection is pretty decent. But still, I was wrong in my initial prediction. This is a bloodbath. It doesn't seem to be a bloodbath so far. It's sort of slow paced.
Yeah, it is. The Skybreaker taking a bit of damage right now. Only got dual T1 Logifrigs, keeping him alive, while this Rupture was able to heal back up to full. but a deletion of that Mollusk that was a single volley, and the Mollusk is gone, Damps off the field. No, and the Hyperion gets deleted too. Was that a micro jump drive boundary? Yes, it was.
That's insane. That's incredible. I mean, the pressure wasn't really on Turbofeed or Glory to do much here. I mean, this strategy from No Vacancies doesn't seem to be really doing much. There's another. Oh, that is the Hyperion. They were parked up, but I feel like the application, as you say, it's maybe not enough. These beacons are so far away from each other that maybe they couldn't apply the Varga MJDs away to get away from these drones. But this Wolf now goes down as well. This is turning into chaos, to be honest. I feel like the Vargas weren't putting too much pressure out, but
they're just volleying these low ends. Yeah, volleying these low ends, and Turbofeed are growing. I'm not sure what they were trying to do with this MJD play on the Hyperion. Really costly mistake, because the only damage left is the Tempest Fleet issue, the Loki, and the Astarte, and that's not nearly enough. The Pontifex gets volleyed as well. These Vargers lining up the volleys, getting the low end out. I think they might go for the Deacon Thalia next, and then start working away at this high end.
Yeah, I've commentated a fair few matches, and I don't think I can remember seeing something like this before executed to such effectiveness. I mean, Turbofeed or Glory obviously land on the grid. They say, okay, we got these 3 battleships, we got these Loki. We're just going to try and ram in and pump all our DPS into them. And No Vacancies immediately from second 0 just starburst, get all their 3 Vargas away to different micro jump beacons, and just start volleying stuff across the field.
Yeah, absolutely crazy from No Vacancies. Remember, if they win this, they're going to be first seed, and then Ushra Khan, the Mimitar Roleplay Corp, becomes second seed in the group. This Rupture now into very low armor. This Deacon and Thalia don't look too close to the Rupture, so they should be able to get through him as this Hawk and Bantam starting to get some pressure on top of them. They might go down, but still, triple Vargers, a lot of points on the high end. Killing the low end at this point might not be enough.
Yeah, obviously these Vargers are going to have so much just power in their own right. There's so many points pumped into them, and they're still, there's the Tempest Fleet and the Astarte are not going to be able to take them down on their own. They are slowly killing off this support wing on their side, but I mean, the Logi obviously doesn't matter. The Deacon Thalia, they've demonstrated that they're able to just pop things.
Yeah, and as we saw the low end, the Rupture goes down, as well as the Hawk and the Bantam from No Vacancies. So Deacon Thalia, last members of this low end alive, and they have been able to keep things alive under the Vargar, but not through volleys. So the Skybreaker going down very low, but they go all the way through half armor on the first volley towards this Loki. Skybreaker goes down. This Loki, he's got to get repped up a bit more if these Vargars, if he has any chance against these Vargars.
Yeah, the Deacon and Thalia are burning towards him now, trying to pump reps out on him, but I don't know how long it's going to be until this next volley comes out on this Loki. He is coming up to 75% armor now. They are sort of on top of him 68. He gets another chunk down to 35, so these Logi frigates are going to have to be working overtime to heal him back up. But I mean, of course, in the meantime, the Vargas could switch to something else and just totally put them into disarray. The Turbofeed comp isn't particularly balled up right now, so these Logi frigates with their limited range are going to be struggling to keep everyone alive if they decide to switch.
Artie Vargars, that's not something I have ever seen before in my life. We've seen the cruise missiles on these golems because they have more DPS and less volley, and this Loki dipping into very low armor now off that last volley from these Vargars. This is incredible prediction from No Vacancies, realizing that, hey, if we keep them split up, we're going to be able to volley through basically everyone. This Loki, I think 2 more volleys is probably going to be enough to kill him. The Deacon and Thalia are not making enough progress after every volley.
I don't know. I mean, they are holding up. He's got back to 85% armor here before this next volley comes in. But I mean, even if they are able to keep him up, they haven't got enough time. There's not enough time for them to be able to kill these Vargas, and they need to obviously stay in a pack to make sure that these Logi frigates can rep up whoever gets primaried. They maybe have cycled off the Loki, or they can't track him maybe. But I mean, this sort of cage of death that No Vacancies have built here with these artillery Vargas, and of course, as soon as they see the Turbofeed comp approaching them, they can just use the MJD and go to another corner.
Yep, MJD from Infinity, right as you said that as well, going towards the center of the arena, trying to get a little bit better, maybe onto this Deacon Thalia. Maybe they just don't think that they're going to be able to track with these artillery cannons. I can't believe I misread the model. It looked like an AC to me, but I guess I'm just blind even with my reference. Another MJD, this one, the Tempest Fleet issue from Turbofeed or Glory, gets on top of Razor, but he's spooling the MJD right now as well. I do not know if he's scrammed by this Tempest Fleet issue, as I don't have fancy UI, but he is at the very least webbed. And it looks like, yeah, the MJD was broken, so Rezra is in trouble right now. No, the MJD wasn't broken. He booshed. Okay, we're good.
I mean, I just want to address the sheer balls of No Vacancies to bring this out, because obviously if you warp this to the field and you see the Tempest Fleet, the Astarte, the Loki bearing down on you and they're charging into you, it's got to be a matter of seconds as to whether or not you can get these MJDs off on the Vargas, get away, spread out enough, or if these Tempest Fleet and Astarte are just going to punch through you. And clearly it's worked to perfection, but it must have been a very fine margin for them to do so. And obviously if they hadn't and these Vargas had got caught down next to each other, it could be a very, very different match.
Hyena being in a little bit of trouble here, though. No Logi available to him. He's in structure. Should be going down, but once again, there are so many points in these Vargars. You have to kill all three of them if you want to win with all of your low ends gone from Turbofeed or Glory, and I don't think they're going to be able to do that. The live to win strategy now seems to be the play for No Vacancies, as they don't really have the ability to take anything else off the field.
Yeah, there's less than 2.5 minutes left in the match, so this is going to be wrapped up for No Vacancies. Whatever's left just doesn't have enough damage to break through even one of these Vargas. As you say, 26 points each. These are a hefty contribution to the points here, and I think they need to kill at least 2 at this point, and obviously that's not going to happen. So yeah, I mean, really well played by No Vacancies. It's so impressive to see such a audacious comp. It's really, yeah, I'm impressed. Very impressed.
I am impressed, but I also have to point out that Turbofeed or Glory did themselves no favors by MJD boundarying a Hyperion at the start of the match. I think if they had that Hyperion, it would have been tough to break a Vargar, but if they were able to get a scram on one of these Vargars, they might have been able to actually kill him between the Hyperion and the Tempest Fleet issue. But now, that's just not the case. This Loki going down, he's going to be right back up by this Deacon Thalia. This Hyena is actually shield regened up pretty high now, as he hasn't fallen quite yet. Bifrost seems to be the next one to go down. Some damage is going on in the Astarte as well, but it doesn't look like there are going to be any more kills in this as we wind down into the last minute.
Yeah, so it looks like this is going to head towards a stalemate, or not a stalemate, a win in favor of No Vacancies, but it's going to sort of taper off rather than end with a bang. But yeah, as you say, CCP Zealous calling out in local chat, 127 kilometers on the Hyperion boundary, and of course the edge of the arena 125, so just perhaps a slight miscalculation, just a slight different angle on that MJD, and he would have potentially landed exactly where he wanted to, maybe on top of one of those Vargas, and scrammed it, and this match again could have gone completely different. So so many pivotal moments in this match where it could have just been on a total knife edge, and the outcome could have been completely different. But this Loki now of Koniko may actually find himself going down before the end, but this is going to be the end of Turbofeed or Glory's hopes and aspirations of getting into Alliance Tournament 18.
Yeah, another MJD from Razor, just to stay away from this Blob. I mean, there's not a whole lot that this Tempest Fleet issue, this Astarte, and this Loki can do. The Loki's being wrapped up by these Logi frigates at the moment, but another good volley with a couple wrecking shots might be enough, but they aren't syncing up the volleys right now.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, really, how Turbofeed or Glory brought a Loki for range control, thinking they could get on top of anything. But, of course, the only thing that can't be range controlled by a Loki is MJDs, and that's exactly what No Vacancies have, spec'd into with these 3 Vargas. So, congratulations to No Vacancies. They're going to proceed, I believe, as you said, top of their group. Turbofeed or Glory will once again encounter Turbofeed, and with that, we're going to send it back to the desk.
Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew. I buried the pot.
There you have it. The order of the business today is indeed turbo feeding, and no glory for turbo feeder glory. No vacancies taking a win. It's definitely a win with a triple Vargar triangle of death strategy. Not something we've seen much of in the Alliance tournament before. It reminded me immediately of, I think it must have been Alliance tournament 13 when I think the micro jump drive first came out, and Marauders got the 70% reduction in cooldown for it. And I tried to convince my fellow 3D crafters in my team back then that the micro jump driving Vargar comp was going to be a real thing, where we could just micro jump drive around the arena away from the enemies. Novak basically deploying some weird version of that, and you know what? It worked for them. They did have 11 people on their team, the entirety of their team, and Ordo Ski and his Hyperion, choosing to jump himself straight out of the arena. Moderator, or Smalderator, as I see you're now called. How is that match for you? It was a bit odd, but anything that the Turbo Feeder Glory team could have done better other than staying inside the arena to maybe secure a victory there against 3 RT Vargars?
Yeah, I mean, they could have had literally any one of their ships have a scram and be able to hold down an artillery Vargar. Unfortunately, all of their ships that were capable of doing so basically got headshot by 1,400 artillery, and then once they were dead, No Vacancies had a lot of fun doing. I lost count of how many micro jump drives, but it was more than one, and none of them died or went out of the arena while doing it. So big ups to them for not jumping out of the arena.
Yeah, the arena is only 125 kilometers radius from the central beacon. So depending on which direction you're moving in, it can certainly be less than 100 kilometers to the boundary from where you are at any one time. Micro jump drive obviously pings you forward 100 kilometers, and that Hyperion landed 127 kilometers away from the central beacon. So he only misjudged by 2 kilometers, but Bob only cares about 1 meter. So in this case, he was eviscerated immediately by the hand of God. Black Bart Pirate, triple Vargars, is that the meta?
No, I don't think so. Honestly, like, I don't want to downplay No Vacancies winning, but I think that with that, if that Hyperion had not decided to try and be a super cool guy and MJD after the Vargar and instead just like MWD towards him, I think that Novak would have lost that. I'm assuming that the Hyperion had a scram on it, but I'm pretty sure that like we saw that Novak wasn't actually really losing anything after they lost like 2 or 3 ships, right? So I don't think that they actually had enough DPS with their Vargars to break anything if that Hyperion had lived. So you never know. I mean, it's super cool. Like 3 Vargars was super awesome. Like they played it perfectly. They went to different beacons, but I don't think that is the secret trick that will win every single tournament from now on.
Unfortunately, they can't bring 4 Vargars because they wouldn't have enough points, because that would be well over 100 points just for those. With that match, that finalizes the standings for the Brutor tribe today. So winning Brutor A is Kitchen Sinkhole with runner-up Electus Matari, and winning Brutor B is No Vacancies and Ushra Khan as runner-up. Rather annoyingly, by No Vacancies taking that W, it means that they push Ushra Khan into that runner-up slot and deprive us of Electus Matari versus Ushra Khan next week, as the winner of Brutor A plays the runner-up of Brutor B and vice versa. So if No Vacancies had dropped that and Ushra Khan had won, then we would have seen Electus Matari versus Ushra Khan, and I think that would have been quite a match to watch. But unfortunately, it is not to be. Now, we are going on to the Starkmanir tribe now with Spectre Fleet versus Goonswarm Federation. So, MPSI group versus one of the biggest groups of blues in the game. Who can win here? We will find out. Let's see if we can just... we're looking at the Starkmanir tribe group right now. So, Scary Wormhole people in Group A sitting comfortably at the top with 2 wins. They are very happy. So, essentially, Spectre Fleet and Goonswarm Federation are now competing for relegation. Whoever loses this match will almost certainly be relegated from the tournament, something that Goonswarm Federation is intimately familiar with. Group B, Russia Hyenas clan also sitting with 2 wins, no visual, and the Ancients with 0 each. So when they play later on, that's also going to be an elimination match. The winner will stay in, the loser will be kicked out of Alliance Tournament 18. Looking at our next match, Spectre Fleet versus Goonswarm Federation, let's take a quick look at the bans themselves, see what these teams have chosen to ban out. So Spectre Fleet banning the Nighthawk and the Gila, with the trickle-down ban to the Curse. Gila is not the most banned ship, but it is, we've seen it to take out some of those drone comps. Goonswarm Federation banning the Vindicator, the Nighthawk, and the Loki. So they really don't want to see that Nighthawk Loki rush moderator. What else jumped out at you from these bans here?
Yeah, I mean, again, Goonswarm not wanting to deal with any sort of webs. Yeah, I mean, that's why you would ban out the Vindicator, not wanting to deal with 90% webs, and then not wanting to deal with the 60% but bonus range webs that the Loki can bring. I'm liking the Spectre ban a little bit more with the kind of the Gila not wanting to deal with drones and not wanting to deal with the Newton tracking disruption you could get out of a curse hitting you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm struggling to decide who I want to win this most. I always like to see the Goons do well because they do so well in so many other aspects of EVE Online, but the tournaments they just really struggle with, and they feel like somehow the plucky underdogs in this scenario. But then again, Spectre Fleet as well, bunch of cool dudes. NPSI is always something that I like to support. I think it's awesome being able to just drop in, drop out, and do fleets all over the place. And the content creators that make that happen should be applauded. Very in Stone Shard, of course, the FC for the Spectre Fleet team here today. Blackbird Pirate, what do you think about this matchup? Who would you put your Twitch channel points behind?
Well, unfortunately, I am out of Twitch channel points because I suck at predicting people this time, which is usually not the case, I swear. But I don't know. I want to put it behind Spectre. I feel like they would have won their last match if they hadn't burned their guns out, and hopefully that was like a learning experience for them that says don't burn your guns out. Whereas Goons, I don't know. You can't vote for Goons. Like it's against the rules. Like I feel dirty if I do it. They've got 40,000 people. They should be able to get 10 like really good pilots to win with, right? So I'm going for Spectre on this one.
Yeah. I mean, the odds there do seem high for Goonswarm Federation to be able to find 10 elite PvP pilots. Moderator, what about you? Like, as we said before, Goons not usually known for their tournament prowess. Do you think this could be where they start to turn it around?
No. Spectre, while they did make a bit of a mistake yesterday, burning out their guns, I mean, fundamentally, they played well in their match. They just basically choked themselves out of that win, unfortunately. They're the better players, and I think they're going to come away with the W. But, if they lose here, I will eat crow to 40,000 downvotes. So, hoping Spectre can prove me right, but ready for anything to happen here.
Awesome, thank you. Well, in the event that Goonswarm Federation are knocked out, I'm sure we'll see them in the next Anga games. But it's time to go to the arena and find out who can win between Spectre Fleet and Goonswarm Federation with your casters Ish and Alec.
And here we are with Spectre and Goonswarm. And it looks like Spectre has brought here a Balgorn and double T-Fi comp. That is a gun Balgorn with 4 pulse lasers on it and AC T-Fis. And they've also brought 2 bombers behind that. So they're looking to do that high-end, heavy front-end DPS. What is Ithaca's favorite underdog brought here, Alec?
Well, Goonswarm, who I also bet on for full disclosure, has Tempest Fleet issue Hyperion EOS for their damage core, and they've invested points in a Tech 2 logistics ship, this Aneros. They've got a bunch of tackle and E-War low end, but this is generally speaking a fairly traditional double battleship rush comp.
And we'll see how well that Tech 2, indeed, we'll see if that pays off for them going into that Frigg Logi. So more reps certainly on the Tech 2, a little easier to hit. We'll see if the Frigg Logi can dodge and weave and manage to get more reps done, or if the Tech 2 cruiser will win the day.
The
Driving
potential advantage here is
fairly.
this Aneros will be able to rep outside of the Balgorn's newt range, which could prove a decisive advantage if he can position correctly.
Yeah, agreed. I think this will be a lot of this will come down to how that Aneris is going to position on field and how long he can avoid losing 100% of his capacitor. We do see the T-Fi sort of pressing into each other. Lord Jackson's Og Navy joining that struggle. And they're going to look for a lockdown here. The Hyperion not quite into the mix yet, but he's buzzing in there as they close on Hyperion, and I think we'll start to see the damage ramp up.
Yep, a mix of E-War damage and rep bots for both teams. It's a bit of a drone smorgasbord right now. But what you're seeing with the Spectre fleet bombers, that's drone damage coming their way. Meanwhile, the Og Navy has not only guns on top of him, but a big cloud of drones as well.
Indeed, we
He
do see
is
a
melting
Rocket
pretty
Vengeance
quickly.
has managed to make it. Yeah, he is. He's disintegrating. We do see the Rocket Vengeance has managed to make it to the bombers now, and he's working into that Purifier. So he should be able to get a Purifier off the field in due time, but Lord Jackson's Og Navy does not survive the struggle in the mid there, with all the T-Fis able to get access to him.
And very crucially, the Balgorn for Spectre Fleet has burned away. He was not screened successfully. He is on top of the Anero, snooting it dry.
Yeah, that
Also
positioning of the
putting a little
Aneris.
damage into it too, which is strange. It could be that he's not in range to hit anything else for full damage, but either way, there's a bunch of split damage coming out now from Spectre Fleet, whereas Goons are focusing on the Tempest Fleet and the Purifier. However, neither are dying remarkably fast.
Yeah, the Purifier has a fair bit of Logibots on it, and it's sort of managed to sustain him. He's not able to move anywhere, being held down there by the Vengeance, but he is trying his best to get all of the torps out he can before he goes pop. And Tyler and the T-Fi holding on for dear life at about 50% armor, hovering there as he self-wraps. But without the help of Logi, there's going to be a severe challenge here as this Hyperion is just able to have free access to the T-Fi and keep whittling it down. We do see the Oneris drop there.
Dropped hard. They tried to swap over to the Pontifex, which was holding it down for the Balgorn, but too little too late. That Balgorn was allowed free reign, and it just rampaged right into the back line and created this big hole in the Goon comp, which they can now no longer fill. Their Logi is down, and we're going to see the rest of their ships falling in very quick order.
Yeah, unfortunately, they did not take enough DPS off the field to justify a Logi loss. So I don't think we're going to see a big recovery here.
And their Hyperion now has all of those Balgorn newts turned onto itself, along with additional newts from the Tempest. He looks like he's trying to cap boost and rep through it, but that is going to be a really difficult thing to juggle for him. He is going to be losing armor a lot faster than he can replace it, because his cap is going to be basically zero, except for those few seconds right after he pops a cap booster charge. He's now dipping to half structure, and there he goes. That is a huge, huge chunk of their DPS down. I do not think there is a road to recovery here for Goonswarm.
Unfortunately, it seems like their win conditions have left the building, as now they are simply getting whittled down, getting pushed into. Balgorn fairly comfortable here to stay on that end of the field. Now, of course, he's been held down for a bit by the by some hero scram out of the Tormentor, but I don't think he cares at this point. He's just going to switch out to radio, throw some damage that he can across to that Tempest Fleet issue, and still get work done as his team finishes the details.
Yeah, they are on cruise control right now. This Tempest will drop very fast. It didn't need cap for its guns, but does need cap for its local rep, which is the only way it's going to pull back some hit points. And now we see their low end just evaporating. That was a Tormentor gone. I didn't even see him take a hit. He just completely vanished in one shot.
It looks like Virion got tired of being held down all the way back there and decided he would take that Tormentor out once and for all and threw a little bit of pulse into him. And now we see the Balgorn buzzing in to help his team finish off the match here, but with just Vengeance carries EOS Maulus left. Unfortunately, there's not a lot for Goons to do here to recover.
Yeah, they're double Deacons, perfectly fine. They haven't even been taken into armor, and the reps from these Deacons will be more than enough to keep all the rest of their ships alive as this EOS drops as well. That is the last gasp of DPS on the Goonswarm team. They're done now. They have a Carries Maulus for E-War, but nothing to follow up with. This Vengeance for Tackle, it is one of the tankiest assault frigates in the game, but we're seeing now just how quickly that tank evaporates when it doesn't have anything in terms of reps to back it up.
Yeah, I think they were looking for some openings to hold down some key ships, but without the positioning from the Hyenas to avoid getting caught out by the Valgorn, it really just started to fall apart. It's a good example of where Carrie's Mullis is certainly powerful for holding off or sort of delaying the field and giving you that element of control. But as ships start to push in closer,
Mullis is micro
those
jump
dams
driving. He's
cannot
going
save you
for it.
to glory.
Oh.
And off he
I
goes.
think he only made it 208. I don't think he came close to the record, but he made a good showing. 205, 208, somewhere in there.
231.5. Very
Oh my
nice.
goodness.
Very nice.
That's the record.
And there's
That
the
is
new
the
record.
micro jump record.
Well, it's important to
Danny
pull something
Snyder.
monumental out. Well
Oh
done.
my goodness.
Well, a clean victory here for
Legend.
Spectre Fleet as they advance onwards.
Oh, hello. I was expecting a countdown there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Goonswarm Federation back in their traditional place for Alliance Tournament, which is out of it. We thought for a while maybe Alliance Tournament 18 was going to be the one for Goonswarm Federation, but much like Alliance Tournaments 1 through 17 is not happen to be that way. They did, however, set a new record for dying as far away from the center of the arena as possible, 231.5 kilometers from Azur and Argent there, the captain of the Goonswarm Federation team. Of course, you can argue in Twitch chat all you want about whether that counts because it's not on Tranquility, but this is an official Alliance Tournament trials match. That's I'd say it probably leans on the side of counting. Somewhere in the world, Casper24 just sat up, looked around, and felt a little shiver down his spine. The previous record holder. Spectre Fleet doing great there. Really dismantled that Goonswarm Federation team rather surgically, one after the other. It seemed to be, moderator, just a bit of a lack of screening from the Goonswarm Federation side.
Yeah, so we saw that Virian Stoneshard quite literally ran it down mid past the first tower and into the inhibitor, where he inhibited the Oneros from doing literally anything when he got a newt and a web on top of him. And that is not where you want to be if you are that Goon Oneros. The ships that would have been screening him were that Vengeance and the Tormentor. The Vengeance, unfortunately, was trying to solo PvP bombers, which is understandable, but when those bombers are sitting on top of the Deacon duo, you're never going to break it. So what you need to do in that situation is, play defensively and mitigate the, 20-something points Balgorn with your 4-point Vengeance and prevent it. And once the Goons lost that Logi, there was no way back into that match for them.
Yeah, it was just, like I say, kind of systematic from Spectre Fleet. Blackbird Pirate, do you think Goonswarm Federation really could have done anything else against that execution from Spectre Fleet? It seemed like they were in control, they were calm, they were collected. Would Goons need Spectre Fleet to perform less good to have a chance there?
I think so. Like, honestly, comp-wise, it wasn't that much. There wasn't a particular advantage on one side or the other, in my opinion. Like, the Spectre Fleet setup was a little bit better in the sense that it had higher DPS and it had a Balgorn. Balgorns are pretty cool. But like Mod said, if they'd screened the Balgorn with the Vengeance, then what are you going to do with the Balgorn? The Spectre fleet was kind of spread out in a lot of different parts where they could have just tackled different ships off in different areas and then maybe applied something. We did see Goons almost get a couple kills at the end there because they like switch targets, but again, it kind of goes back to that thing we've been seeing for this entire weekend where people are tunnel visioning and then think, well, maybe we'll beat it if we keep shooting it. And that's not going to happen unless you figure out some way to pressure the logistics. So, you know, I think that was like actually a skill issue on Goon's part. It wasn't like an out theory crafted per se. It wasn't an out comped. It was just that, you know, they couldn't find 10 good pilots, and it's unfortunate, but I'm actually happy for Spectre because I think this is going to be the first time they've made it through the feeders and one of the first times they made it in, you know, has a possibility of making it in the main tournament for a really long time. So it's good for them.
Yeah, exactly. So well done, Spectre Fleet, for taking that W and eliminating Goonswarm Federation from the tournament and securing themselves at least a place in next weekend. So they still have to secure themselves a place in the main tournament, but they will have the opportunity to do that on day 3 and 4 of the trials. Now, I just wanted to briefly discuss the Thunderdome server. So for those of you who may be new to Alliance Tournament in general, you will be thinking, hey, is this happening somewhere on Tranquility? You know, can I go harvest up these wrecks and sell them or whatever? But in fact, these are this fight and all the fights today are happening on the Thunderdome server, which is a completely separate server from Tranquility. Everyone has maximum skills, all the ships are free, and basically points mean absolutely nothing except entry into the main tournament itself. One of the reasons that we do it on Thunderdome is it means that the teams don't have to worry about losing the ISK for the ships. So, you know, if you're a small team that's new to the tournaments and you want to give it a go, you don't have to worry about trying to find people with the right skills. Like maybe you're a new Bro Corp. You don't have to worry about finding someone to fund buying all the ships and modules to be able to fit up X amount of comps so that when your Balgorn gets banned, you have to bring something else and you have to buy it all of a sudden in Jita. That can be quite detrimental to small teams. So we're doing this on Thunderdome, which is lovingly maintained by CCP Zealous. He gets up every morning, has a half-hour talk with Thunderdome, makes sure that Thunderdome knows that it's loved and cared for. Then he goes about the rest of his day. Thunderdome itself now lives in the London server room with the rest of Tranquility. It's a long step up from where it started, which was on a server blade under CCP Logibro's desk. So we at EVNT are all super happy with the current state of Thunderdome, and we hope to see more of it in the future. Now, we can look forward to our next match here in the Stark Manir tribe. Another elimination match, Black Bart Pirate, between No Visual and the Ancients. Elimination matches, the pressure is certainly going to be on. What do you think about these bans here?
I really like actually all the bans here except for the Balgorn. I think I've said several times I'm not a huge fan of these Balgorn bans. I don't think it's that good of a ship. Granted, we just saw it beat Goons, but yeah, does that make it a good ship? I don't know. The Barghest, though, we've seen a lot of Barghests. We've seen a lot of Scimitars. Like, I think it's probably the most common Logi ship. So, No Visual banning the Barghest and the Golem. They're really not wanting to see that, that rapid heavy kite. They really don't want to see that Golem tinker we've seen a couple times, which is fair. I think it's been very difficult to beat. Ancients, not sure about the Balgorn. They must have just felt that it's difficult to play into. But the Scimitar ban, that honestly pretty much bans out Shield Kite and does a seriously good job about damaging some of the other like heavy missile setups. It's honestly pretty good against Minotaur Rush as well. So I think a Scimitar ban is like a very clear sign that you want to fly armor or you want to fight against armor.
Moderator, you've flown in some fairly high-level teams in your time. Talk to me about this whole concept of like out-meting yourself in bans and things like that. Like, what do we mean sometimes when that happens?
Yeah, so once you have been kind of scrimming yourself internally, kind of like we used to, or you have a single scrim partner, you can kind of get in your own head and outthink yourself and overthink situations when really what you just need to do is just go with the composition that you have most experience with, that everyone can communicate and pilot effectively, and not try to do any like last minute crazy things like saying, oh hey, I think they're gonna bring all Amar damage. Let's swap all of our hardeners to like EM instead at like the last minute, and then you fight like a missile team, and now all of a sudden all your EM hardeners are useless because they can just choose whatever damage. Things like that. So it's very possible to kind of get in your own head and kind of double guess yourself, especially when you're in an elimination match and everything is riding on the line and you just kind of want to go for broke because you just need to pull out the W to keep going. But yeah, just the advice I'd give to most of these teams is just go with what you're comfortable with, go with what you have the experience on, and play to the best of your ability.
Yeah, sometimes you see that with younger teams as well, less in-depth theory crafting. And the best thing to do is just pick a couple of comps and just run them over and over and over again, get really good at flying and executing those ones and try and do your best with them. I've seen plenty of times where that happens and then they maybe lose against some other comp, and then the next match you see them bring the comp they just lost to. They'd never flown it before, they'd never practiced with it before, and all of a sudden they're trying to use it rather than just bringing what they're comfortable with. I've been in that situation myself. I remember getting absolutely dumpstered in Alliance Tournament 13 by Shadow Cartel's Bomber Tinker in a practice, I think the day before the first day of Alliance Tournament, and we immediately stole that comp and deployed it the next day because we were like, wow, that comp is going to be good, and then we lost the match. So it's easily done. But it is time to go to the arena for a elimination match between No Visual and the Ancient, with your casters, Fearvina, and the Basilisk.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fear, joined by the Basilisk, and we have on the red side No Visual Dot with a triple battleship setup. This one with the Leshak and a Hyperion, with a Tempest fleet as well. More armor, more control, but it's more armor than control in this particular instance.
Yeah, and on the other side, I think the Ancients here are about to discover why it's generally a pretty bad idea to warp to 0 unless you're 110% certain that you've got the rushiest rush to have ever rushed. Because they've brought in these two Abaddons at 0. They've got Logi frigates that warping in at 30, so there's not going to be effective reps from the Navitas and Inquisitor on these Abaddons. And they've parked up right on top of this Leshak, Tempest fleet, and Hyperion from No Visual, who are just going to absolutely munch through them.
Yeah, Abaddon's very tanky ships, but triple battleship. You have 3 with the damage bonus, and 1 of which is a Leshak versus 2 with the damage bonus, and 1 with just tracking and protection. Grant you, they have these attack battlecruisers and these oracles. Perhaps they'll be able to chunk through a target, but first, they have to deal with this Leshak, the biggest damage dealer out of any ship in the AT. We'll see how well it can do. I believe the Leshak is undefeated through feeders, if I'm not mistaken at the moment.
The thing is, as well, for the Ancients here, is they're also potentially going to have to deal with this Keres and this Confessor, who may also have damps in the mid. So that's potentially 5 bonus damps here sitting at 0. So those Oracles might find it very, very difficult to actually lock anything at all without burning in. And obviously, Oracle's not the tankiest ships in the world, not exactly where they want to be, coming up close to Leshak and Tempest Fleet and all the other sort of stuff that they've brought at 0. And this Abaddon immediately, if Iska is starting to take chunks.
Yeah, but as is predictable, they are going for this Leshak first off the field. If they can take the Leshak out, perhaps they can survive the storm of the other 2 battleships. Of course, the Hyperion very tanky, but the TFI not nearly as much. The Leshak in half armor. Grant you, they've got T2 Logi frigs, while the T1 Logi frigs are what the Ancients have brought.
Yeah, but this Deacon of Castrator X seems to be running away. I don't really know where he's going, to be honest. They've got zone control in the center of the arena here. There's not going to be as much nuke pressure from the Abaddon and the Apocalypse as there is on their own team, with the Leshak and the Tempest fleet having multiple utility highs. And this Deacon is just letting his battleship buddy die here. This Leshak needs you, Castrator. He needs you right on top of him. He's
really
going into
does.
armor now.
And Ryan and the Thalia being taken down low as well. Frozen Slayer, if he goes down before this Abaddon, this goes the way of the Ancients 9 times out of 10. This Leshak is so important, and he's already in structure. If he goes down, this is blown wide open off of this Deacon not being there, and the Leshak is dead. Iska into armor now, but they're onto the Hyperion.
he goes down, and that's criminal. I mean, I think there's still a chance for the Ancients to win this despite that Lashak loss, because as time goes on, they're going to have nuke pressure. As you said, they've got the more advanced Logi frigates, and these Abaddons, obviously APOC as well, vulnerable to nuke pressure from this Tempest fleet. But the Hyperion of Miss Isbel is dying now rapidly, in fact. And in general, I really don't like the Hyperion in an Alliance tournament setting. I feel like it's so limited. I mean, blasters in general, they're such short range, and nuke pressure absolutely screws it as well. And I mean, the Ancients here are going to sort of, well, I mean, No Visual have just sort of, I don't know, they had such a strong position to start with, and they've thrown it. Yeah, they've thrown it. There's no other way to put it. They've absolutely dumpstered their own chances here.
Yeah, and on top of that, right, like, this Abaddon still hasn't died. Iska, with only T1 Logifrigs, due to the bonuses that the Abaddon gets, is just so damn tanky. He finally falls, but with the full damage of 2 Oracles, an APOC, and an Abaddon on this Tempest Fleet issue, even with the T2 Logifrigs, he will fall. They're going to turn their eyes onto Arya and the Oracle, because that's a lot of DPS per the low HP of the Oracle, but I don't think it's going to be enough to take this match from the Ancients.
Yeah, I think the critical part of this No Visual comp is that they have the zone control. And when I say zone control, I mean sort of nuke pressure in this area. You know, you don't, if you're the enemy team, you don't want to come into this range where you've got a Tempest fleet, you've got a Lashak sitting there. You know, so they're trying to get away. We saw one of the Abaddons, I think it was Freya Grey, who was untackled. He was trying to burn away at the start and get out of that zone, get a little bit of distance between himself and the Hyperion and all that damage. But for the Deacon himself to just sort of abandon that zone control and leave the Lashak to die, it's criminal. It's disastrous, absolutely disastrous. And of course, once they lose those ships, once they lose that Lashak and lose the Hyperion, the Oracles then feel, oh, okay, you know, they haven't got that much DPS left. I can now go in as well and start making it even worse.
Yeah, it's bad news bears for No Visual. As you know, as you mentioned, that key mistake at the beginning, they lose their Thalia now. There's not a whole lot left in the tank. They've only got low end and a Stabber fleet issue. I mean, this one's pretty much over, and it's pilot error really from from No Visual. They could have taken out these Oracles straight off the bat. They went for an Abaddon, the tankiest ship on the side of the Ancients. Well, they could have sniped the Oracles. The Oracles were in there at close range too. Bad target calling, bad piloting from the Deacon, and it just turns into a absolute mess for No Visual.
Yeah, I think, as Ithaca was saying, obviously the feeder tournament provides an opportunity for teams to get involved at low cost. And I think there's potential here that maybe the Deacon pilot got a bit skittish. You know, he lands at 0, he sees these 3 battleships on top of him, and he thinks, you know, this isn't where I want to be. And that sort of knowledge of what your comp does, and, you know, sort of, is the enemy more scared of you than you should be of them? Because, you know, if you see these 3 battleships landing on top of you, you might think, oh, well, you know, this isn't where I want to be. But unless one of them's a Vindicator with a 90% web, if you're in a 10 MN Deacon, you can sort of hover around 10k sort of range, keep your reps operational, you know, keep pumping your guy full of HP and not worry too much about the presence of these 3 close battleships. But if you're an inexperienced player, you might think, you know, this isn't where I want to be. I need to get away. It's sort of the natural logistics instinct. You know, we see all these Logi cruisers obviously trying to stay around 50 kilometers, maybe, you know, warp ins at range and think, you know, I've got to get out of here. This isn't where I want to be. But the lack of nuke pressure as well with the Abaddons, they have nuke control. If this match goes for a long time with all these battleships clustered on top of each other at the center of the arena, No Visual would come out on top because they've got the nukes on the Lashak, they've got the nukes from the Tempest fleet, and the Abaddons, obviously, in the Apocalypse, the Oracles are also capacitor reliant.
Yeah, as you mentioned, just a myriad of mistakes leaving the Ancients in position here. I do want to say they did exactly what they needed to do at the start of the match, nuke the Lashak off the field, as that is the highest DPS and the highest point ship to deal with in the Lashak. Well, it's tanky, not as tanky as an Abaddon with that resist bonus that it naturally gets, and then obviously nuking that Hyperion, go in the order of damage as you need to. That looked like a single rep Hyperion to me. Didn't really have a whole lot in the tank in the way of EHP or actual repping power, and only 3 frigates remain for No Visual.
Yeah, it's not, obviously, I don't think it's a perfect match for the Ancients. I mean, as at the start, I questioned bringing in the battleships at 0. If you're not certain you have the rushiest rush, then, you know, it's a little bit questionable. And of course, they brought in their Logi frigates at range, so if they needed those reps, you know, they're not going to be optimal. So in that situation, you sort of think, you know, maybe we should bring in the battleships a little bit further back and sort of take a more measured approach. But you can only beat what is in front of you, right? You can only beat the opponent that's on grid in front of you. And the Ancients started off at that perhaps deficit based on initial position and have actually turned it into a win here with good target calling. They've correctly taking down the Leshak right off the bat so he can't get spooled up, and effectively capitalized on the mistakes here of no visual.
Yeah, really well played from the Ancients to pull that out. Maybe work on the warp ends next time, but as the Steakin falls, Hyena carries, last one's remaining. I hope they get the opportunity to boundary here, because it will take a long time to catch these two very fast ships.
Yeah, this carries is 100 kilometers away from the middle. I think doesn't seem to be going for a beacon. He's just sort of burning around, as is the Hyena of Rane, but drones are going to start arriving on them. Pontifex of Skopik is making his way in there as well. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to catch. Obviously, Hyena with webs is going to keep him off, but as this is the end of the tournament run for no visual, I guess they want to just enjoy their time in the sun.
Yeah. I mean, I don't blame him necessarily, but, the boundary record has been broken today, so I want to see more attempts at the MJD record. The carries ends up falling. He boundaried, I believe. Don't know what the distance was. We're going to get it from CCP Zealous in a second.
It's 126, so, he's just sort of coasted down, really. And the Hyena does finally go down. So that is unfortunately going to be the end of no visual leaders.
Yep, the Ancients win, and they will move on to the playoffs. We're going to throw it to the desk real quick to break down that match and bring us on to the next one.
The Ancients taking the W over no visual there in a very exciting match. I loved that match. That was super fun to watch. Big chunky laser boys just pummeling DPS into that Leshak. It was a race to the bottom. Who's going to die first? And in this case, it was XX, Frozen X Slayer in his Leshak. He could not take down Iska in the Abaddon, proving once again that lasers are definitely going to be the way forward in this Minmatar-themed competition. Blackbart Pirates, how was that match for you?
I really liked it. I've been saying kind of in our internal little channels, I've been saying that I'm pretty sure that a laser rush like that would beat almost every single team that we've seen so far. I feel vindicated because it did. Honestly, I don't want to be that. I'm not going to say I don't want to be that guy. I totally want to be that guy. I mean, I'm going to counter one thing that Fear said during the commentary, because he said that it was kind of a piloting error, perhaps. And in all honesty, that match was over as soon as no visual warped in at 0. Like, that was it. They're done. We've seen it happen a couple times. You should never, ever warp at 0 unless you are 100% sure that if someone else warps at 0, they're not going to beat you in a brawl. And unfortunately, every single major ship that they had was tackled immediately because they warped at 0. And the only targets they could have shot were the Abaddons, because a Hyperion's pretty short range, right? Like, yeah, you could load null and shoot out to 20 or 25, but that's not that good. Tempest Fleet issue, pretty short range. You could load Hail or load Barrage and shoot out pretty far. Again, not that good. If you're tackled on top of the Abaddons and you want to maximize damage in a DPS race, you kind of have to go after it. So it was unfortunate. I think that it would have been a totally different game if no visual had warped in at 20 or 30 or maybe even 10, but they just got completely melted by 7,000 DPS worth of lasers.
And Mod, the Leshak is 25 points, right? And the Abaddon is 20 points. The Fleet Tempest is 20 points. The Hyperion is 19 points. It's a lot of points for a single ship. Why so many points? And is it still worth bringing at that high cost?
Yeah, the deal with the Leshak is that it doesn't start out with a lot of damage, but when it ramps up fully with close range ammo, you're doing 2,000 damage. And not only are you doing 2,000 damage, you're doing 2,000 omni damage. So you're not running into the reactive armor hardener issue that teams often run into when they bring, say, all lasers, right? Where if a ship does hold on long enough and it shifts its reactive hardener to all EM therm, yeah, maybe you eventually break it, but how long did you spend breaking it? Did you spend so much time, like Art was talking earlier, that you just kind of, spent 4 minutes trying to kill one ship and all of a sudden you've lost all of your support core and you've lost the match now? I mean, in this case, like Art was saying about the kind of the armor rush, Oracle, pretty cheap. Abaddon, pretty cheap. Sometimes you put out a few thousand laser damage and your 25-point Leshak never gets to spool up to that 2,000 because it dies in the first minute of the match.
Yeah, also, if that Leshak happens to warp in at 0, get tackled, and then whatever it wants to shoot at just burns away in and out of its range, and of course it's going to reset that spool every single time. Bart, we saw also the Tech 1 logistics frigates being brought by the Ancients going up against the Tech 2 logistics frigates brought by No Visual. That's a difference of 10 points to just 2. Do you think that the Tech 2 logistic frigates are 5 times better than Tech 1 in this case? Or was it a wise move to spend those points in the bigger ships here?
They're definitely not worth 5 times as much. I don't think in that specific match it mattered all that much that it was Tech 1 versus Tech 2. Obviously, Tech 1 armor frigates are not great. I think they rep about 60 to 75% as much as a Tech 2. I don't think it would have saved them if they had brought a Deacon and a Thalia instead of an Inquisitor and a Navitas. But I understand why they did it, because in regards to survivability, Tech 2 logistics frigates actually can survive, where Tech 1, like, any ship can look at them and basically take them down. I'm pretty sure, like, if you had 2 Sipples, you could put them on each frigate and they'd beat both frigates if they were Tech 1, or Tech 2 wouldn't even care. So I'm not saying you shouldn't bring Tech 1 frigates. Obviously, we just saw them win. I just don't think that in most situations, Tech 1 logistics frigates are a great idea. It's kind of a weird, I hate to say, it depends, but it depends. I don't think it would have mattered in that match.
Awesome. So that was the second of the Stark Mynir matchups in the last couple of matches. So No Visual being eliminated from the feeders, the Ancients living to survive for next weekend. We will see them again looking for a place in Alliance Tournament itself. So Stark Mynir A, the winner of that tribe is Scary Wormhole People, and the runner-up is Spectre Fleet. Stark Mynir B, winner Rusty Hyenas Clan, and runner-up is the Ancients. So we say goodbye to Goonswarm Federation and No Visual. And now we look forward to the next one, which is the Crucial tribal group. So right now, sitting at the top of Group A is Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy, the Galmill heroes of the Federation, sitting above Snuffed Out and Outfoxed. Group B is Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports, sitting above All-Star Mind and Moss Piglet Preservation Society. So we are going to see I think another couple of elimination matches coming up, depending on how these ones work out. But our next match of the day is going to be Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy versus Outfoxed. Question for you, Bart. Pineapple and pizza, what do you think? Yes or no?
Absolutely not.
Okay, moderator, yes or no? Pineapple and pizza?
Disgusting.
Okay, well, you're both wrong. Pineapple and pizza is delicious. And you can all at me all you want, but everyone who disagrees is wrong. And I'm going to use my... I'm being added by the producer. Well, BRJ, I dilly gaff. So it's delicious. Give me all the pineapple on the pizza. It's fantastic. It's just more pineapple. That's right. Put it all on. I love myself a good pineapple pizza. Yeah, spam pizza emojis if you like pineapple on pizza. It's definitely an emoji in Twitch, so make sure you use them to support pineapple on pizza. Let's look at the bans for Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy and Outfoxed and see if Outfoxed have chosen to ban pineapple. There we are. So Percussive Pizza Time banning Typhoon Fleet issue and the EOS, so afraid of those drone comps, afraid of that Typhoon Fleet issue. Outfoxed banning Balgorn. I've been told it is the #1 most banned ship thus far in the tournament, and also the Gila. So Outfoxed, by virtue of not banning pineapple, are also supporting pineapple on pizza. So good for them. Moderator, what do you think about these bans here? They're looking fairly standard at this point.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of EOS bans as the tournament continues, like Bart and I think literally every other analyst has been saying. When you take out EOS, you take out kind of this linchpin command ship that you want to have in a drone comp. Typhoon Fleet issue is just an excellent battleship for the point value it brings. And then Balgorn, again, you see it a lot kind of in these sort of preliminary stages and probably in the early AT. People just really get it in their heads after playing a lot of scrims that I really hate dealing with Balgorns. And Gila has been good since forever, so pretty standard bans at this point.
Bart, do you think when we get to 3 bans in the main tournament that we will see some of these laser boats, maybe like the Abaddon, the Oracle, start to appear in bans? Or what's your thinking if you could ban more ships?
I don't think I would ban. I don't think I would ban the Abaddon per se. I think there are other ships you could ban to make the Abaddon, like that laser rush, not work. I don't think I'd ban the Balgorn either. I think we'd start seeing things like EOS Curse, Sleipnir would be a good one. Like we've seen Minotaur Rush doing very, very well. I don't know what the actual win percentage is, but we'll probably have that for next time. But it feels like it's winning a lot, so I'm going to go off my feelings, all 3 of them. Yeah, I would expect like EOS, Curse, Sleipnir, Lashak seem to be doing really, really well, even though they're 25 points. So maybe some Lashak bans coming out, but I don't necessarily think the laser rush is like the thing. Like you can counter it by warping at 30. Just saying.
True. You could indeed counter it by warping at 30. But let's find out if anyone's warped at 30 or if anyone's warped at 0 as we go to the arena and see Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy versus Outfoxed with your casters Ish and Alec.
What's up, everybody? Alec here. Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy bring a very interesting setup. Double broadsword. Not used to seeing that one. We've also got double Sleipnir with a Loki, and then Tech 2 logistics support frigates. But have they been outfoxed, Ish?
Well, everyone's favorite cat ears team has brought a Barghest to play, and they've brought actually a hick of their own, a single broadsword, the same deal that already broadsword set up, but instead going to be working in tangent with that Barghest there. They've also brought the Tech 2 Logi and the Scimitar, and then they've brought in some bombers to hit those big targets and an Orthrus for the projection and some Hyena for lockdown. So we'll see how they work out versus the damage and the hit control from Pizza Time.
Yeah, this is a curious setup. It's a rush. It's a rush with a control element to it. We'll see if they can pull this off. I think they're drastically lacking in damage, which might be the issue here for Percussive Pizza Time, but both teams have clashed into each other now. Percussive going after the Barcast of Outfoxed. Meanwhile, Chad Flame's Sleipnir already dipping into 1/3 shield, dropping rather rapidly, and they're splitting fire between it and one of their Kirans.
Yeah, with Chad being there caught in a triangle between Ashley's T-Fi and Teddy's Barghest, that's definitely a lot of damage for a single Slep to take on and endure. They do have this Barghest locked down, and they want to try to pump the damage into it. At the same time, these bombers are probably getting a little bit of torp application too. We see lots of paint going out and some good control happening here. So there's definitely going to be a challenge. And there Chad Flame goes, and he's popped. That is going to make.
It looks like they will trade him for the Barghest, though. It's definitely a challenge. They will trade for the Barghest here. It's a question of how quickly can they do it. The longer it takes, the worse off they're going to be. Meanwhile, their Kieran is about to drop as well. He's hanging on for dear life. The only anti-logistics tools that Percussive Pizza Time seems to have is a lone flight of ECM drones, which is parked on top of the scimitar. And that is not exactly inspiring, because if they lose this Slefner, that is pretty much all of their damage. And the Loki will be kicking out quite a bit, but it's not going to be enough to cut through a logistics ship. This Barghest will die first, which is huge. This will buy that Slefner a lot of breathing room, but what can they do with that time?
Yeah, if he's got some anti-charges left in that stack, which it looks like he should have about 3 left here, he should be able to pump through and actually maybe pull off some survival if he can get moving. Now, of course, can't be underestimated. We've got 19-kilometer scrams going out everywhere.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to go for the other battleship, trying to cut off the head of the DPS here, but the Maulus also taking quite a bit of fire, as well as the Manicore. They're kind of splitting all over the place here. Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy having a hard time figuring out their path forward against Outfoxed. And
Yeah,
that looks like that's all for the ASP charges. He's out.
Yeah, and down he goes. And the Mullis falls at the same time to the rockets out of the Vigil Fleet. The Vigil Fleet doing a little bit of hero damage there, besides his usual webbing duties. We do see the Stork start to sail out here.
Terrible trade.
Yeah,
terrible trade.
It's unfortunate.
This Tempest fleet is not going to be nearly as tanky as the Barg, but they just don't have a lot to push through it, and that Scimitar is still alive, still pumping out reps. It's not even harassed at the moment. The ECM drones that were on it are dead, so they must have been one of the Slefners. It is now moving around totally freely, not under any new pressure, not under any significant electronic warfare. It's just got to keep this Tempest fleet nice and healthy in its optimal shield regen, while this Loki of Elikon is dropping ever so slowly closer to armor bleed.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he won't be able to make it through. As he hits at armor, he'll fall very rapidly. Loki's able to represent quite a lot of tank, but not in this kind of scenario without some serious saving. It's just not going to happen. We see Bradley's broadsword being worked on next, as they're still trying to get Outfoxed's T-Fi down here. But it doesn't look like they're really going to have anything to be able to get that done.
And only now is Percussive Pizza Time going after the Scimitar. They've put out a Svipple to go catch it, and now it looks like they're sending every ship that isn't heavily tackled on top of it. That's a good move, but it's too little too late.
Yeah, we do see the Vigil Fleet bearing down on it, but it's not going to be enough damage that they're able to collapse onto that. And we see Pizza Time bring down their Jaguar as well. But the Hyena from Outfoxed has actually been able to pull the Vigil Fleet out of there, and Vigil Fleet goes down, and the Scimitar, once again, free to do what he wants. Svipple has come in for a tackle, but he's just not going to be able to get anything done. Is the Orthrus already on top of him, and that's going to spell certain doom.
Now, they are putting out significant damage into the Scimitar. He will be running an ancillary shield booster as well, so his tank has a time limit on it. They are pushing him to the point where he's probably firing it pretty close to the reload, so it is possible the Scimitar will drop, but once it does, they're just not going to have the firepower to make significant headway against the remaining Battleship Broadsword Orthrus combo that Outfoxed still has on the field.
Yeah, agreed. And with that Manticore Nemesis still up there, you can still get some hits into a broadsword. If that broadsword, of course, chooses to make the hick point, it couldn't receive Logi, even if it had Logi to receive. So it's going to be challenging for Pizza Time to survive here.
Now, to their credit, the Pizza Time logistics frigates are doing their best to keep the remainder of their team alive. They just have a very uphill battle here, with both the Jaguar and the Broadsword taking chunks now. Now the Jag is down. The Broadsword is sure to follow shortly.
Yeah, credit where credit's due. These Logifrigs are not running away. They tried initially, earlier into the match, tried to use some of their bigger ships as sort of a protection, but they are trying to get those reps pumped out there. It's just not enough to save what's left on field. And now it's just a matter of finishing off those heroic Logifrigs and their Svipple friend, as Outfoxed will take the cat ear style win.
Yeah, brilliant job by Outfoxed. Was a very interesting setup from Percussive. I wonder if they were planning for a different team, something that would try to kite away from them a bit more, but had thinner tanks. Not what they ran into here. They ran into a big old Barcast Tempest right in their face.
Yeah, it seemed, as you said, that they were anticipating something that might try to push off a little bit, and perhaps they were hoping with that double broadsword lockdown that they could catch a key target in flight, but it just wasn't to be. Outfox is not afraid to play completely into them, and that aggression proved to be a good winning point.
Turning it back to the analyst desk.
Now for the Triglavian Weather Report, brought to you by Exodus.
The weather calls for disintegration.
And that's the weather forever.
For just 10 million ISK a month, you can save the life of a Hisec miner.
Percussive, Pizza Time, Diplomacy getting pepperonied by Outfoxed there, as Outfoxed takes the win. Sorry, Bart, was that pun too cheesy for you? Unfortunately for Outfoxed, though, they may have won the match, but they have lost the war, as in their particular bracket, Snuffed Out, Percussive, Pizza Time, Diplomacy, and Outfoxed all finish on 1 win apiece, 1-1. So we have to go to the tiebreakers, and the first order tiebreaker is the Rust score. How many Minmatar ships each team brought in the points value? These points are not affected by point inflation, so you don't get extra for bringing more of the same one. And with that, Percussive, Pizza Time, Diplomacy take the top spot in Crucial A. They are the winners, and number 2, the runners-up, Snuffed Out, bringing approximately 29 points more of Minmatar ships in their matches than Outfox. So it is with great shame we say to Outfox, perhaps you should have brought more Minmatar ships to the Minmatar themed tournament. Moderator, we saw there that the Outfox bombers warped in at 20. That seemed like a very bold move, but it seemed to pay off for them.
Yeah, it was in fact a bold move, Cotton. I thought that at some point that the Spipel and the Jaguar that were on field would get on top of those bombers and kill them, because when you rush your Sleipnir into a Barghest and then bombers, it usually doesn't really pan out well for you, and that's more or less played out here. So they needed to get the Jaguar and the Spipel on top of those bombers that warped in entirely too close, like you were alluding to, and they might have had a much better outcome in that match.
Yeah, it's I'm just being told by Jintan those bombers were 20k EHP, no prop bombers. Blackbird Pirate, bit of an unusual tactic there, do you think, or is that some way to maybe go off the wall and try and actually win?
I mean, I guess that would work, like bait stealth bombers. I don't know. I mean, it would have been kind of interesting to see. I was saying in our little commentary thing that really they needed to go after Outfox's low line because of what moderator said. But now that we know, in hindsight, after the fact that they were in fact bait stealth bombers, then maybe that wasn't the right call. I don't know. Personally, I would never expect it to be bait stealth bombers, so it's kind of sad that it didn't happen. I'm actually really curious if he would have won in case if they did actually go for the bait stealth bombers.
You know how we were just talking in the previous segment about not like outthinking yourself and doing like crazy shit, and now all of a sudden we see a 20k stealth bomber win. So hey, exception to every rule, but unfortunately they don't advance. I and breathing a sigh of relief that Snuff does make it onto the playoffs. So, yeah, sorry they didn't bring more Minmatar ships, but hey, Snuff goes on, so that's cool.
Yeah, Snuff does indeed go on, and it looks like they'll be facing Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports next week in the matches to see if they can continue to keep going on. Spoiler alert, I don't think they will. But we need to find out who is going to be the runner-up in Crucial B here on day 2 of Alliance Tournament feeders, or trials, I should say. We still have Of Sound Mind and Moss Piglet Preservation Society, both sitting on 0 wins. So this next match will be another elimination match to determine who remains and who does not. Let's take a quick look at the bans between Of Sound Mind and Moss Piglet Preservation Society. So Of Sound Mind banning again. We see the EOS ban, super popular. I'd gather it's probably up there as common a ban almost as the Barghest. Maybe not the Barghest, sorry, the Balgorn. Maybe not quite as common, but it's definitely up there. We see loads of them. But I don't see very many Cerberus bans, but Sound Mind choosing to ban one anyway. Moss Piglet Preservation Society banning a bit more normal ships, the Vindicator and the Sleipnir. Blackbird Pirate, in what world do you ban a Cerberus here?
I think the only reason to do so is that they really don't want to fight like a rapid light missile kite. That being said, I don't know if a Cerberus ban is the best way to stop that. The Cerberus is definitely not the key to a rapid light missile kite setup. That would be the Scimitar. So if you ban a Scimitar, you have to bring a Basilisk or an Osprey or Logi frigates, none of which are particularly good at going really fast away from people. Banning the Cerberus just means you could bring like an Orthrus, you could bring Gilas, you could bring Navy Ospreys, you could bring Caracals, like just regular old Caracals, Drakes. Like there's a lot of ships that can take the place of a Cerberus. So I think this is probably a case of them having done some testing, probably lost. They probably lose to some guys that fly rapid light all the time, and they've zeroed in on the Cerberus as the problem, not piloting ship comp. Scimitars. So I'm not sure about the Cerb. We'll see. I kind of hope that I hope their opponent brings a rapid light comp and just doesn't bring Cerberuses and wins with it now, just for the sake of it. But we'll see what happens.
Well, I can tell you they won't bring Cerberuses because it's banned. Moderator, you've been in a situation before with teams either as a captain or as one of the lead theory crafters where you've had a significant input on the ban choices. What kind of goes through the minds of captains when you're deciding what bans to put in, especially in these blind ban scenarios that we have here?
Yeah, so I mean, first off, I would kind of see if we had any intel when we spied on teams and see like what are they good at, what are they bad at. If there was a setup that I knew that a team was particularly good at, I would just ban that out and say, hey, we're going to force you to run something you're less comfortable with. And we're going to try to force you into an archetype that we we know we can beat you with. I think as some of the commentators have been alluding to, there are definitely setups we're going to see later in this event that are very just generically good against most teams. And if you can ban out the counters to that, you're going to do very well in this event. But when I see something like a ban of a Cerberus and then an EOS, it says, I really, really hate getting kited. So EOS good at drone kite, Cerberus generally good at kite comps in general. Sleipnir Vindicator, a little bit more traditional bans. Again, Sleipnir part of that Minmatar rush we see all the time. And Vindicator, just kind of very generic armor battleship ban in general.
So if you see a team banning a bunch of kiting stuff against you, saying, hey, like, telegraphing, we don't want to see kite. There's two schools of thoughts. One is bring kite because they don't want to see kite. And the other school of thought is maybe they just want us to think we don't want to see kite. And we want you to bring kite, so we're going to pretend to ban kite and then bring something that we know counters kitey comps. How do you get out of that circle of meta death?
By bringing other drone comps, or I bring Kingslayer, and then I just out control you and beat you because I'm a better player anyway.
There you go. There's the top tip from the desk. Just be better. If you ever find yourself in a situation where you're not winning, stop it and win instead. Bart, do you agree with this this tactic? Just be better.
I think that you look at your opponent and kind of, not just assume that you're going to be better. Like, look at them and think, okay, how good are these guys really? Like, maybe if you look at them and say, like, their previous match, they weren't particularly great pilots, then you bring Kite because you know that they're not going to outpilot you, right? Generally, especially like at the point we're at, where we're not doing like best of threes and best of fives yet, you're probably not going to ban a setup because you're trying to bait your opponent into picking that setup with lesser ships. Probably.
Yeah. I noticed a comment in Twitch chat. Mind games are always going to happen in the Lions tournament. It's one of the reasons why we love it, I think. I mean, Pandemic Legion historically, not recently, have been excellent at that part of the meta. Weren't exactly the best execution team, not a bad team by any stretch of the means, but they used to win a lot based on just being smarter and out-meting their opponents. But I did see a question in Twitch chat asking about what Kingslayer is. There's a number of different comp archetypes that sometimes get referred to, Kingslayer being a very popular one. And it's usually those large, rapid heavy missile ships where you just want to just headshot something super important, like for example the logistic ship of the opponent. So you basically force them to die by shooting them until they die, and then you burn away, reload your rapid heavies, and you come back in, and then you just sort of control and kite away and do that damage one at a time, bang, bang, bang. So that's usually what we call Kingslayer. There's like a bunch more archetypes that we could talk about for days, but we don't have time to, because the teams have taken the field and they are ready to go. So Of Sound Mind versus Moss Piglet Preservation Society. Let's go to the arena with the casters Fear and the Basilisk.
Welcome back to the arena, everyone. As the desk was saying, Moss Piglet Preservation Society versus Of Sound Mind. And funny that they were talking about Kingslayer, because I think we've got two sort of pseudo Kingslayers here. Moss Piglet bringing, this time they seem to have learned from their mistakes earlier of having mixed guns on their battleships, because they've got rapid heavies on all three of these battleships here. These are rapid heavy Typhoon Fleet, Praxis, and Typhoon. But otherwise, it looks like a very similar comp that we saw earlier in their match against Hidden Leaf Village, etc.
Yeah, and Of Sound Mind bringing the armor control. They got a TFI, the other TFI, and a Balgorn. I'm taking a look at the Balgorn model now. Is this a gun Bal? Is the real question. It is. So, Balgorn's got guns, does a little bit more damage, has a little bit less control. We'll see how that goes as we get ready to go for this match.
Yeah, my only concern is, of course, in some matches, the newts from the Balgorn are exceptionally powerful, and in some matches, they're not that great. So obviously against the missiles of these rapid heavy comp, it's not going to be that effective. So I expect to see these newts dumped onto the Logi frigates of the Deacon and the Thalia of the Moss Piglet Society. But heavy newts, obviously 24-second cycle time. So if it's just, if you're only under 1 or 2 newts, it's fairly feasible for these frigates, if they have a cap booster fitted, to just wait for the newt to cycle. You see your cap hit 0, you inject 400, and you're good to go again.
Yeah, we'll see how that is decided to play out with this Balgorn. Of course, also brings the long-range webs. Perhaps they can get something of value here, but it looks like both these teams did not warp at 0, which means that they got to move towards each other if they want to make things happen. We are now underway. Who moves first is the real question. This Vigil Fleet issue from Moss Piglet's Preservation Society, Sexy Care Bear, making his way over towards this Balgorn and Tempest Fleet issue, but he's breaking off, as it's a little bit dangerous to get in close to this Balgorn.
Yeah, I feel like Of Sound Mind here should, based on these two comps and the way it's lining up, they should be feeling like they should be wanting to rush in here. They want to tackle something down with these Balgorn webs and try and get on top of something, apply the new pressure that they do have from their 3 battleships, in fact, and just try and make their way through something. Obviously, the rapid heavies don't really care about being at range, and I would have expected the Moss Piglet team to sort of try and kite around, but in fact both these teams are taking quite a reserved stance. Although the Tempest Fleet of Ronnie is pushing in, but the Balgorn is sitting back here, and I feel like he should be on the front line as well.
Yeah, this Vengeance, though, pushing in towards this Magus, was getting right past the Vigil Fleet issue. He's trying to screen him now, but this Tempest Fleet issue moving in towards the rest of Moss Piglet Preservation Society as the Typhoon Fleet issue is trying to smart bomb off some of these drones off the Magus. Dark Hadron has survived a rapid heavy reload cycle, and no one has died quite yet, and there's split damage across the board.
Yeah, that's the thing with these rapid heavy comps is you've got to choose your targets correctly. You've got to pick something that you know you can break through that won't get out of range, because obviously on some of these ships, if you haven't got like rigs and stuff, you can only get maybe sort of 60, 70 kilometers on the rapid heavies, and it's entirely feasible that something untackled can just burn away from you. And obviously a Balgorn going to be very, very tanky. It's pretty tough to break it in one clip. And once you finish your clip, you've then got a long reload time. So, but as I say that, the Magus just pops.
Yeah, going down to the drone blob across everything else that's coming at it. This Harbinger taking damage right now from Of Sound Mind. They're ignoring these rapid heavy battleships at the moment because they trying to break the other battleships from Of Sound Mind, but they're able to wrap through that at the moment. Once again, this Balgorn has been so tanky. They swapped to the Tempest Fleet issue, back to the Balgorn, and now back to the Tempest Fleet issue again.
Yeah, I mean, this Piglet team, they're staying quite compact here, and I feel like these teams are sort of playing the inverse of what their win conditions are. I mean, the most Piglet team have the range. They should be able to kite around with these rapid heavies split up a little bit, but instead, it seems like the Of Sound Mind team are just sort of coming in one by one, and that's not the strategy here. They need to be coordinated. It's only now the Balgorn's arriving on the scene.
Yeah, and the Tempest Fleet issue is dove into lower armor. As he survives a rapid heavy reload cycle, he's going to be able to get some reps back from this Deacon and Thalia, but none of these rapid heavy battleships have been touched, and he's not going to be able to live to win after this. It looks like only one or two of these ships is actually hitting him at the moment. So it doesn't look like the reload cycles are synced, but now looks like the full damage is about to be applied.
Yeah, it's not looking good here if this Tempest Fleet goes down. That's a significant chunk of their damage, and I keep saying it, this Balgorn just needs to charge in there. The Deacon and Thalia are sitting relatively unmolested here. He needs to just get in and stick those newts on those Deacon and Thalia. I mean, they're not doing anything on anything else, so he needs to just make progress here. He should be the front line for his team. He's got the range webs, he's got the newts. It's important, it's imperative that he gets the value for these points. Balgorn, was it 23 points? Expensive investment. You need to make use of it, and that Thalia does go down at the same time as the Sentinel from Of Sound Mind.
Yeah, Tempest Fleet issue dipping into very low structure at the moment, but he's weathering the storm at the moment as this Harbinger seeps getting some damage from the rest of Sound Mind. He's now dipping into structure himself. The Tempest Fleet issue, though, one more rapid heavy cycle is enough to kill him. He's dipping ever so slowly in towards his death.
This Deacon now of Julius Morden, his Logi partner's dead, so I don't think he's going to last long as well. It's only going to be Logibots that are able to keep him up. But he's got a swarm of red
Tempest
DPS
Fleet issue
bots
dies,
around him
though.
as well. Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, this Og Navy in a half armor as well. He's fairly tanky for a cruiser, but remember, all three of these battleships are alive, and now they're onto the Typhoon Fleet issue with these rapid heavy missile launchers. We'll see if they're going to be able to take him down. Once again, they still have both of their Logi frigates alive, but dual Logi frigs does not outpace 3 sets of rapid heavy missiles in the long run. We're going to see if they can get this Typhoon Fleet out of the way. Does look like he's ancillary fit, though, as he did get quite a big rep there.
I mean, the Deacon goes down now. They've lost all Logi frigates. I feel like this is swinging towards Of Sound Mind ever so slightly. I mean, those 3 battleships won't be affected by the newts anymore, but I mean, against the Logi frigates, they haven't got any real control left to pin them down. As long as this Vigil Fleet issue dies, the Deacon and Thalia should be able to sort of coast around fairly safely outside of web range, outside of tackle range, and just keep pumping these reps into their, their battleships.
Og Navy issue diving very low as well. The Vigil Fleet issue gets deleted from the map, and it looks like Moss Piglet Preservation Society, they're going to lose all their low end and have no way out of this one. They lost the Og Navy, the Jackdaw, the Armored Jackdaw, the last member of their team alive, as the battleships remain untouched, but they just can't get any kills at the moment. This Magus being taken down pretty low. I believe it's just the Jackdaw on top of him at the moment, as the Typhoon Fleet issue is being hit by these rapid heavies. But on the same time, more power of the Typhoon Fleet is now being taken down by the counter Typhoon Fleet of Sound Mind and this gun Balgorn. He's dipping in armor right now.
Yeah, the thing, as I said at the start of the match, I mean, this Piglet team is having difficulty breaking these battleships, and of course, once you hit reload, the Logi frigates can just rep him straight back up again, and If they can't kill them in one clip, then it's very, very difficult to deal with them, and they've so far been unable to do so at the start of the match. They haven't got much chance of that getting better with just three ships left, and as time goes on, it's swinging more and more against them, as more power is going to go down first of these two Typhoon fleet issues.
Yeah, Typhoon fleet issue and Battlegorn do enough damage to deal with this other TFI. There's Typhoon and Paraxis left, but 2 sets of Rapid Heavies, worse than 3, and the 3's not enough to kill Ranimar, who keeps repping through the damage. More power into structure now. He's about to go down, and this match is over.
Yeah, it's one of those matches where the target calling, I think the choice to get rid of the Logi frigates has really helped them out here. Once Logi frigates are gone, obviously the longer a match goes, the more DPS you're able to clear. The power of those reps compared to the incoming damage becomes a greater and greater proportion until eventually you reach a point where they just can't break through the reps at all. And at that point, it's just sort of the death knell for your match, because obviously if you can't kill anything, the opponent's still doing their thing. They're still making progress as that Typhoon fleet does finally go down, and you're just sort of stuck stalling. And you know, it can be difficult to judge the right time to take them out. A lot of teams we see don't take them out immediately, but they do sort of take them out in the mid game when they present like an opportune chance to get rid of them, and they just sort of neglected them a little bit here. And obviously now at this point in the match, it's too little, too late. They can't get rid of them at all.
Nope, they cannot. I mean, Rapid Heavies don't really apply to 10MN Logifrigs all that well. Their low end is dead. Modern Inferno, the next primary from Of Sound Mind, as they are just waiting for their inevitable deaths. Are we going to see some MJD plays here? Perhaps, because this is an elimination match. I want to see who gets the best boundary if they're made able to do that.
I mean, we saw Goonswarm Captain Azure and Argent come up with the new record earlier in the day. I mean, I didn't think the old record would ever be broken, to be honest, because it doesn't, I mean, logically, it doesn't really make sense for it to be broken. If the beacon's at 88 from the center and it jumps you 100, how do you get to 230? I don't know. Maths doesn't make sense to me anyway. What do you think could have happened differently in this match for Piglets? Do you think, what strategy would you have suggested they gone for?
I mean, better target calling, perhaps. They went for a Typhoon fleet issue off the start there. And another thing to note is that the Rapid Heavies of a Praxis and a Typhoon aren't going to sync because they have different bonuses. One of them, I believe the Typhoon fleet and the Typhoon have a rate of fire bonus, whereas the Praxis, I believe, has a damage bonus. I might be wrong on that one. Either way, you're not able to sync your Rapid Heavies. You're not able to actually burst through as effectively as if you had 3 of the ships with the exact same cycle time on those Rapid Heavy missile launchers. On top of that, I just don't think they should have gone for a battleship. Maybe they should have tried to go for something lower end, something that was going to give their low end some trouble before they moved on to this Typhoon fleet issue. Hopefully their low end could have taken out the Deacon and Thalia, and then they could have made things a little bit easier for them.
Yeah, I actually completely agree with that take. I think a lot of teams might look at the sort of DPS bonus on a Rapid Heavy boat and go, you know, it's about the same as a damage bonus boat on a rate of fire bonus boat. But the reality is you just get more damage out of a clip, and that's the most important thing, is being able to kill a target from 100 to 0 within one clip. And if you're just churning through your missiles and each missile is less effective, and you can't clip something as a result, because I believe the Typhoon fleet has 37% damage bonus compared to the regular Typhoon.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh no, sorry, the Typhoon fleet has the rate of fire. The regular Typhoon has the damage. But
yeah,
the point I'm trying to make is the same.
It's the same.
Yeah, so mixing these
about to go down
can always be tricky. And yeah, the Praxis of Abu Wahid is going to go down, and that's going to signal the end of Moist. I keep saying Moist Piglet. Moss Piglet. I'm sorry, Moss Piglets. I keep saying Moist. It's going to signal the end of their chances of getting into Alliance Tournament 18, and with that, we're going to send it back to the studio.
Now for the Triglavian Weather Report, brought to you by Exodus.
The weather calls for disintegration.
And that's the weather forever.
Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew. I buried the pot.
Of sound mind, they're proving that they are of sound mind. And Moss/Moist Piglet Preservation Society, depending on your perspective, unfortunately exiting the Mimitar trials here today. That is it for them. The Basilisk will be relieved. He doesn't have to try and pronounce that name any further. Now he understands what we have to go through. We have to pronounce his alliance's silly name. So hopefully he feels bad about himself now. So with that, the I think it's the Crucial we were just on. Yeah, Crucial B. We have that now set. So Hidden Leaf Village, etc., as it was called by Basilisk, who's a member, take the winning spot. Of Sound Mind take that runner-up spot, and then they will be going up against Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy as the winner of Crucial A, and Snuffed Out as runner-up of Crucial A. So, I wanted to ask you, Blackbart Pirate, about the Sentinel. We saw that Officer Mine brought a comp that had a very wide control bar. It was maxed out, as much control as the UI could display. And a lot of that clearly coming from that Sentinel. Why is that such an important ship here?
Sentinel's like it's a miniature curse, right? It has bonus newt range, bonus newt amount, bonus tracking disruptor range, and bonus guidance disruptor range. So in a very, very small, couple point package, it is actually one of the most powerful control ships in the game. Interestingly enough, it actually pretty much hard counters logistics frigates if you are able to get it on top of a logistics frigate. So just because the newts cycle so fast and they suck so hard for how small they are, if you can actually newt down logistics with it, they're pretty much done because they cycle like every 6 seconds or so, and it's so hard to keep your cap versus them.
Yeah. Now, moderator. In terms of one of the things we heard the casters in that last match talking about was target selection and execution in the actual match itself. As someone who's been in high tier matches, what's the kind of the thought process when your team warps in? Like, you don't know what's happening. You've initiated warp to the arena. Everyone's spamming D-scan and starting to call out the ships that they see on D-scan. Like, when do you start theorizing what you're going to do, and like, how does that process really work?
Well, I mean, ideally, that process began in scrims about a week or 2 weeks ago when you practice against the setup or a very similar setup to what you're seeing, and then you kind of understand what your win conditions are, what your loss conditions are, and then you get ready for that setup. It can be very daunting when you get on the arena and you're like, oh crap, I've never seen this setup. What do you do? So the first thing you do is you look at the guns of these ships, right? You confirm, okay, do these 3 battleships that we're seeing, do they actually all have rapid heavies? Do they have cruise? Do they have torpedo? And depending on what they have, you formulate a strategy. Same thing for example, like those Amar boats. Do you say the Harbinger, it's got pulses, does it have beams? Do you decide to, play in close? Do you play far away? And that's kind of how you formulate your game plan from there, knowing what your capabilities are, what their capabilities are.
Yeah, the worst thing is warping in and seeing something that you just did not expect, and you're not really sure how they're going to play it, because then you have to literally try and come up with your strategy on the fly, and that can be really a daunting thing, as you say. But nothing better than warping in with a comp that you think can control a specific type of comp, and then they've brought exactly what you think they were going to bring. Those are situations where you feel very confident going into the matches. Obviously, you start to execute that in theory. Like, it's all nice and nice to win in theory, but you have to win in practice as well. So executions can sometimes be where we see these teams who have the rock to someone else's scissors, but then it turns out that rock was made of paper. So let's look at our last group for the day, the Verokir tribe. This one still needs to be set, I believe. So don't know if there's any. Here we go. So we can throw it up on the screen. Saw it briefly. It disappeared again. It is right. I've been told it is right. Here we are. So, Wolves Among Strangers sitting at the top over Laserhawks and Singularity Syndicate, breaking that tiebreaker with that Rust score of 11-4. And in Group B, Exodus sitting with 2 wins over the Initiative and Shadow Cartel, both sitting at 0. So, for Singularity Syndicate now, what they need to do is win their match. Nope, they can't do that. They have no more matches. They're done. The next matches are Wolves Among Strangers, Laserhawks, Initiative, and Shadow Cartel. So the Initiative and Shadow Cartel, that one's an interesting one. Both of those have the opportunity to still retain a spot in the Alliance Tournament trials by simply winning their match. Laserhawks in a pretty solid position at this point to simply win, maybe, and then try and get one up on Wolves Among Strangers because they're both sitting at 1-1. So whoever wins here will take the top spot. Whoever loses will take the middle spot. Neither of them are going to be eliminated. So comfortable positions for each of them. One thing to look for would be who's going to win between Shadow Cartel and the Initiative, because as mentioned, that is the elimination match. Let's look at our next match, which is Wolves Among Strangers versus Laserhawks, and take a look at the bans and see what these teams are theorizing their opponents might want to bring. So Laserhawks banning out that Vindicator, Barghest, and Balgorn. 3 very common bans now at this point. We've been doing this for 2 days. Everyone's banning the Balgorn. That seems to be the common theme. Wolves Among Strangers banning out the Vindicator, the Ishtar, and the Curse. Ishtar, perhaps a bit more of an unusual ban. The Curse, we've seen a few of those. Bart, what do you think about this Ishtar?
So banning an Ishtar makes it pretty tough to bring drones. I would say that EOS is a better ban if you're trying to prevent drones, but of the 2 ships, like the Ishtar is the other really important one. So I think the Wolves is definitely, they've seen drones, they don't want to fight them. Banning the Ishtar out, it's a pretty solid ban. Definitely a good way to stop having to deal with drones because there's not really a lot of ships that are anywhere near as good as the Ishtar are at drone comps. So pretty smart on their end if they don't want to see drones. If they do want to see drones, then I'm not really sure what's going on with that.
Well, there you go. So it's time to find out who will win between Laserhawks and Wolves Amongst Strangers as we hand over to the arena with Ish and Alec.
Hello and welcome. We have Wolves Among Strangers here with a pretty classic Mimitar rush team with some damp support in the low end. Ish, what do we have from Laserhawks?
Laserhawks has opted to bring a Sleipnir rush here. Pretty classic setup. Now, an interesting little thing they've sort of thrown to the side there is a Saber, so we're going to see some wobbling. I think the challenge for them will be getting some good positioning. Challenge with the wobble, of course, is wobble wobbles all. So the Sleipnirs do not want to get caught in their own wobble, but it may actually prove to deter Wolves from their own rush if they can get a good position on it, or perhaps catch out some targets a little later in the match. We'll see how that gets employed. With the double Lokis here coming out of Laserhawks, there is a lot of early control, Saber aside.
Yep, we'll see whether the Hurricane fleet issues were worth the investment on the part of Wolves Among Strangers, because they put a ton of points into that. Points which Laserhawks spent on an additional Loki and a pair of Scythe fleet issues. And here we go. Laserhawks charging in. They definitely seem to have the initiative, whereas Wolves Among Strangers look like they began to kite initially, then thought better of it, and now they're racing in as well.
Yeah, I think that might be a bit of misplay there. I think you really just, with a Slep Rush, you basically just want a Slep Rush unless there's something really exceptional going on, especially when you're going into a mirror. You know, if you assume these Slep fits are at least somewhat similar, have some kind of relevancy, then it's really about who can get that damage applied earliest and strongest. And we're seeing Cook and the Sleipnir on Laserhawks going down, so a really good focus out going out there from Wolves to get that first kill of the match done. But we're going to see a Wolves
both
Sleipnir.
teams seemed like they had a... Sorry.
Sorry about that. We're seeing Wolves HFI take the fall for it, but we're now one down, one Slep, one HFI, so Wolves still up a bit on this.
Yeah, both teams look like they had a bit of indecisiveness in terms of target calling, damage spread among the comps. But then Wolves Among Strangers got themselves on the same page first, but Laserhawks brought down the bigger target, and it looks like they're going to bring this Hurricane Fleet issue down as well. He's not receiving that many reps, and he drops. Meanwhile, the Slefner of Artanis Talander, his local ancillary shield booster, doing a ton of work here, extending his life on the battlefield.
Yeah, he's definitely looking to get a little bit of preservation out of that. They do lose a stabber in the mix, and Artanis will not be able to quite get the reps up to sustain. And we're seeing Wolves start to fall pretty rapidly here. I would not say all hope is lost. There is still a Sleipnir on field, but it's going to be a bit tricky here in light of the fact that there are 2 Scythe fleets to pump out some damage, and they've got quite a bit of the mobility they can possibly gain. With the
I think the one potential advantage here is with the Slefners down, Laserhawks likely does not have links. So as the match extends, that could be a slight advantage for Wolves Among Strangers, but they need to have enough of a team left on the field to take advantage of it. And that is proving to be a challenge as they're beginning to lose their low end here. Now they will trade for this Scythe fleet issue, but it's hard to say. This is a race and they're starting to fall behind.
Indeed, and definitely on a timer here. We are seeing Bobby in the Sleipnir. He's starting to bear down on the Loki. I think he just doesn't want to be held back in his hopes of perhaps getting some other work done later. But it's going to be difficult to wear down, for Bobby to wear down major targets and get those critical points in time. But Laserhawks do lose another SFI. And we see the Scimitar.
This could be a huge point. The Scimitar dropping low. This is a chance for Wolves Among Strangers, as counterintuitive as it might sound, a chance for them to come back if they can trade something for it. But it just drops with absolutely no answer. Just a bit of chip damage, really, on the Loki of 6 Vinatieri. He is not dropping very rapidly at all. His tank actually holding pretty well. Meanwhile, Victor Maitland's Loki on the Wolves Among Strangers side is taking significant damage, going down to half shields, lowering at a very rapid, steady pace.
Indeed. We've been seeing this come out, I think, in quite a few matches now where Lokis have been present, where in the latter part of the match especially, but perhaps all throughout, the tankiness of the Lokis is being utilized to sort of push the enemy team, and sometimes maybe sort of offer up this juicy target, well, I don't want this webs on field anymore, but it takes a while to get these Lokis down. We've seen consistently these Lokis proving pretty tanky as their standard fit amongst these teams. And it doesn't look like we have a win condition left for our Wolven friends. They only have the Sleipnir left for damage. Maulus and carries are not really going to be able to do a lot to damp out any damage here because Laserhawks has gathered around the fire of the dying Sleipnir and will be able to take their win here.
Yeah, Wolves Among Strangers, it looks like they hedge their bets a bit with these damp ships, trying to force other teams to come into them if they were going to pull away, but that cost precious points for the actual charging in part of the fight, which is what they needed here. They just went up against a mirror match that was just that much better.
I agree, and I still hold that not having that early initiative and not charging in quite as strong cost them. Despite being able to sink the first ship, it cost them some position throughout the fight, and that position proves critical when you're going up against a rush mirror like that. And I think that combination of position plus the control that was able to be exerted out from Laserhawks proved to be a bit fatal. And last ship's going down here now in the form of Carries and Maulus just eating it as Laserhawks takes this win. Certainly not a clean sweep, a pretty bloody battle, but a critical mass of Laserhawk ships left, and they were able to get the work done.
Minutes on. You want to do something stupid?
I think it's alt. It's alt and like F4, I think.
Just going in. It's deep. So what's going to happen here is Derek is going to undock the Titan and bridge us.
There are a lot of fun dice games, but rolling the number you need to win is pure luck. Or is it?
Laserhawks taking the W there, so they will go top of their tribal group, meaning that Wolves Amongst Strangers will take the runner-up position and be the first to face Exodus next week when they return. In terms of who gets knocked out, it is Singularity Syndicate, and we've yet to find out between the Initiative and Shadow Cartel. That match had quite a number of things to discuss. Blackbird Pirate, what do damps do in EVE Online?
It depends on what script you loaded, as we are able to use scripts nowadays. But you can either make it so someone can lock, their lock range is not enjoyable. You can make it quite short, or you can make it so they take a very long time to lock. Generally, I would expect people in the AT to be using the lock range script, which means you can, I believe that like 1 or 2 damps can bring a Logi frigate down to like 6 or 7 kilometer lock range at most, which is not a particularly large number. But they're pretty powerful if used in the correct comp.
So you say used in the correct comp. Would, for example, a Mimitar Rush comp be the type of comp you would expect to see these damps in?
Probably not. If you think about what you're trying to do in a Mimitar Rush, right, is you're trying to get as close to the enemy as possible and then do lots and lots of damage to them. If you're using your damps on them, but you're also putting your ships on top of their ships, it doesn't really work as well. The only reason why I could see bringing them is if you expect to like them to maybe have their logistics farther away from your ships. But at the end of the day, the thing that makes Minotaur Rush strong is its massive DPS, like it unreppable amounts of DPS. Not that you're able to like outposition somebody, outplay them, force them into doing something you don't want to do.
Yeah, we also saw some interesting target calling decisions there. So Wolves Among Strangers choosing to shoot the Sleipnir as moderator, whereas Laserhawks going for the Fleet Hurricanes. What do you think of that decision? We can't hear you, moderator.
Oh no, we got muterated. It happened.
No, unfortunately, it didn't really pan out for Wolves. We thought initially that, killing Sleipnirs before Laserhawks could kill Fleet Hurricanes, they might have been leading. But what ended up happening is that, as it turns out, Laserhawks just had way more damage and way more going for them. You could see that the attack bar was constantly in Laserhawks' favor. When you bring 2 Lokis, 2 Fleet Scythes, and then you have it supported by Spipal, Saber, and you're only bringing, your Scalpel and a Burst, and the other side brings a Scimitar, well, that's 10 more points I can bring for damage. And on top of that, you have Wolves bringing carries and Maulus. So essentially, they were like 18 points down on damage in 2 comps that essentially are just going to go, face to face, and that's the command chip or the points right there. In the end, Laserhawks was able to leverage the fact that Wolves didn't kill their fleet size, didn't handle their smaller support, and chew through the Wolves team faster than Wolves could do the same.
Do you think there was a win condition for the Wolves team in that instance with what they brought against Laserhawks, moderator?
Probably trying to kill the fleet size, trying to kill Loki's first, and then dealing with the Sleipnirs last of all. You have to realize that when there's a Scalpel and a Burst, you're not going to have the strongest of reps, and Sleipnirs with their ASBs are not going to be your, target of choice. I understand you want to get rid of links, but you need to deal with the ships that are going to do equivalent damage or close to a Sleipnir, but are going to have maybe a third or a fourth of the tank.
Yeah, now one other thing that we saw potentially to be deployed in that match, Twitch chat called it out, we called it out, but it didn't happen. Blackbird Pirate, what is a wobble, and why might we see them deployed in an Alliance tournament match?
So the interdictors can now launch a stasis webifying bubble, which is called a wubble because it's like 2 syllables as opposed to 7 or 8 or 12. I'm not really great at math sometimes. But it does slow everybody down within a pretty large area. I think we've seen them once or twice. I believe there was a game where a flycatcher actually used one really, really well and like webbed the entire fleet down and then survived with like 30% structure. But they're very, very good if you use them correctly. Now, the issue with them is it does web both yourself and the opponent's fleet. So everybody involved gets slowed down. I think it was a really cool idea, though, on Laserhawks to bring one. If somebody had maybe brought a kiting setup or anything else, you can just, run your Dictor in, web everybody down. Maybe the Dictor lives, maybe it doesn't, but then the rest of your Minotaur Rush gets on top of it. So as a utility ship that you're only going to spend a couple points on, is actually a pretty good idea. I think I would rather see that than like the carries.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. Laserhawk's comp just seemed a little bit more point efficient, I guess we can say. We talked about how some of those points, the carries and the Mollusk 8 points, essentially being semi-useless or not as efficient as we would hope for in a match. Whereas if a fleet scythe is 7 points, for example, you could have brought one fleet scythe and then one single point ship like a burst just to hang out and play. But they didn't, and unfortunately for them, that's it. But they're not out of the tournament, of course. They are simply the runners-up for their tribe. So we will see them again next week. And of course, like all the teams, we wish them well. So let's look forward to our next and final match of the day, which is going to be between the Initiative and Shadow Cartel. The Initiative banning the Balgorn, as is now tradition, and the Nighthawk. Shadow Cartel banning the Gila and the Ishtar. So Shadow Cartel really saying we don't want to see this drone kite comp, but of course leaving that EOS moderator. What do you think about these bans here?
Shadow Cartel clearly has faced shield and armor drones, and they don't like either of them. Like Bart was saying earlier, we normally see the EOS be a little bit more effective than an Ishtar ban, but you can kind of, sort of, a little bit ish make the Ishtar in a shield drone setup. Whereas the EOC would never see in a shield drone setup, or almost never. And kind of the Ishtar and the Gila tries to cover a little bit more space between shield and armor. I don't necessarily like the bans the most, but I understand what they're trying to do with it.
Awesome. So we'll see that match in about 5 minutes, and it is an elimination match between Shadow Cartel and the Initiative to find out who is going home from Alliance Tournament 18. Speaking of Alliance Tournament 18, this is the feeder trials for the 18th Alliance Tournament. There has been 17 up till now. This is the start of the 18th. The Alliance Tournament is now old enough to go to a pub in the UK and buy a beer. It's going to have to wait until Alliance Tournament 21 in America, of course, but I'm sure that'll come up soon enough. This particular Alliance Tournament is sponsored by the Minmatar Republic, and that means that Minmatar Republic ships, so just the regular old Minmatar ships and of course fleet ships, are pointed down 1. That means they cost 1 point less than what they would normally cost. The prize ships for Alliance Tournament 18 are the Freki and the Mimir, the prize ships which were given out Alliance Tournament, I want to say 7 or 8, way back in the day in their first run. Since then, all the different factions, Mar, Garistas, etc., have all took turns sponsoring the Alliance Tournament, and the prize ships are usually based on those particular factions. Last year, for example, we had the Raiju and the Laylaps, as the Alliance Tournament 17 was sponsored by Mordu's Legion. In terms of what this means for the feeders, well, because instead of doing a single elimination, it is these tribal brackets, there's plenty of possibility to have ties, teams going 1-1-1 in their bracket. And in order to determine who takes the tiebreaker, the Minmatar Republic informed the IGC, who run the tournament, that they wish to use what we've called the Rust score. So every time you bring a Minmatar ship, that ship's points are basically added to your Rust score, and that is before any point inflation due to bringing 2 of the same ship. Everything else being equal, if you brought more Minmatar ships, well, this tournament is sponsored by the Minmatar Republic. They appreciate that. They appreciate your business, so they're more likely to allow you through into the next round of the tournament. So that's where we stand with Mimitar Republic. In Rust we trust, although it looks like Amar lasers are going to be doing some damage in this particular tournament. We've seen them be very effective a number of times. Blackbart Pirate, what do you think about the Freki and the Mimir? I mean, they've been long mocked for being some of the worst Alliance Tournament prize ships of all time. Do you think they will remain as bad, or is there anything else that you can say about that?
So, from what I understand, CCP is planning on doing a rebalance of the Mimir and Freki. I would hope that they're going to make them significantly better. I believe that they are. That's what the plan is. Obviously, we don't have finalized stats for them. We don't know exactly what they're going to be, but from what I understand and what I've been told, they're going to be kind of elevating them up onto the current status of EVE Online ships, because we have had a little bit of power creep, especially in regards to AT ships. Some of the ones that came afterwards are incredibly awesome. Specifically thinking like the Fiend is really, really cool. It's my favorite one. Though you won't really see any of them anymore. They're not a lot of them are left around. But yeah, they're going to buff the Mimir and the Freki, from what we all understand.
Yeah, one of the other cool things is since Alliance Tournament 17, the number of prize ships and the position you need to reach in the Alliance Tournament has increased significantly. In a move I'm fully behind. Used to be you basically had to be top 4, and then the 4th place team would get not very many, I think one of each. 3rd place would get a bit more, 2nd place would get a chunk more, and 1st place would get the lion's share. Now it goes all the way down to 10th position getting ships. So you basically only have to do, considering there's 32 teams in the tournament, you don't have to do anywhere near as much to get yourself and your team some prize ships. The number has gone up from 50 to, I think it's like 250, something like that, which means there's a significant amount more of them out in the ecosystem, which is awesome because we get to see a lot more people flying them around. It used to be like maybe you got one if you were lucky in a team. Per person if you did really well, and you wouldn't want to lose it, so people wouldn't risk flying it. Now maybe you get 2 or 3, so people are much more likely to sell one to someone who wants to fly it. We saw plenty of Raijus and lay lapses getting caught. Web drones OP, I'm told. So I'm looking forward to seeing people flying around in Mimirs and Frekis, and next year when we get to, I think, Galente Republic and we see the Adrestia and the Utu, that is going to be pretty baller. But before that, we have to get through Alliance Tournament 18. And to get to that, we have to finish the trials. So we have our last match of the day pretty much ready to go, with the Initiative versus Shadow Cartel in this elimination match. So whoever loses this one's definitely not winning any Frekis or Mimirs. So let's go to the arena and find out between these two teams with Fear and Basilisk.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fear, that's the Basilisk, and we have on the red side the Initiative Dot with an armor control setup, depending on a Vindicator.
Yep, and on the other side, Shadow Cartel bringing a fairly standard shield rush, which we've seen quite a few times over the past couple of days. But I'm not sure if they're actually going to want to rush here. This is going to be, this match is going to be pivotal on what they choose to do here, because you come up against a Vindicator and 2 Tempest fleets, you think, do we want to go into that? Maybe not, but I'm not sure what else their win con is going to be. Maybe they'll be able to burn around the Vindicator and sort of pick on this low end of the comp here. But of course, those frigates on the Initiative side are going to be well advised to sort of try and hug into that Vindicator, hug into their zone control, and rely on them to sort of provide an area of safety.
And we're off. Sleipnir's moving left as far as I can see off the start of it, trying to look for probably an opening on the back line, move around this battleship core from the Initiative Dot. As they keep on moving away, they're going to look for their opening, but this Vindicator, Tempest Fleet issue, and the other Tempest Fleet issue are burning in. Might actually find Liam Shotson at the back of it, as he is very far behind the rest of his team.
He is, but he should be able to get away. I mean, it's a Sleipnir running away from an Armor Vindicator. He should have speed in spades here. And of course, he's got a Hyena of Max on top of him as well to try and web these guys down. And as long as this Hyena doesn't get webbed and caught out of position, I think this is actually going to plan so far for Shadow Cartel. They've sort of lured these battleships out of position, and the frigate wing isn't on top of them. So they can hopefully just sort of pin these battleships down in no man's land and allow the Sleipnirs and the Hurricane fleets to get into position on the backline.
Yeah, this Vexer was screened off by the Hyena as the Kieran keeps moving with the rest of the team. These Sleipnirs, though, towards the edge of the arena, about maybe closer to 80 kilometers away. The Thorax on the top side, though, might be in trouble as the dual Hurricane fleet issues appear to be going towards Lochdanan, and that is who they are shooting at the moment. Neither of the Sleipnirs are there, but they are moving towards that Thorax at the moment as the battleships are way too far away to aid them.
Yeah, this is going to come down really, really pivotal performance here from Max Ibanez because he's got 3 battleships effectively to control here. He's got the Vindicator and the 2 Tempest fleets who are trying their hardest to get on top of something. And he's quite likely only got 2 webs on that Hyena, as I can see a paint coming off it as well. So he needs to keep switching those webs up, keep those battleships slowed down and away from the action while the rest of his team pumps into the backline.
Yeah, this Thorax going down pretty quickly at the moment as the Sleipnirs are finally on top of them. They got to be careful about these battleships. The Vindicator starting to move in. Sleipnir of Liam a little bit too far forward, but he's going to try to be headed off as the Scalpel nearly gets in web range of the Vindicator. They keep on moving on to the Thorax, but he's not breaking nearly as fast, and it looks like Loxus in the Hurricane fleet issue might be the primary for this triple battleship comp.
Yeah, they really need to pick their windows here very, very carefully. Once you get webbed by the Vindicator, obviously with a 90% web, it's very, very difficult to get away from it again. So this is going to be a match of initiative, just trying to sort of pile on top of whatever they can get the Vindy on top of, and Shadow Cartel continuing to just sort of probe for an opening. You know, if they stick on top of something and they can make a trade maybe on the Thorax, and then the Vindicator rolls up and webs the Sleipnir, the Sleipnir is a lost cause. He's going to die. But this is sort of devolving now a little bit. I think one of these Sleipnirs is looking like he's very close to the Vindicator, and that Sentinel does go down on the initiative side, however.
And it looks like the Vindicator has found his web. Yep, Sleipnir Corrigan appears to be webbed down at the moment, as Amagus is actually webbing down another Sleipnir as well, or maybe the other way around. I can't quite see the animation, don't have fancy UI, but at the same time, no damage has gone onto Corrigan yet. They're now starting to bring their damage on top of him, and the Vindicator should be able to track him just well with these 90% webs as the Magus falls.
Yeah, and this is a situation where it's so dangerous to bring Logifrigs because your Sleipnir's been caught, and those Logifrigs would love to go in there and help him. They would love to pump reps into him. But if they do that, then the Vindicator's just going to switch his web onto them, and they're going to get blasted too. So they have no real choice here. They can't go in and save Corgan. Corgan is dead, and they're going to have to try and continue this match without him. Obviously, that's a significant chunk of their DPS dropping, though.
Yeah, they're going to try to trade for the Vexer of Caxton, who does go down around the same time as Corrigan, and we'll see where the Vindicator is. There's another Sleipnir right on top of him. I believe that's... No, actually, that was just the model. Liam is actually moving in, though, towards this Vindicator at the moment. So the Thorax still hasn't gone down. Budget looks to be the primary first, though, from the initiative.
This Stork is still stuck up in the action as well. I mean, the budget Iter of in the Hurricane fleet is now looking like he's getting absolutely dogpiled on here. Of course, the Hurricane fleet just basically a way less tanky version of a Sleipnir, and he's gonna eat crow pretty damn quickly here as this Vindicator and two Tempest fleets roll up on him, and they're not looking like they can make the trades here. I mean, Shadow Cartel seem to have overcommitted to this fight. They had the right strategy at the start of trying to kite the battleships out, get them into a bad position, and then keep them off the back line. But they seem to have not quite made enough space, and the Vindicator and the Tempest fleet seem to have been able to get in on the action relatively quickly here.
Yeah, they picked off some of the low end, but as you mentioned, that Vindicator getting in just in time, picking out one Sleipnir, and now on the budget in the Hurricane fleet issue, goes down. We'll see who his next target is. He does have, once again, those massive webs. As looks like the Thorax is still maybe the primary from the Sleipnir and Hurricane fleet. I'm not sure. Liam, though, is definitely being webbed down and definitely going down in his Sleipnir.
Yeah, this is looking pretty dire straits for Shadow Cartel right now. They seem to have sort of given up on this strategy of kiting around trying to build space. Perhaps when that first Sleipnir got tackled, they could have taken that opportunity to get everything away, sort of reset, say, okay, we lost that Sleipnir, but let's try and move everything away and start again and try and pick something apart. But they seem to have forgotten that strategy in the last 2 minutes or so, as now this Liam Shotson is taking huge chunks. And of course, still, these Logi frigates can't really come in without risking getting blown up themselves. And they're just losing this DPS race at this point. The Vindicator and Tempest fleets are still absolutely untouched.
Yeah, just nothing they can do after the Sleipnir falls. The only DPS ship they have left will be this Hurricane fleet issue and the Scythe fleet issue. That's not nearly enough to deal without the initiative Dot has brought. I'm calling it right now. The initiative Dot are moving on to the playoffs, and Shadow Cartel are knocked out.
Yeah, it's a little bit, I mean, sad, to be honest. I mean, Shadow Cartel, perhaps a little bit cowardly, one might say, to sort of leave the tournament so prematurely. But this was, for sure, a tricky match for them to come up into. If you bring a Shield Rush and you encounter a Vindicator in a comp that you really don't want to rush into, you can find yourself in a sort of tricky position of, well, how do we actually go about winning this match if we can't operate on our win con? And that's sort of what separates good teams from lesser skilled teams, is sort of being able to identify, okay, this was our game plan. In this match in particular, it's not going to work out, so we need to adapt to the situation and figure out how else we're going to win this match. And Shadow Cartel started it off well by trying to kite those battleships out and pull them into a bad position, but they just didn't build themselves enough space, I think.
Yeah, not nearly enough space, not nearly enough picking apart or pulling apart of the initiative dot team. And obviously the Vindicator as well just wasn't screened off as effectively as he could have been. They had a Hyena, if I'm not mistaken, that could have done something to deal with this Vindicator. But instead, actually the Hyena is still up, so they did. But weren't able to screen him off, and instead the Vindicator got right on top of them, was able to get the webs onto the primary targets. Hurricane Fleet issue falls, and the only DPS left is a Scythe Fleet issue, and he does not have enough DPS to break 3 battleships.
Yeah, this is just going to be the dregs here of Shadow Cartel, what's left over, and they're going to slowly get whittled down here, or perhaps quickly as the webs come on and start punching through this remainder of the Shadow Cartel support wing. But yeah, it's a disappointing end for them to bring a Shield Rush that we've seen be so effective and just come into what is, I wouldn't say a hard counter, but as I said, it is a very, very tricky match to pull off. You need to control the range and the communications, especially with that Hyena pilot. He needs to be able to sort of say, I've got the Vindy web down. Everyone needs to be looking at their ranges, making sure they're out of harm's way. But when that Vindy does roll up, when those Tempests do roll up, and they just weren't able to pull that off.
Yeah, just not nearly enough in the execution. I mean, we talk about Shield Rush being one of the easiest to execute comps in the AT, just generally speaking, not just Minotaur Rush, but any version of Shield Rush, including Ham Rush, right? But in these edge cases where you have a difficult matchup, that's where you separate the good teams who are running Shield Rush from the teams that are running it because they think that it is always going to be the easiest comp to execute. This case wasn't the case, and they ended up getting punished for having the right idea, but just not the right execution.
Yeah, it's also a bit of a risk as well bringing carries into this comp because, as we're saying, carries, if you're coming up against a kite comp, it could be very, very helpful shutting down, let's say, you've got a Simi kiting around and you take his lock range down to 8 kilometers and suddenly he has to come into your rush. But when you're up against Vindies and Tempest fleets, if you're damping them out and you're saying, okay, you can't lock more than 10 kilometers, they don't give a shit. They don't care.
No, they do not. I mean, this is exactly what the desk was pointing out with these damps added to the Shield Rush comps. It's just not worth it, especially in these types of scenarios when you could have spent those points on more DPS. Perhaps if they had one more DPS ship in this thing, they could have been able to actually trade favorably for that first Sleipnir. Instead, they just ended up getting picked apart one by one by this Vindicator, overcommitting, not breaking themselves off when that Vindicator found the first Sleipnir, and we see what the results of that were.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I agree with everything here. It's yeah, there's nothing here that we haven't already said. I think it's just a difficult situation to be in. But with just 30 seconds left on the match, it does look like Shadow Cartel are not going to be wiped out. Initiative are not going to collect the full 100 points, but they will collect the match victory, and that means they will be advancing as, I believe, the second seed in this group on to next weekend.
Yes, they are the second seed in the group. We'll see them next weekend. Shadow Cartel, at least their friends in Snuffed Out made it to next weekend. Perhaps they can Blob and Losec together to make up for this loss. Either ways, GF has been called. We're going to send it back to the desk.
There you are, the initiative securing the final place this weekend in Alliance Tournament 18 Mimitar Republic Trials. Shadow Cartel, unfortunately, departing us for the final time. And that's it. We're done for the weekend. The Alliance Tournament 18 Mimitar Republic Trials will be back next weekend on Saturday, the 8th of October at 1500 Eve for the first match. And all that remains to do is to say thank you to everyone. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for competing, especially to the teams that we will not see any more of this tournament. The Network, Hisec Miners, Turbofeed Glory, Goonswarm Federation, No Visual, Outfoxed, Moss, Piglet Preservation Society, Singularity Syndicate, and Shadow Cartel. We thank you very much for competing, and I wish you well and hope to see you in more tournaments in the future. Of course, thank you very much to all the people who've helped make this possible, the people in the background clicking all the buttons and doing the important work. CCP Zealous, GM Starlord, GM Maverick, GM Kobayashi, GM Goat, CCP Ice Cream, and of course, who can forget him? CCP Convict, the man with the skins, the man with the predictions, the man who has been taking away all of your Twitch points with his predictions all day long. I've been Ithaca Hawk. I've been joined by an amazing team. We have BRJ in the background doing the producing, but also we've got Zuzak Destroyer, Jintan, Blackbird Pirate, Wingnut Cross, Mystical Knight, Moderator, Ish, Alec, the Basilisk, and Fearvina. As I said, I'm Ithaca Hawk. Thank you very much for watching, and we will see you next week.